What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Prime Arch Bruce Wayne. Batman. Wake up, Batman. The man suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had returned to the world from death. The alarm clock on the bedside table beside his ear kept ticking. He sat up, rubbed his face, then turned off the alarm clock, stood up, sighed, and pressed his chin again. A flash of fluorescent light flashed, and his face changed. Staring at the sunlight outside the window, he realized that it was a new day. What should he do on a new day? His eyes glanced at a black suitcase under his bed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he kicked the suitcase back with his heel. 10 minutes later, he went out. "Good morning, Mr. Samples." The neighbor's daughter saw him and greeted him timidly. Just a simple greeting made her blush. The man called Samples smiled and nodded to her. He was handsome, there was no doubt about that. But when he turned around again, the smile on his face had disappeared, leaving only an extremely gloomy face. He walked past the dirty and smelly stairs of this cheap apartment building. The resident on the first floor was arguing with his wife again, and it seemed that they had even started fighting. The sound of plates breaking spread from the door to the corridor outside. Samples glanced at the closed door and then looked away. Only his fists were clenched tightly. He opened the door of the apartment. As expected, it was raining outside again. The weather in this city seemed to never change. It was always so disgusting, and he especially hated rainy days. Samples took a black umbrella from the umbrella storage bucket at the door and walked around on the street. He looked aimless, as if he was just wandering on the street. But no normal person would come to the street to wander around on this cold morning of a holiday, except for those homeless vagrants. He soon came to another few blocks away, and the buildings here were even more dilapidated than the cheap apartment he rented. Many buildings don't even have windows. They open their black mouths wide, and from time to time someone inside makes a few cold coughs, like the wailing of a dying person. Samples walked into an alley, and at the end of the alley there was an inconspicuous warehouse. He looked left and right, and after making sure that no one saw him, he put his right hand on a certain place on the warehouse door. A slight buzzing sound flashed with a blue light, and the door slowly opened. He walked into the deep darkness with a gloomy face. The warehouse door closed behind him with a heavy sound, and the light above his head turned on spontaneously. The decoration and scene here are completely different from the shabby outside. The room is made of unknown black and white materials that give people a sense of high technology. A computer with a very large screen is running slowly in the center of the room. In addition, there is a table and a chair. There are few furniture, and most of them are research materials and extraordinary criminal files. Samples sat on the chair and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. He couldn't help but feel powerless from the bottom of his heart, just like a person who can't swim struggling in the sea to keep his life. But other than that, he couldn't do anything else. He reached out and typed a few characters on the computer keyboard. The dormant computer was instantly awakened, and a big head photo appeared on it. It was a man with green hair, with his mouth wide open, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He was smiling happily at the camera. He stared at the photo for more than 10 minutes, and then punched the computer screen hard, smashing it to pieces, and his hand was bleeding. The screen was hit by him and fell into the pile of information behind it. A newspaper covered it, and a horrifying tragedy was written in bold black letters. "The Joker has committed a crime again. Batman is dead. Is there no one who can stop him anymore?" Similar but different, like the two sides of a leaf, they have the same shape, but their veins are completely different. Shenyan looked up at the rainy sky of the city and smiled faintly. Perhaps this is the only thing that the two Gothams are the same. This damn weather. He didn't go to find the Bruce he was familiar with. The reason was very simple. He already had a responsibility to bear. If he had to accept such a transformation and go to another world to fight a difficult war, that would be too cruel for him. What's more, there is not only one Bruce Wayne. But am I late? Shenyan looked up at the big screen in the square, where a news report was being broadcast. The gray-haired host said to the camera with a serious face, "Just yesterday, the felon Joker committed another horrific and inhumane crime. He poisoned a family of 7 and even took photos and posted them on social media." According to him, this was just for fun. It makes people wonder, today when Batman is dead, what else can we do to stop him? Who else can stop him? The Gotham Police Department is powerless to do anything about it, and our government can't even. The host became more and more excited, and in the end he began to scold the Gotham government for its inaction. The wizard shook his head, and he stood on the busy street of Gotham where people came and went. Most people here were in a hurry, holding umbrellas or wearing hats. Raindrops passed through the tops of their interlaced umbrellas and rolled over the corners of their clothes. Some looked anxious, while others looked relaxed. But more people were just dead silent, as lifeless as zombies. No one noticed his presence, and the crowd spontaneously separated from him and passed by, just like the Red Sea that was parted by Moses. The ocean itself has no consciousness, just as the crowd itself cannot be aware of Shenyan's existence. He closed his eyes, and his mental tentacles swept across the entire Gotham, and then slowly disappeared from the spot. He appeared in a room in a cheap apartment. From upstairs to downstairs, the voices of the residents next door came from all around. The sound insulation here is really not very good. The floor is very worn, but very clean, so clean that it is even a little abnormal. The furnishings in the house don't have much of a living atmosphere, and it doesn't look like someone lives here at all. Shenyan came to the refrigerator in the kitchen. He opened the door, and as expected, there was no food except rows of clean mineral water. That's exactly his style. The wizard chuckled and then came to the bedroom. It was also extremely clean, so clean that it was even frightening. Who on earth could live in such an environment? Black floor, white ceiling, a table, a chair, a small bed, no entertainment facilities at all. The white cups were neatly stacked on the bed. The window was open, there were no curtains, and the cold wind poured in from outside. Shenyan's eyes came to the floor beside the bed. A black suitcase flew out of thin air and then opened in front of him. What floated out was not Batman's battle suit or something like that. There was only one thing in it, a piece of paper wrapped in a plastic bag. The death certificate of Bruce Wayne, the richest man in Gotham. Well, things are getting interesting. He put the death certificate back into the box, brought the chair, sat on it and waited quietly. Not long after, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the door of the room was opened. Shenyan heard footsteps coming from the living room outside, not too heavy or too light, and each step was just right. Then, a man opened the door of this bedroom. "You don't look like Bruce Wayne." Shenyan said so. The other party glanced at him, then moved his eyes to the black suitcase on the ground, licked his lips. "Of course I'm not Bruce Wayne." "Oh, really? Then who are you?" "Cran samples." "By the way, sir, how did you get into my house? Please leave, otherwise I will call the police." Shenyan tilted his head and looked at his right hand huddled behind his back, smiling and pointing at it. "If you feel uncomfortable, don't bear it, come and hit me. How about it?" The man who called himself Cran Samples did not change his expression at all. "I don't know what you are talking about, sir, please leave." "Okay, otherwise I will call the police immediately." "The acting is good, at least much better than the one I know." Of course, maybe it's because he no longer needs to hide his relationship. Shenyan sighed. "I'll get straight to the point. I know who you are. Bruce Wayne." "Stop acting, it's meaningless." The petty bourgeois demeanor that the man had maintained on his face, which belonged to Clan Samples, disappeared in an instant, replaced by a face full of gloom and anger. He stretched out his hand and tapped his chin, and a familiar but younger face appeared in front of Shenyan. "Who are you, anyway? It's not the person you are thinking about, young man. It looks like you have been through a lot." "It has nothing to do with you," the young Bruce Wayne said indifferently, and then closed the door. A cold light flashed, and he froze in place in the posture of throwing a dart. Shenyan stood up, took down the dart floating in the air, and looked at it. "Good workmanship. Did you make it yourself?" Bruce Wayne did not answer. Of course, he could not answer at all. Shenyan shrugged. He was already planning to read his memory. "It's not that there is no better choice, But the wizard is too lazy to wait any longer. He took a step forward, his hand already on Bruce Wayne's temple. It was still the dark alley, the fallen couple and the scattered blood-stained pearl necklaces. It seemed that no matter which world, being Bruce Wayne's parents was very risky. The wizard looked down at the two bodies, and then he looked at the little boy kneeling between them and crying. A familiar face. Shenyan sighed. The scenery around him changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than a decade later. Unlike the Batman he knew, this Bruce Wayne was younger and angrier. At the same time, he was more lonely. There was no Alfred, no Commissioner Gordon, nothing. He was alone, challenging the darkness of Gotham alone. Compared to the Batman who stood at the top of human hand-to-hand combat in the impression, this young version of him seemed to be very immature because he had just debuted. He couldn't even fight 10 people alone. He did fight, and he had fought before, but he was beaten and 3 ribs were broken. He was a playboy during the day and a chivalrous hero at night. After a while, the board of directors who could no longer tolerate him launched an impeachment. This Bruce Wayne did not have Lucius' help. He was kicked out of the high-powered upper echelons of Wayne Enterprises. Although he still had more money than ordinary people could use, he could no longer mobilize the scientific research power of Wayne Enterprises. The clothes he wore on duty did not even have any black technology, just simple bulletproof clothes. You are really miserable. The wizard shook his head and continued to flip through. There was nothing special until the timeline came to the night of Bruce Wayne's death. Things really got interesting from here, because Bruce Wayne was really dead. There was no body left. He died in an explosion and was blown to pieces by the Joker. Since then, Batman has not appeared again. People began to speculate whether Batman really had some unclear relationship with Bruce Wayne. The two died on the same day and in the same place. It's not that no one suspected it, but there were 2 samples at the scene. They were from Bruce Wayne and a man whose identity could not be found. A half-broken bat mask was also found at the scene. If he's dead, who are you? Shenyan opened his eyes and stared at the face of Bruce Wayne in front of him, and he became curious for the first time. Well, Bruce, what did you do to yourself again? Immersed in his memory again, the mage carefully searched through the nodes and found a problem somewhere. The age of this Bruce did not match that of the other one. Too young. The dead one is now at least 40 years old, and the young man in front of him is only in his 20s. The age does not match, but the identity does. He is indeed Bruce Wayne. Shenyan began to continue searching his memory. The Bruce Wayne in his memory was alone. On his 37th birthday, he made a decision. He made a cloning machine, and then developed a matching machine that could quickly ripen the fetus. Don't worry about how he made it, and don't ask why he can beat so many scientists alone. Shenyan didn't know how he did it, but he succeeded. It's fucking outrageous. What else can I say? You are worthy of being Batman. As for what he did with the machine, it's obvious. Shenyan exited his memory and looked at the young man in front of him who was standing there with anger on his face, and shook his head with pity. He is really a lunatic, isn't he? Another universe? Yes. Do you want me to prove it? No need. Bruce shook his head. He sat in the chair. His expression and eyes had no emotional fluctuations, like a walking corpse. You have finished reading the memory. What do you think? He pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to make a self-deprecating smile, but he failed. On the contrary, he made his face very gloomy. Pathetic, the wizard said lightly, but it is very respectable. Save your respect for his grave. I'm just a clone. Bruce Wayne smiled. I'm no one. I have nothing. I'm just a fake person stuffed with a bunch of memories of being Batman. And the lifespan is very short. Shenyan smiled slightly, then continued. The after effects of that technology should have begun to show up in you, right? Yeah. Bruce Wayne had a calm face, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. My hands and feet started to feel weak and powerless half a year ago. Sometimes I can't even pick up a water cup. I guess I'm going to die soon. But it doesn't matter. The new Batman will be born successfully before I die. According to the procedure, we will be born from the machine generation after generation, inherit his pain, inherit his past, and finally die for his ideals. Don't you have any ideas of your own? Bruce Wayne gave the wizard a bored look. I'm just a clone, a shadow of the past, a defective product that will not last long. If this is his long-cherished wish, what right do I have to refuse? It's hard to fight crime with a body like this. I'm not fighting crime, I'm just collecting their information. When the time is right, I will issue an invitation to all the lunatics in this city in the name of Batman, and then go there with a bomb. He made a gesture to the sky and actually laughed. Then, everyone can watch the fireworks. If your plan is successful, that fireworks may be the grandest fireworks in Gotham's history. Shenyan looked at him deeply, then he asked, what about your successor? Let him enjoy the glory of being Batman. Glory? Yes, glory. Bruce Wayne laughed louder and louder, and the cold laughter echoed in the room. Fight alone, heal alone, and wait for death alone. No one will help you. The whole city is your enemy. Those who slandered you when you were alive began to miss you after you died. Isn't this the glory of being Batman? This damn madman. He laughed, and actually laughed to tears. Cransamples, Shenyan suddenly said. Is this the name you gave yourself? He stretched out his right hand, where a blue nebula was spinning, and a storm was gathering in it. An unspeakable force began to condense in this small room. Cransamples, a clone of Bruce Wayne, a terminally ill patient with only 3 years to live, heard the Master speak slowly in his unique calm voice. Come and become the real Batman. The reason why I didn't look for the Batman from the original world is very simple. From the plot point of view, the Fairy of the Lake would definitely not want her child to follow the wizard to fight, and I don't want to see a cup noodle who finally has a happy family go out to fight again. The old Bat is too miserable, let him take a break. So I made a younger, more miserable version of Batman. The persecution is still going on. Who will be the next one? Chapter 302. The Real Batman. Cransamples stared at the blue rotating nebula. After a while, he raised his head and looked at the wizard with a classic Batman gaze and asked, what is this? Gift, responsibility, source of disaster. It will make your future life full of blood and fire, and you will not be able to sleep peacefully every night. Shenyan grinned. If you ask me, this is not a good thing, young man. Cransamples sniffed. The symptoms caused by the genetic defect began to attack him at this time. He began to see double images in front of his eyes and could hardly concentrate. A deep sense of powerlessness made him lose control of his body and fell to the ground in an instant. The pain was only for a moment, and then a deep smile rose in his heart that was difficult to describe. The smile came so suddenly and with a terrifying harshness that he couldn't help laughing out loud. Shenyan squatted down and reached out to comb his hair, which was wet with cold sweat and wrinkled on his forehead. I never laugh at people with physical disabilities. Laugh if you want, master. What's the matter? Cransamples replied while lying on the ground. His grinning face was very funny, because only half of his face could move, and he looked like a low-level actor. I won't laugh at you. The calm but firm voice of the master came from above his head. A sudden force made Cransamples tremble and open the master's hand. Stop pretending here, he yelled out of control. What do you know? You know the Batman of another universe. Yes, that's great, but I don't need your pity, nor do I need your inexplicable gifts. I am a clone of the Batman of this world. Yes, I only have 3 years to live, and I may even die before 3 years, but that is also my own choice. He trembled all over and roared like a collapse on the floor. Shenyan said nothing. He just squatted there and looked at him quietly. After a while, Cransamples calmed down. Sorry. If you calm down, think carefully about what I said. If you really think it through, come to me. Looking for you? How should I notify you? The wizard, who had already walked to the door, looked back at Cransamples, who was trying hard to get up from the ground. Seeing this scene, Shenyan grinned. Put on your batsuit, Batman. Half an hour later, Cransamples, naked, stood in his bathroom, looking at the weak man in the mirror. He had the face of Bruce Wayne, but he did not inherit his Superman's physique. On the contrary, Cransamples was as thin as a skeleton. His ribs protruded and his limbs were slender. When the electronic mask was not activated, his face was terrible. With deep eye sockets and sunken cheeks, he looked like a dying man. Batman, he couldn't help laughing again. The pale man held an apple in his hand. He was like the best circus clown, flipping the apple up and down, and throwing it in a new way. In the end, He even caught the falling apple with his mouth. But there was no audience in front of him to applaud. Despite this, the man still bowed. He made a curtain call without any expression. Then he took out a pistol and pointed it at his head. With a bang, no bullet was fired from the barrel of the gun, but a chess piece with the words "You have been cheated" written on it. The clown said to himself, "I really shouldn't have killed him." "Are you right, Copperpat?" He turned around and said. In this dark room, there were dozens of ice coffins, and the people inside were different. He was talking to the penguin who disappeared a year ago. Oswald Copperpat. "Oh, sorry, I forgot that you can't talk anymore," the clown said the cold joke expressionlessly, and the man who laughed wildly seemed to have lost his smile. "What about you, Mudface? Do you think I should kill him?" "Oh, forget it, you damn stinking mud." "And you, Bane, you were there. Why didn't you stop me from pressing the button? You knew that idiot would go over and save the little girl." "You bastards, I just wanted to make a joke, but you really wanted him to die." He cursed them in the room, dancing and pacing with his hands behind his back. The sound echoed in the room, bringing waves of echoes. Perhaps he was tired of scolding. The Joker turned over and lay on the ground. His face, which was once full of joy, no longer had any smile at this time, only a deep emptiness. "You are not dead. You are definitely not dead. Yes, bad boy, I will continue to kill. I don't believe you can hide from me forever," he muttered to himself, hooked his hands on both sides of his mouth, and made a twisted smile. Headache, dizziness. Sitting on the bus, Cran felt uncontrollable weakness. The urge to vomit came up, and he clenched his teeth tightly to prevent himself from vomiting. But the gurgling sound from his throat and the forward-sitting posture had already made the woman sitting opposite him retreat a little without leaving a trace. "Damn, woman, do you think I want to get on this stinky bus?" Crane looked at her and said so in his heart. He had no choice. The situation was getting worse and worse. He found that he couldn't even walk for a long time, so he had to choose to take the bus to his secret base. If necessary, he would choose to spend the last days of his life there. The money for the landlord has been prepared in the shoe cabinet at the door. If they find that he hasn't been home for a long time, they will definitely open the door. At that time, they should be able to find Crane Sample's will in the money he used to pay the rent. This weird sense of humor made him chuckle again, shook his head, and the bus arrived at the stop soon. Getting off the bus, it was actually a rare sunny day today by Gotham's standards. A day without train can be considered a sunny day. It was evening and the sun was setting. He walked into his secret base with one step deep and one step shallow, and took out a new monitor from the cabinet beside him and installed it for himself. The whole process might take less than 10 minutes for a normal person, but it took him half an hour, and he was sweating in pain. In a trance, he saw the broken monitor on the ground. The broken mirror reflected his weak face, and also let him see another person. Batman. Bruce Wayne. "Hey, hello, I embarrassed you, brother." The person in the mirror didn't say anything, but just looked at him with determination. This determination hurt him deeply. "Don't look at me like that. I can't do anything. I know he has been killing people. Of course I know. But what can I do? Put on your battle suit." "I'm not Bruce Wayne, I'm Clan Samples, and I want to have my own life." "You damn bastard. It's only been less than 3 years since I was born." Bruce Wayne still didn't speak. Of course he wouldn't speak, because Bruce Wayne was dead. The face reflected in the mirror was his own. An illusion. Crane gasped for air and tried to hold the armrests of the chair tightly to prevent himself from falling. After a long time, the dizziness slowly subsided. He felt an itch in his teeth and the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Crane frowned and stretched out his right hand, groping on his teeth. The left canine was a little loose. He just tried to move it and took out the tooth. Blood gushed out and he swallowed it in big gulps. "Well, it seems that time is really running out." Throwing the tooth on the ground, he began to look up information on the computer. The knowledge from Batman quickly played its role, and he quickly hacked into the intranet of the Gotham Police Department. But nothing was found. They seemed to have never thought about actually arresting the Joker, and even the on-site investigation was just perfunctory. A group of frightened dogs, a hatred that he himself did not realize began to take root in Crane's heart. Just as he was about to look for other clues, A notification popped up on his computer. He clicked it and found that it was a live broadcast. A male reporter said to the camera with a serious face, "Only 3 days later, the Joker strikes again, and his behavior is getting more rampant. As we can see, he now holds hostage innocent white-collar workers who are still working overtime in a building, and asks the GCPD officers to find Batman for him. Otherwise he will kill one every 10 minutes. As the reporter spoke, he handed the microphone to the mouth of a police officer. The man was wearing a gray windbreaker, looking tired, fat, and wearing a hat. He said, "Well, everyone knows that Batman has been dead for a long time. We don't know what the bastard is crazy about, but we will try our best to solve this matter, okay? Now, Mr. Reporter, please leave the scene. All irrelevant people, leave the scene." He began to shout loudly to his colleagues, asking them to clear the scene. The live broadcast was quickly switched back to the studio, and the host began to comment on the incident again. Crane Samples fell back and leaned back in his chair. He stared at the computer screen, but his eyes lost focus. Not long after, he stood up. He pressed a button on the desktop, and the ground slowly opened. He walked down. What does the boss think? How should I know? But you'd better not ask, kid. The last person who asked him has been thrown into the sewer now. 2 men wearing clown masks stood on the left and right of the elevator entrance on the 17th floor of the building. They chatted casually, and they didn't seem to worry about any possible attacks. The GCPD had been scared by them for a long time. The clown killed all the lunatics in Gotham a year ago. Now there are only his gang and him, the biggest lunatic in the city. No one will mess with him, just let him have fun. Anyway, the money on the table of those big guys will not be reduced by a penny, so what does a few deaths mean? Ding dong. The elevator rang. The man standing on the left side of the elevator raised his eyebrows. He turned around and found a man in a bat costume standing in the elevator. He immediately laughed. "Hey, I'm not saying anything, buddy. Who gave you this bad idea to come up to meet our boss? You'll die. Go home quickly. I'll just pretend I didn't see you." Another man also laughed. "That's right, you don't look like him at all. He's much stronger than you, and you're as thin as a stick." "Really? Have you seen him in person?" the man in the bat costume asked softly, his voice hoarse. "Oh, your voice is a bit like his." "Of course I've seen him." The man took off his mask, and on his face covered with grease, his nose was crooked. He pointed to his nose proudly and said, "See this? He left it for me." The man in the bat costume laughed twice, then pulled his hand out of his cloak, and blood was dripping from it. He threw 2 bat darts accurately, hitting the wrists of the 2 men, causing their guns to fall to the ground. Then he immediately approached, pushed his palm upward, and knocked the chin of the man with the crooked nose crooked, and sent him to a peaceful sleep like a baby. As for the other one, he slowly turned his head and looked at him. The scarlet eyepiece reflected the light from the window. The man asked tremblingly, Are you him?" "Who?" "Batman." The man in the bat costume exhaled. He opened his cape, took out a tube of light blue injection from his waist and injected himself. Then he said lightly, "No, I'm not Batman." Then he kicked out and knocked the man unconscious. Pain. There was no place on his body that didn't hurt. This was the necessary price he paid. Clan Samples didn't understand why he put on this special bat costume and took strong stimulants to get here, but he didn't care so much now. Anyway, he would die soon. But Batman was indeed a man of foresight. He had long guessed that the clones that matured quickly would have genetic problems of one kind or another. So he took 2 insurance policies. The first was a specially made bot suit with artificial muscles that could not only strengthen his own strength but also replace some of his muscles. He could even ignore broken arms or legs and still punch and kick. The second was the powerful stimulant he had just taken. A lethal dose. A real lethal dose. He would die soon after the injection, but who would care? He walked into the elevator and prepared to go up to the 18th floor, the top of the building, where the Joker was holding hostages. He didn't know what to say to this madman. He didn't equip his men with any radios or anything like that, and even only arranged 2 people to guard the elevators on each floor. There was no one guarding the stairs. The elevator dinged and the door opened. The shivering crowd was blocked by a pale man behind him. There were no men under his command, only him, the Joker. When the man saw him, his eyes lit up first, and then he sighed in disappointment. They don't even want to find someone of similar stature to me to give me a perfunctory treatment. He turned his head, waved the revolver in his hand at the shivering group of unfortunate white-collar workers, and said loudly, "Listen up, ladies and gentlemen who are still working overtime on Sunday night. It's not me who wants to kill you, it's the GCPD who killed you. Look at the people they found, they are simply insincere." As he said that, he was about to shoot at the crowd. Amid the screams, a familiar voice came into his ears. "Stop the clown's movements, froze." He turned his head stiffly like a machine, and moved his limbs like a puppet. The pale face was smiling again. "You, damn it, stop making noise, you bastards." "You, say it again, stop." This time, there was no screaming from the crowd. His voice was more clearly heard by the clown. The hideous smile on his face became bigger and bigger. "Oh, dear, you really imitate him." "I am him." "No, no, no, you are not him." "How can he be so thin?" "To be honest, man, do you have anorexia? Where did you get this suit? It looks like the real thing." The Joker came to him with a smile, lifted up his cloak, and stroked the material of the cloak with his dirty fingers. "It feels exactly like the real thing." The Joker suddenly raised his head. "You are back from hell, old friend. This really touches me. Come and give Uncle Jay a hug. How about it?" He grinned and stretched out his hands exaggeratedly. Batman still didn't say anything. He just punched the Joker in the face. He knocked him to the ground alive, but the Joker lying on the ground didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. He just laughed loudly. Yes, that's it. I haven't felt this familiar feeling for a long time." "Come again, come again." Batman grabbed his collar and picked him up from the ground. The hoarse voice sounded again. "Let them go." "What are you talking about, old friend?" "I made it very clear at the beginning, as long as you come, they can all leave." "Who cares about these poor guys who work like slaves for capital? They are still working overtime on Sunday night. Even a madman like me knows that you have to enjoy life on Sunday night." As he shouted, he turned his head with all his strength and said loudly to the group of white-collar workers who were still trembling, "Get out. You poor guys. Don't disturb me and my old friends." Batman didn't let go of his hand until all the white-collar workers disappeared. The Joker fell to the ground. He looked up at Batman, smiled, and said almost in a delirium, "Ah, how similar. But you are not him, right? It has nothing to do with you." The Joker shook his finger. "No, no, no. There are 10 million things in this world that have nothing to do with me. For example, there is a murder case happening in New York now, or an old lady in Vietnam is having dinner. These things certainly have nothing to do with me, but you and I are very related." He sat on the ground and began to chatter. "Look, I have been entangled with that bat for a long time, so long that I know him better than anyone else. I even know his true identity. Of course, I didn't say it. Sometimes, telling the truth will make the game not fun. Now, if you don't mind." He narrowed his eyes, and the smile disappeared from that face again. "I would like to ask you to take off your mask and let me see if your face is the face I think it is, okay? Otherwise I will press the button." He shook his hand, revealing a small detonator that appeared on his right hand at some point. "What did you do?" "What else can a detonator be used for?" The Joker looked puzzled. "Are you crazy or am I crazy?" "Of course, detonators are used to detonate bombs. I have buried many bombs in this building and around it. As long as you let me see your face, I won't detonate the bombs." "How about that?" He looked at Batman with satisfaction as he took off his mask. The satisfied smile was fleeting, because although the face was indeed the person he thought of, the eye sockets were sunken and he looked like a short-lived ghost who would not live long. TSK. How did you get yourself into this state?" The Joker stood up and jumped around Batman, looking him up and down. "Disarm the bomb." The Joker rolled his eyes. "You're really unromantic." Okay, Uncle Jay always keeps his word. Even if I didn't promise you to disarm the bomb, I will disarm them." He grinned, grabbed a purple flower on his suit on the right chest, and shouted to the flower, "You all heard it, disarm the bomb." After doing all this, he threw the detonator in his hand to the ground, and then clapped his hands. The dark conference room suddenly became bright, allowing Batman to see the cameras hidden in the dark. The Joker grinned and laughed happily. I originally planned that if it was a fake, I would kill him here in front of the national audience. I didn't expect that I met a real one, which is really strange, but I clearly remember that you were dead. How did you come back? Batman had a blank expression on his face. His eyes swept across the cameras one by one, and finally stopped at the Joker's face. You win. Win? The smile on the Joker's face disappeared, and he shouted angrily, win? No, I lost. I lost miserably. Your identity is a little secret between you and me. Neither of us had the idea of exposing this secret, but now I have taken the initiative to expose your identity to everyone. I am such a fool. I lost. Batman suddenly coughed, and drops of blood flew onto the Joker's face as he coughed. He blinked, wiped his face with his fingers, looked at the blood on his hands, and the smile suddenly returned to his face. Hey, Batboy, enough of small talk, Joker. The hoarse voice said so, and the next second, Batman pounced on him. The two men fought without any rules. Batman's hand-to-hand combat skills seemed to have completely disappeared, and so did the Joker. The two men just punched each other, and no one said a word. There were only blows and blood splashing. The Joker laughed loudly. He enjoyed this pleasure. This pleasure was something he had lost and regained, so he cherished it especially. Every punch he threw began to be more and more powerful, but Batman was different. He was so weak that he couldn't even make a boxing gesture. Every punch he threw was a challenge to his life. He was surprised himself. Why am I not dead yet? The fact was that not only was he not dead, but every movement of his already collapsed body brought him deeper pain. Every tendon, every bone, every muscle was protesting against him. But Batman, or the man pretending to be Batman, still stood there stubbornly, throwing punch after punch. 3 minutes later, they fell to the ground. The Joker was dead, died from a blow to the temple. When he died, he was smiling. Batman lay down beside him helplessly, the body of the Joker staring at his profile in the darkness. Batman didn't know why the police hadn't come up yet, but he roughly guessed the reason, which was nothing more than the Joker's prearrangement. He must have asked his gang to stop anyone from disturbing the show, but it was better this way. No more people can see me like this, which is good. He gritted his teeth and wanted to stay away from the Joker, but he couldn't move anymore. The darkness had already climbed up his eyes, and he closed his eyes unconsciously, lying next to Batman's nemesis, and then fell into a deep sleep. Snowflakes were floating in the gloomy and dark night sky, and bits of snowflakes fell on Batman's shoulders. He stood silently in this alley. There was no one on the ground, only the pearl necklaces that rolled down were staying on the ground in groups of 3 or 5. This is what is called an NDE, isn't it? A near-death experience really meets all the criteria. I've heard people say that when a person is dying, they will see their relatives or friends, people who have passed away before. I know you, right, Mother? He turned his head and stood behind him. A beautiful woman in a black dress, looking at him with a sad smile. Yes, Bruce. She smiled gently. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm not actually your son. The woman stepped forward and gently took his hand. Don't be silly, Crane. Do you know my name? Are you real, or is this just another illusion of mine? The woman's smile was becoming more and more sad. Her eyes were turning slightly red, but she was still smiling. It's come to this point, what difference does it make? Crane, Bruce, no matter what your name is, you are about to die. I know, Batman replied calmly. Do you have anything else to say? To whom? Batman asked back. To me, to anyone, to the Bruce who died before you. I know you don't really want to be Batman. I inherited Bruce Wayne's memory. My DNA is exactly the same as his, and my personality and reactions are mostly from him. You can say that I am him. Even in my near-death experience, I met Bruce Wayne's mother. The man who didn't want to be Batman said this. But I don't hate him, really, not at all, because I know that if he had a choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. The woman stroked his face, so gently, so warm like a mother. But you know his cruelty better than anyone, don't you? He knows very well that after inheriting his memory, you will choose to defend the city no matter what. Batman suddenly laughed. I've thought about many ways to die. I might die in a sleep. I've also thought about dying as Batman, in a fire, in an operation to save a drowning person. I might die gloriously, heroically, and accomplish Batman's highest goal, to prevent Gotham from being destroyed. Or I might die unknown, just dying as clan samples, worthless, and buried in a public cemetery. But I never thought about this kind of death. I actually died with the Joker. You have accomplished Batman's ultimate goal. Now, no one can threaten this city anymore. Come with me, okay, clan? The woman took his hand again, and a white door appeared behind her. Batman didn't know what was behind it, but he didn't move. Where are you taking me, mother? A place you should go, a place that deserves you. Martha Wayne replied, there, you don't have to harbor anger and hatred, nor do you have to hurt anyone or be hurt by anyone. You just need to enjoy happiness and peace. Just follow me. Batman still didn't move. He neither accepted Martha's invitation nor rejected him. Instead, he suddenly said something unrelated. I will wake up, mother. What? Martha Wayne, who didn't know if it was his hallucination, looked more confused than him. I will wake up. Batman said so. If you ask me what I learned from Bruce Wayne's painful memories, there is only one thing. Batman never gives in, including facing death. He never gives in. He has failed many times and been knocked to the ground many times, but not once did he give up. He said firmly, it's not over yet. The Joker's gang is still threatening the safety of the city, and many people are still in danger. The city deserves a better ending, and the most important thing is, mother. He laughed. The most important thing is that machine. Ah, that damn machine. I haven't set the time for it to start. If I die, there will be no new Batman who will protect the city at that time. Martha Wayne looked at him, blinked, and burst into tears. Tears ran down her face and fell to the ground. She lowered her head and said in a crying voice, just for me, just this once, escape your duty and don't fight again, okay? No, mother. Batman gently pushed her hand away. He knew that he would wake up soon. An inexplicable intuition made him so sure. He whispered, I can't die yet, not now. It's not time yet. Batman suddenly opened his eyes and saw the man who claimed to be a wizard who he had seen during the day standing in front of him with a calm face. How long have you been here? Not long, Batman, Shenyan said. You two played very hard. I saw it on TV. Although the director cut it off very quickly, he pointed to the cameras that had been turned off. The wizard also watches TV. As a dying man, your willpower is incredible. I bet there is no part of your body that doesn't hurt right now. You can still tell me a joke. The wizard snorted and pulled him up from the ground. This action naturally made Batman grit his teeth, but he didn't cry out in pain. Now, let me ask you again. Shenyan stretched out his right hand again, and the light blue nebula spun on his palm. Do you want to accept this curse? Batman took a look at the thing and asked, can this curse make people's lives better? It depends on how you use it. Very good. Batman nodded, and then shook the wizard's right hand without hesitation. When the starlight burst, he whispered to the wizard, you know what? In my impression, only the devil will give people a third choice when they are desperate. Shenyan grinned. Maybe I am? Do you have the courage to walk with the devil? The Emperor looked at the man in the black batsuit in the picture, and he said, surprising. What's surprising? His willpower. That's only one aspect. What surprised me more was how similar he was to one of my sons. The Emperor's face was filled with some sighs and memories. He said slowly, I am not a good father. Never. They will fall into that situation, and I have to bear most of the responsibility. Come on, the wizard said mercilessly. This kind of words are usually said after people make mistakes, and it is useless. The Emperor smiled bitterly and replied, you are absolutely right, Master. He was silent for a while, and then said, do you have other candidates? I mean, like him. There are too many. I am not some unlucky guy who can only sit in a chair. There are so many humans in the endless universe. Isn't it easy to find a few qualified people? Hearing this news, the Emperor's expression became serious. You must promise me one thing, Master. You must tell them the whole truth and let them freely choose whether to take this responsibility. I don't want any deception or lies. Of course. Shenyan nodded. As a matter of course. I am not a riddle man who never makes things clear and likes to use his son as a tool. What do you think? Looking at the smile on the face of the mage, the emperor suddenly felt a tingling in his teeth. He hasn't felt this way for a long time. How long has it been? 10,000 years? Or 20,000 years? This kind of chat between two friends like humans is something he can only dream of. He whispered. That's great. His reshaping will continue for some time, so I still have some time to chat with you. The wizard shook his head and asked softly, do you mind telling me about your sons? Kronos never talks about this. The emperor smiled bitterly again. Why do you like to expose people's scars? I am a failed father, and I am ashamed of every one of my sons. Of course, in your words, if I could really tell them this in person, the result might be completely different. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to make fun of others. I just feel sorry for you. What a pity. Yeah, you had so many opportunities to complete it. You have always failed to achieve your ideals and your career. However, you have failed at every critical moment because of some small mistakes. You have made mistakes again and again. Now, not only have you failed to achieve your ideals, but you are even trapped in a chair. If you had not been lucky enough to contact me through Kronos, you should be preparing to accept the destruction of the empire at this moment. The emperor nodded, and he was indifferent to the words of the mage. You are right. That's right. If I hadn't met you, I would have been preparing to get off this damn chair and tear those 4 bastards apart one by one. Can you beat them? They are not human. The emperor chuckled and shook his head, his face suddenly showing some sadness. And once I get off that chair and abandon my physical body, I will not be considered a human anymore. You'd better stay in your broken chair. To be honest, I don't understand why I have to help you so much. Damn it. The mage complained and got a smile from the emperor. Because you and I are the same kind of people in some ways. He said so. Don't rush to deny it. At least you are a staunch human supremacist. You can't deny that, right? Shenyan nodded without comment. Second, you will feel pity for the tragic experiences of others and help them. You can't deny that, right? Go on. I'm listening, the wizard said lightly. Third, although you appear to be cynical and don't care about anything on the surface, you actually care about many things. There are tens of millions of roads in this world, and you will always choose the right one. And the right road is often the most difficult road. The emperor's smile gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and said in a soft voice, but this is also the biggest difference between us, wizard. I love humans. I love everyone. Because of this, I can't pay attention to every one of them. If I have to cry for the tragic experience of one person, then what happened to Kronos alone is enough. My tears flowed into a river. But you are different. You are genuinely angry about everyone's misery, and you will do it, regardless of the consequences. I admire this very much, Master. I just lack this special courage in you. I have too many concerns, he said with emotion, and finally said, I hope you will never lose this special quality. His true feelings only got the master's twitching face and a sentence full of disgust. Next time you say such disgusting words, remember to remind me. Damn, you are still doing these things here at such an age? After that, he disappeared. 10,000 chapters. In addition, I recommend a Batman short story to everyone, which is very touching. It is called The Fate of the Caped Crusader, and Neil Gaiman is the screenwriter. The first half is in Batman chapter 686, and the second half is in Detective Comics chapter 853. There are resources online. Chapter 303 Legion. Assemble. There are 10 million roads in the world, and someone will always choose the most difficult one. Batman stood up in silence. His figure suddenly swelled, and he was over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body. He looked like a little giant, but the handsomeness of Bruce Wayne has not diminished at all, and his face is still as perfect as a marble sculpture, as long as you ignore his eyes. The dead and cold blue eyes destroyed all the beauty. With his breathing, the temperature of this conference room was dropping rapidly, and even freezing appeared after a while. You'd better control it, my friend, otherwise this city will soon become an ice sculpture. Shenyan's voice came from the darkness. Batman looked closely and found that his figure became distorted and faint. He had to concentrate very hard to see the wizard's face completely. Otherwise, the image he showed was just a thin human-shaped black shadow. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. It's just that the world barrier isn't very welcoming to me." "Let's cut to the chase." "Clan samples? Or Bruce Wayne?" Batman was silent for a moment, then said, "Batman." Shenyan snorted and chuckled, as expected. "Well, Batman, I think you should now know what kind of power I'm giving you. Right? You can use this power to do whatever you want on this planet. Whether it's doing evil or leading the people here on the right track, it's up to you. After all, no one can supervise any of your actions except yourself." "How does it feel?" he said with a smile. There was another long silence, as if he wouldn't speak if he didn't keep silent. Batman slowly asked, "Aren't you worried?" "What are you worried about?" Shenyan asked back. Before Batman could speak, he continued, "What do you want me to worry about? Your possible depravity? Or your madness?" "I've said it long ago, kid. What I give you is not just a gift, nor is it just a present. It is also a source of disaster and a curse. It's normal for someone to fall because of the curse." Batman seemed a little confused. "How can you give this kind of power to someone you don't trust?" Shenyan said calmly. "Who said I don't trust you?" "There is a famous train problem, Batman. I believe you have heard of it. A train is coming. There are 2 tracks in front, 10 people are tied to the left, and 1 person is tied to the right. You have the joystick to control the lane change. What will you do?" "Most people will choose to crush a few people, and a few people will crush the 10 people for fun. But more people can't do it. They just watch the train derail and fall apart. The people on the train and the 11 people on the tracks are all dead. But you are different, Batman. You have proved it to me. You are one of those rare people. You are a madman or a fool. You will choose to jump down and stop the train, even if the price is your death. Am I right?" Shenyan smiled intriguingly. "You are really a madman." Batman gritted his teeth and said this, then waved his hand. The tattered battlesuit on his body that was torn into rags was all frozen into ice slag, and then a brand new black battlesuit replaced it and appeared on his 3-meter-tall body. The black battlesuit seemed to emit endless cold air, and a wide cloak made of unknown material enveloped him. The bat helmet appeared on his face again, and Shenyan heard him say, "But everything has its price. I don't believe you will really give me this power casually. Of course, if I really give it to you for free, you may not agree, right?" The wizard smiled, then waved his hand and sent his consciousness to another space. "Go talk to him yourself. I'm too lazy to tell you the long and boring history of the Empire." After saying this, his originally faint figure completely disappeared. A man pushed open Darius's tent and walked in. He was very tall, even a little too tall, wearing a black iron plate armor that looked like a can, and even his face was covered tightly. This man was Darius's confidant, Ben Farron. And Darius didn't seem to have any problem with his behavior of walking in without saying hello. He simply asked, "What's the matter, General? The situation is not good." Darius then looked up from the map in front of him and asked, "What do you mean?" Farron stepped forward and pointed to the large plain outside the Immortal Bastion on a map and said, "I just received news that 3 legions did not directly enter the Immortal Bastion to report to General Swain after returning. On the contrary, they began to gather quietly on the edge of the Immortal Bastion." "Which 3 legions?" "Blood Axe, Dogs of War, Howling Wind." Darius showed a grim smile on his face. The narrow scar on his right eye seemed to come alive as his muscles moved, and it began to move on his face that had been baptized by the fire of war. He said, "Write this down, Farron. Send someone to inform General Swain that 3 legions will be eliminated from Noxus today. Also, please ask General Thane to come to my place." "As you wish." Not long after, Darius felt the ground begin to tremble. He knew that it was a sign that Thane had arrived. As expected, a huge figure opened his tent and walked in with his head down. This very spacious tent became a little small because of his arrival. Sean stroked his steel chin. He seemed to like this special chin made of the enemy's crown more and more. Darius heard him ask, "What's the matter?" "It's a war, General." Darius said in a deep voice. He pointed to the map on the table and began to tell Sean about the current situation. There are still many people in those legions who are Darkwill's confidants, although he was corrupted by power and became a waste after ascending the throne. But before that, he was indeed a rare hero. There are many people in the Empire who choose to follow him because of his military power. Sean just listened patiently. He knew that he was not good at arranging troops, so why not leave these things to people who are good at it? At present, it seems that 3 of the 5 legions that returned first have clearly expressed the possibility of rebellion. They are Blood Axe, War Dogs, and Howling Wind. The remaining 2 legions have not taken any action. They neither sent people into the city nor joined forces with those people. Sean's fingers tapped on his iron chin, making a crisp sound. "Ah, fence-sitters," he said with disgust. "People who change with the wind are more annoying than traitors. Who knows if they will also stand aside for us because of other things in the future?" Darius nodded. He was naturally very clear about this, but the current situation did not allow them to push the 2 legions to the opposite side. "We must make them understand one thing, General. The authority of Noxus cannot be questioned, even if the Emperor is dead. The city-states we have conquered and the legions under our command have no possibility of independence." "Of course." Sean grinned. "So, Darius, what do you think?" "Any opinion is fine. Throw me out as the vanguard, or you attack head-on and I cover from the flank. No matter which tactic, I can accept it." The implication of Sean's words was that he compared himself to a legion on an equal footing, but neither he nor Darius thought there was anything wrong with this. Darius even felt that it was natural. Darius pondered for a while. The scouts had not brought him back a sand table with a survey, so he could only use a map instead. There were many inconveniences without chess pieces for deduction. He had to draw a circle on the map with his finger, which just circled the entire immortal fortress. "General, there are only 2 legions in the city at present." "No, 1.5 legions of General Sween. Most of them have been killed by Kronos in the previous operation." At this point, Darius showed a bitter smile on his face. He went on to say, "The other one is my Triferi Legion. Our advantage lies in the large number of elite troops and vanguards. In terms of infantry combat and anti-cavalry, we are the best in the Empire." Sean heard the subtext of his words. "In other words, you don't have much cavalry?" "Yes," Darius nodded. "Since the establishment of the Triferi Legion, it has been fighting and recruiting soldiers all the way. There are soldiers from all over the world. Some even come from Bilgewater. It is too difficult to organize cavalry in such a legion." "Very good. One of the 2 legions has no cavalry. So, what are you going to do?" Darius took a deep breath. He knew that he could not live up to Sean's trust. He pointed to a plain area not far from the Immortal Bastion on a map and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, they should have gathered here. Although it is not clear what they plan to do next, we should attack first. General Swain's legion will stay in the city. The fortifications of the Immortal Bastion are very strong. They can't break in alone. And my Trifari Legion will march out of the city and head towards the plain with you, General. We will be the auxiliary and you will be the vanguard. Make sure to go all the way to their center." Decapitation operation? The more Sean listened, the more familiar this tactic seemed to him. Wasn't this the tactic I used most back then? Bringing people, rushing in, and killing the opposite boss is good. You kid has a bright future. He laughed and patted Darius on the shoulder, and the huge force even made him stagger. Darius stood firm and said, "If you want to call it a decapitation operation, then there is nothing wrong with it. But I just don't want to let the Empire shed more blood. The generals of the Legion are worthy of death, but what is wrong with their soldiers? Just following orders." Sean stood up, his face expressionless again. An inexplicable momentum began to condense on him, and Darius suddenly felt a sudden jump in his heart. The person standing there seemed to be no longer Sean, but something else. More ancient. More ancient. Sean's face was completely hidden in the shadows. He was so tall that if he stood completely straight, the light from the torch could not even illuminate his face. The sound of steel clashing came from the darkness. "You are right, Darius. They are just soldiers. But they are more than just soldiers. They are soldiers of Noxus and soldiers of mankind. It is meaningless to die in my hands or in the hands of their own kind. Their lives could have been dedicated to a more noble cause. But now, I have to turn my blade against my compatriots." He raised his hand and clenched his fist. "My axe should have been chopped on the enemies of humanity, and should have made them wail and scream. But just because of the stupidity and selfishness of some people, so many good soldiers died." He laughed deeply, turned and walked out of the tent, leaving only one sentence to Darius: "Let the war begin, soldier, raise the gate." The soldiers on the wall began to turn the hinges, and it took dozens of people to raise the gate of the immortal fortress. If the city does not enter from the port, it must go through this gate. And if someone wants to try to break through the immortal fortress from the front, it is almost an impossible task. The gate rose, and a huge figure walked out. He carried 2 huge axes in his hands. He was tall and strong, not like a human, but some kind of mythical creature. He was not wearing armor, because no armor could accommodate his body. The crown-shaped chin reflected the dazzling sunlight. The giant took a step forward, without moving, but simply standing there, which made those who were watching him through telescopes not far away feel fear in their hearts. How tall is he? Oh my God, when did such a giant appear in the immortal bastion? Whose general is that? Soon, rows of soldiers in black armor formed a murderous battle formation behind him. A man who was taller than ordinary people but shorter than him walked out. He was carrying an axe, and someone immediately recognized him through the telescope. It's Darius. So, that giant is another warrior he found somewhere. The whispers of the insects did not reach their ears. Darius stood beside Sean and stared at the plain not far away. It looked peaceful there, but he knew that someone was definitely watching them there. Sean's face showed a grim smile again. He raised the giant axe in his right hand and swung it down suddenly. Without saying anything, the Legion began to follow him and advance on its own. A kind of unspoken tacit understanding made them feel blood-related. Although they had called each other brothers and sisters for many years, it was the first time that they truly felt that each other had a connection with themselves. Darius was among them. He felt his heart beating faster and faster. The heartbeat like a war drum was transmitted from his chest to his ears through bone conduction. Syan was standing in front of him. His huge figure was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. Every step he took made the ground tremble. His footsteps gradually overlapped with the footsteps of the Triferi Legion. The momentum of one person merged with the momentum of the Legion. Syan did not speak or roar. He just marched silently. Behind him, the mighty Black Torrent followed his footsteps like a cloak. They felt good. They even felt that at this moment, standing together, there was no enemy that could not be defeated. But the people opposite them did not think so. The vanguard of the Blood Axe Legion, the Dragon Dog Cavalry, were riding on the ferocious beast and looking at each other. From such a long distance, they could feel the trembling of the ground, and even the sky seemed to be darkened, especially the giant in the lead. Who is he? The cavalry captain stared at the giant's face with the telescope in his hand, and he began to feel his heart surge. For a moment, he felt that he was not looking at an enemy, but at a god, an ancient god that represented war. He watched the giant and his legion getting closer and closer through the telescope, and the cavalry captain's teeth began to tremble, not because of fear, but because of excitement. It's so terrible. How could there be such a person? Is he really a human? Are we going to fight such an opponent? He put away the telescope and looked at the cavalry around him. Not to mention them, even the usually ferocious dragon dogs seemed to shrink at this time. A bitter smile appeared on his face under his helmet. It seems that the outcome of this war is already doomed. The giant and his legion's silent march has not stopped. They stopped about 500 meters away from the Blood Axe Dragon Dog Cavalry. The giant just raised his right hand, and his legion stopped behind him spontaneously. They didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there, like 10 million identical statues. The leading statue was the most terrifying. His silence looked like the thunder that was about to fall in the next second. "Captain, are we going to launch an attack?" Looking at the guy who asked the question, the cavalry captain slowly shook his head. "Just shake your head and try." The other party tried it, puzzled. "Do you feel anything?" "Nothing, Captain." "What's wrong?" He was still puzzled. The cavalry captain sighed. "Damn it, Idiot, is your head on your neck to make you taller, or do you just want to look good? Do you think we can beat that giant? We have to give it a try. The latter was still unconvinced, muttering softly. The cavalry captain said lightly, "We are the cavalry of the Blood Axe Legion, and we are also the soldiers of SYNOPSIS. You know what I mean, right?" A minute later, Sean saw that the Dragon Dog cavalry who were blocking their way made way. There is one more update, as usual, in the second half of the night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. Difficult? Then don't do it. Without saying a word, he continued to walk forward until he came to the cavalry commander. His teeth were chattering, and Cyan's enhanced inhuman hearing could even hear the sound of his rapidly beating heart. "What are you excited about?" Cyan suddenly asked. Just a simple question. The dragon dog under the man's crotch had already fallen down. Its tail was completely flat on the ground, which was a sign of submission. The cavalry captain turned over and stood on the ground. He tried hard to straighten his legs so that he would not fall to the ground, and then he raised his right hand and saluted. "Salute you." "What are you excited about?" Cyan repeated his question. "Because I recognize you." The cavalry captain maintained the salute posture, as if he would not put his hand down without Cyan's permission. "Salute you, the hand of SYNOPSIS, General Cyan." As Cyan's name was spoken by him, an uproar broke out among the other Dragon Dog cavalry. They began to look at the giant carefully, lingering on his crown-like chin and steel-like face for a long time. Cyan was used to this kind of look. He stood there like a statue, expressionless. "It's really him. Oh my God, General Cyan is alive? Someone come and punch me. I can't believe this is real." Their whispers made the cavalry captain very dissatisfied. He turned around and shouted, "Silence." Then he immediately turned his head and tried his best to show his qualities as an elite. "General Cyan, Alex Doran, the captain of the Blood Axe Legion's Dragonhound Cavalry, salutes you." Cyan nodded expressionlessly. "Very good. I will remember you, Alex Doran. You have saved SYNOPSIS from a meaningless bloodshed. You did a good job." After that, he walked past the Dragonhound cavalry and continued to lead the Silent Legion. The soldiers followed behind him, like a torrent of steel. Alex had been standing there, watching Cyan go away with a fanatical look, and it seemed that he could not wait to join the team behind him. He murmured to himself, "A living hero of the Empire, what an honor." On the other side, on the wall of the Immortal Bastion, unbelievable. They just gave up resistance like this. Swain felt incredible, and his muttering was heard by the Astartes standing beside him. Kronos said lightly, "Relax, Jericho Swain. That's your name, right? That's just one of the many extraordinary qualities shown by the Primarch. Extraordinary personal charm is nothing." As he spoke, a slight smile appeared on his face under the helmet. It seemed that he thought of someone, or something. Swain glanced at the tall giant beside him, and he asked, "Excuse me, Kronos." "Lord." The word Lord seemed very difficult to say from his mouth. "Although I don't know what kind of person the Primarch you are talking about is, but General Thane was born as an Oxian and died as an Oxian. He will surely lead SYNOPSIS to rise again from this world until our long-cherished wish is fulfilled." At this point, Swain's face glowed. That was the brilliance unique to idealists. Kronos carefully looked at this mortal through his scarlet eyepieces. If it were by the standards of the Empire, he would definitely not have the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with the Astartes. But, first of all, Kronos is a member of the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines have always been famous for treating civilians well. They are one of the Astartes that many mortal troops in the Empire are most willing to cooperate with. Sometimes, this one can even be removed. Not only will they pay extremely, very, and special attention to the casualties of mortal troops in combat, but they will also ensure that the local people's livelihood returns to normal levels after conquering a planet before leaving. Instead of killing and leaving like some of their brothers, or bombing the rulers of that place into ruins along with the people and the city, they have always tried to persuade people to surrender if possible. and only resorted to force if that didn't work. Of course, this was limited to dealing with humans. In addition, the rebels were not included in this list. Secondly, he actually admired people like Sween. He was a standard rationalist who dared to betray his class and go among the masses. He was also able to concentrate on studying politics, and didn't even mind getting his hands dirty, just to make his country a little better, even if it was just a little. Kronos couldn't deny that humans needed such people. Therefore, Astartes seemed indifferent to his small offense. He just said calmly, "Noxians are also part of the human race, just like all other human kingdoms in the world. You are no different. Also, watch out, they are about to meet." Turning the view back to Cyan, the dragon dog cavalry was just an appetizer, and Cyan didn't take them seriously at all. If he could finish this without bloodshed, that would be great, but if his axe was to be stained with blood, he didn't mind swinging these two weapons. Weapons always get stained with blood. Continuing forward, a large crowd of people appeared in front of Sean. They were not like the Triferi Legion behind Sean, who all wore fitted steel armor, but all kinds of armor. Some wore chainmail, the one next to him might wear a full set of armor, and the next one might wear a bare-chested barbarian outfit. There were countless such people. Sean frowned at this chaotic scene. He didn't understand. Could it be that the Noxian Legion no longer had the ability to equip every soldier with armor? A solid armor was their only hope of survival on the battlefield. Fortunately, although their clothes were messy, at least the formation was intact, and no one made a noisy sound. A solemn atmosphere began to spread. Sean stopped, and the legion behind him also stopped. The ground stopped shaking, and the giants began to speak. A thunderous voice descended on this plain. "Let your commander come out to speak." No one answered, and no one moved. Sean frowned. He relied on his 5-meter height and began to look directly over the crowd in front of him, searching for possible commanders, but he found nothing, as if they had abandoned their legion and fled. "I say," he began to roar, his voice resounding and echoing over the plain. Amid the thunder, the soldiers standing opposite him turned pale. "Let your commander come out and speak." Still no one answered, even though the soldier facing Sean looked like he was about to fall. But they still did not disperse. Seeing this, Sean's gloomy face showed a smile. "Very good. Although their clothes are messy, at least they are not a ragtag army. At least their discipline is guaranteed." This thought brought a little vent to his anger, but it was not enough to stop him. Some things must be resolved, and today. Sean tilted his head slightly, and Darius immediately stepped forward, lowered his head and waited for his order. He heard Sean say, "Stop here and watch them. If they dare to resist or take action, they will be killed without mercy. I will go find their cowardly so-called generals and settle accounts with them one by one." "Yes, General." Sean started to move again. His body was so huge that even just walking could bring enough pressure. As he approached, some of the soldiers began to tighten their weapons involuntarily. But Sean didn't even look at the weapons in their hands. He just stood opposite the crowd, almost face to face, looking down at them. "Everyone." The giant's gloomy voice mixed with praise reached their ears. "Soldiers, you strictly obeyed the orders of your general. This is good. This is the quality of being a Noxian soldier. But I feel sad for you at the same time, because this war did not have to happen. This is a meaningless internal struggle, and its root cause is your stupid general. What happened in the Immortal Fortress? I think you should have heard about it. Darkwheel, the current emperor of the empire, is dead. But he was not killed by Sween, nor by me, but by that damn monster, the stinky cousin of the Thousand Riders, LeBlanc. She used magic to play with his mind, and turned all the civilians and soldiers of the Immortal Fortress into monsters. That purple light that penetrates the sky and the earth. Haven't you seen it?" Sean saw with satisfaction that some people had begun to waver. He continued, "Believe me, soldiers, the only reason I don't swing my axe at you is because I don't want the Empire to bleed anymore. She has shed enough blood, and there is almost no blood left. Killing you will not be more difficult than chopping off a tree. It may even be as easy as pie." No one doubted his contemptuous words. Just one look would tell them that everything he said was true. The trace of approval on Sean's face completely disappeared, leaving only pure gloom and anger. He said in a low voice, "Now, you have two choices. First, Stay here and surrender to my legion, so that no one will die in vain. Second, resist. Then die like a fool. You can start choosing. Have you contacted? A man wearing pure silver armor with exaggerated carvings asked anxiously. The person he asked, a wizard covered in a black robe, holding a crystal ball in his hand, answered, no response. Sir, we have no way to contact the Pale Lady. The man's face turned pale, and if I were to say, he now looks a bit like the Pale Man. A burly man in black armor who had been sitting behind him whispered, it seems that the news is true. She is dead. The man in pure silver armor turned around abruptly, his face flushed. How is it possible? Levi, you know better than anyone how powerful the lady is. Levi touched his bald head. Even at this point, there was not a trace of anxiety on his face. That's why I think she is dead. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Think about it, Leopold. With that cousin's vengeful character, if she wasn't dead, we would probably be punished by now. Instead of relaxing, Leopold became more nervous. He even began to bite his nails, biting them until they bled. What if this is another of her schemes? She loves to play with us the most, doesn't she? Have you forgotten the tragedy that happened to old Quit? He killed all 6 members of his family. Levi yawned and lazily lay on the uncomfortable chair, as if this was the greatest enjoyment for him. It's useless to be nervous here. Let me say, Leopold, it's almost done. It's just death. What's there to be afraid of? If she doesn't kill us, the giant will. You just saw it in the crystal ball. As he spoke, he laughed again. Death is not a terrible thing. Compared with death, I care more about other things. Otherwise, why do you think I would sit with you? A damn bug. If she hadn't threatened me with my honor. His face turned gloomy again, and he roared. Shut your stinky mouth and sit on your fucking chair. After Leopold sat down, he relaxed a little and asked the wizard, where is Bowen? The wizard bowed respectfully. Lord Levi, General Bowen is still on the way. He arranged some tactics for his legion and delayed him for a while. Levi muttered loudly in dissatisfaction. What about tactics? It's really fucking bad that the Blood Axe Legion fell into his hands. What a piece of shit, tinkering with tactics all day long. What a fucking shit. When the war comes, won't I, his father, have to save him? The mage quickly lowered his head and pretended that he didn't hear anything clearly. General Levi's character is famous as his mouth. At this moment, Spider-Gwen, as they call him, opened the door of the tent and walked in. Compared with Leopold's flashy dress and Levi's simple black armor, his dress is very ordinary, so ordinary that it is hard to believe that he is a general. He just wears a simple chainmail, not even plate armor. Hey, Spider-Gwen, you are finally here. As soon as he entered the door, Spider-Gwen heard Levi's sarcastic voice, and he replied calmly, sorry, General Levi, I was a little delayed in arranging tactics. Arrange a fart. Levi burst into a swear word again. He cursed angrily. What's the use of your fucking arrangements? The bards in the tavern are better at bragging than you. That giant who came out of nowhere hasn't even swung his axe yet, and your troops have all surrendered. Spider-Gwen nodded as a matter of course. Ah, that's good. Just as I expected. You expected ... what? Spider-Gwen glanced at him, then glanced at Leopold who was slumped in the chair, and laughed. Whether the giant appears or not, I actually want to surrender. You two are my token of surrender. You know, I have waited a long time for this moment for me and Howling Wind to return to the Empire. Now that I'm sure that the woman is dead, of course I have to act immediately. Spider-Gwen said confidently. If I surrender now, General Swain will definitely not believe me, and I will definitely not be promoted. So why not sell out your 2 colleagues who have also been bribed by the Pale Lady? You two are going to die anyway, so why not die in a more meaningful way? At least so that I can continue to serve SYNOPSIS. He smiled politely. Leopold could no longer say anything. He was just a straw bag. Levi stared at this waste who, in his eyes, had always been only good at talking on paper, as if he had seen a ghost, and said in amazement, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you, a piece of shit, had so many things in your heart. The poisonous scorpions in the underground of Shurma are not as vicious as you. Thank you for the compliment. Spider-Gwen smiled and nodded. then made a gesture to the mage. The latter immediately said, "The giant is almost here, sir." "Very good, then, please restrict the personal freedom of my two colleagues a little." "Okay, it's my pleasure, sir." The two of them decided the fate of Levi and Leopold in a few words, as if it were a child's play. Leopold naturally had no intention of resisting. He now curled himself up like a mouse. Levi was different. He pulled out his long sword from his waist with a bang, his face full of anger. "Don't even think about it. If I want to die, I will kill myself." "Who do you think you are? You use me as a token of loyalty?" Yabo and sighed. "You make it very difficult for me to do this." A strange voice sounded from outside the tent. "Difficult? Then don't do it." Then, the tent disappeared out of thin air. Yabo and looked up and found that a giant was holding a corner of the tent in his hand, and threw the tent fixed on the ground away. He stared at Yabo and for a long time without moving, with a calm face. Suddenly he grinned. "You are Bowen, right?" In front of him, Bowen completely lost the pride he had in front of Levi and Leopold. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes, I am Bowen Puff." With a crisp sound, he was beaten into powder by Sean's punch. The giant's face was full of disgust and disdain, and he bent down to wipe his hands on the grass. Levi heard him say, "What a despicable and shameless bitch." "That's right. You are so damn right." Levi jumped up and shouted, "Another update as promised." Chapter 305 Punisher. Things went so smoothly that Darius didn't even feel real. He thought it would be a tough battle with many people dying. Unexpectedly, their weapons were not even stained with blood, and Cyan had completely solved the problem. What he didn't know was that Cyan was also surprised. Only Kronos looked as if he had expected it. He had seen the extraordinary personality charm of the Primarchs long ago, and this little thing was really not worth mentioning. He was not interested in the current political turmoil in SYNOPSIS. For the Astartes, he had seen too many similar things. Not to mention a country, he had also seen rebellions on a planet. The most urgent task was to quickly restore SYNOPSIS's combat effectiveness, and then unify the world, so that the people of this world would be free from unnecessary wars and infighting. After all, it is the most stupid thing to die at the hands of your own compatriots. Let's put the matter of SYNOPSIS aside for now and turn the focus back to the mage. What is he doing? He was walking on the streets of New York, and the people coming and going ignored the man in strange clothes. He came all the way from Manhattan Peninsula to the notorious Hell's Kitchen, where all kinds of life are played out. You can see drug addicts lying on the street taking drugs in broad daylight, and you can also catch a glimpse of several sneaky guys secretly trading something when passing by the alley. Crime and violence are the themes here, but these people are not the target of the mage, and he is not here for these drug addicts. He just wants to find someone. The sturdy man was sharpening the tactical dagger in his hand slowly. A man with a bruised face was tied to the chair in front of him. The two seemed to be in an abandoned factory. "You can't get what you want from me, the Punisher." The guy tied to the chair laughed twice, and he didn't seem to care about the torture he was about to face. "I'll wait and see," the sturdy man said slowly, then put the dagger back into his waist and walked to the other side of the factory. He was wearing a long black windbreaker, and the skull pattern on his chest was revealed between the wings. Over there was a table. There was a black suitcase on top. The Punisher opened the suitcase, took out an injection from it, and then walked back. He squatted in front of the guy tied to the chair, holding up the injection in his hand, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The guy sneered, and even at this point he was still very stubborn. "I sell this stuff. How can I not know?" At this point, even the Punisher laughed out loud. His laughter sounded like two stones rubbing against each other, making a cold and rough sound. "You are a waste of talent to be a drug dealer here. You really should go and compete with the CIA." The guy spat on the ground with disdain. "Do you think I haven't dealt with them? Come on, I have tried worse things than this. Believe me, you either kill me or you will do nothing on me." "Really?" The smile on the Punisher's face gradually calmed down, and he injected the injection into the guy's thigh. His fingers pushed a little bit, and the man's expression also became a little bit blurred. He couldn't resist the effect of the drug. After about half a minute, he began to roll his eyes. "I never said I wanted anything from you. Idiot. The Punisher turned around and took the suitcase. Inside was dozens of such injections. Then he grabbed a handful and stabbed them all into the man, injecting all the transparent liquid into his body. After doing all this, he put a black cloth bag on the man's head and then left the factory. No one can bear so much medicine at once. He will die soon, and his death will be very miserable, so miserable that even people like the Punisher don't want to see it. When he left the factory, he didn't know when he had put on a wide hat, covering his entire face tightly, and his windbreaker was buttoned tightly. It was not until he returned to his room in the cheap hotel that he took off the windbreaker, revealing the tight short-sleeved shirt stained with blood. He did not choose to wash up, but took out a small brown paper and began to write something on it. He started this habit 2 years ago. During the gang-busting operation, he was almost killed by a guy who shot him in the back. At that time, he realized that he would die sooner or later. It was just a matter of sooner or later, so he chose to start writing something, not to prove anything, but to make people understand something when they find his body. The clues are broken, as it should be. I should have thought that he could operate in New York for so many years without leaving any trace. He paused here, then started a new line and started writing again. I thought of that girl again. She was just one of the corpses piled up at the feet of that bastard. But I could never forget her face. For some reason, I often thought of that training night. From that day on, I knew that some people had to die. There is no second option, no jail time, no occasional visits, no parole. I will not let them get away with their crimes easily. He must die. After writing this sentence, he threw the manila book on the bed, then lay back, staring at the dark ceiling, and said no more. Somewhere in New York, in an office on the top floor of a building. So, he's dead? Yes, boss. The man called the boss turned around in his chair. His body was extremely large, not fat, but extremely strong. It bulged his specially made white suit. Every detail of his suit was very exquisite, from the cufflinks to the patterns on the carefully selected tie. He stood up, put his hands behind his back and began to pace in the office. Stop the sale of new drugs. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them know. This is my intention. He stopped in front of his French window, staring at the beautiful scenery of the setting sun outside the window, and said calmly, "Go all out to investigate this matter. I want to know who is behind it." Mazzo was promoted only 10 days ago, and he was killed in the warehouse, along with hundreds of his subordinates. He turned around and looked at his subordinates, with a thoughtful tone. "Who do you think has such a cruel heart?" Without waiting for his subordinates to answer, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Let someone prepare the car. I can't be late." Half an hour later, he arrived at a high-end restaurant on time. The restaurant was empty, and he specially booked it for today. The waiter opened the door for him and respectfully led the way. The man's temperament at this time has also changed a lot compared to his insistence in the office. He had a warm smile on his face, and the whole person looked much kinder. After sitting down, he called one of his bodyguards and asked, "How long will it take for her to arrive?" 5 minutes, boss. Our guys have contacted the police and asked them to adjust the number of vehicles on the road today. The man smiled and nodded. "Very good. Remember to notify me when she comes downstairs." "Yes, boss." Not long after, the bodyguard came over and whispered a few words to him. He immediately put on a brighter smile on his face and stood up from his seat. A woman who was not beautiful, or even ordinary, walked in from the door. It can be seen that she has tried her best to dress up, but the light green dress still looks a little inconspicuous in this restaurant. She obviously realized this and her steps were a little stiff. The man ignored it and quickly greeted her, signaling the waiter not to bother. The woman saw him and immediately laughed. "Fisk." She took Fisk's arm affectionately and whispered to him, "Why is there no one here?" Fisk patted her arm comfortingly and replied in the same whisper, "Don't worry, Vanessa. I have some pretentiousness with the chef here, and he sold me a favor." When he said this, the bruised face of the chef flashed in his mind. A special cold sense of humor echoed in his heart. He knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help laughing out loud. However, he concealed it well. "Come on, Vanessa. This is a surprise for you." He pulled out a chair for Vanessa and let her sit down. Needless to say, the dinner for the two went very smoothly. Fisk even sent her home late at night, and he didn't feel relieved until he saw her go upstairs. At the same time, the expression on his face once again turned cold and ruthless. The black-clad bodyguard who had been following him came over tactfully, lit a cigar for him, and then whispered, "We've found out, boss. It's Frank Custer." Fisk smoked the cigar, savoring the rich aroma, narrowed his eyes, and said casually, "Of course, who else could it be? It seems our old friend is not dead." He laughed twice, sat back in his limousine, and the bodyguard sat beside him. The driver started the car, and everything seemed so natural. His voice echoed in the car. "The official price of this cigar is $900. They boasted about this cigar in their words. Of course, we all know that if it is not sold by me, it is worthless." "$900? He sneered, and then said, "Money is the most worthless thing." Then he threw the cigar out of the half-open car window. The bodyguard heard his calm voice with unquestionable, "At the latest in 3 days, I want to see Frank Custer's head on my desk." "Yes, boss." The luxury car quickly went away from this middle-class community, leaving only a high-end cigar rolling on the street and the smoke from the rear of the car to prove that they had been here. A man walked out of the darkness at the corner of the street. He was wearing a long windbreaker and had a blank expression on his face. He stared at the taillights of the luxury car that was going away, turned his head and glanced at Vanessa's house, where the lights were already on. In his Shenyan's opinion, the city of New York seemed to be cursed. No matter how many worlds he passed through, the New York in each world was either full of disasters or had an alarming crime rate. Just like the city under his feet, in just half a day, he had seen more than 30 crimes with his naked eyes alone, each of which was prevented by him in an unexpected way. For example, the robber suddenly found that the gun in his hand and his palm were melted together while he was working. The thief fell down just after he succeeded, and the stolen things fell in front of the owner. There are countless such things. Shenyan was floating above New York at this time. He was looking at someone in the city under his feet. His eyes followed him running, but he did not communicate with him directly. This was an assessment, but the person being assessed was not informed. After leaving Batman's world, he had traveled through 40 worlds, and there was no suitable candidate in them. The Emperor created the Primarchs, but he could only choose the Primarchs. This also caused him to be very cautious. Without sufficient consideration, he would not choose someone at random. Some worlds do have familiar faces, but they are different from the people Shenyan is familiar with. And more worlds simply do not have the soil that can give birth to the original body. Heroes also need an environment to grow. If a world is too peaceful, he will not be able to find the person he wants to find. In a way, this is a bitter irony. Thinking of this, he smiled. The Punisher in this world is the most pitiful one among the many people with the same name and surname he has seen. Perhaps it is related to his experience, or it is just because he is simply special. But no matter what, this man named Frank Custer is very different from the one in his memory. He is younger, and the things he has experienced are more terrifying. His personality is not as extreme as the Frank he knows. Of course, this is just not as extreme as the Punisher. He will not kill those petty thieves directly. Instead, he will let them go after breaking their hands and feet. But if you commit a more serious crime, there will be a good show. In his sight, Frank Castle had sneaked into the house of the woman named Vanessa. She was taking a shower, and Frank was rummaging through the boxes. He was looking for possible evidence of the crime. Vanessa might not know, but he knew the man named Fisk very well. He was better known by another name than Fisk. Kingpin, the uncrowned king of the underground in New York. He could even control the entire underground black industry in the United States with New York as the core. To bring down such an opponent, killing alone would not solve the problem. Even a murderous person like the Punisher knew this. He thought that his early investigation of Kingpin was complete enough, but he knew nothing about Vanessa. Kingpin obviously hid this woman well, but he didn't believe that Vanessa knew nothing about Kingpin's identity. Just as he was rummaging through the boxes, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The Punisher stopped. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and opened the safety. A female voice said in the bathroom, "Sir, if you want to take something, just take it. I don't have much cash at home, It's all in the corner of the bedside table. I just ask you not to hurt me, okay? You can take whatever you want. I won't come out. I won't resist. I can't call the police. My phone is on the sofa. You can see it. If you want, you can take it too. My only request is not to hurt me." Her voice sounded very calm. The Punisher was silent for a while and asked, "Fisk." "What?" she asked confusedly. "Wilson Grant Fisk." "Tell me how much you know about him." "Sir, he is just a philanthropist and a businessman. If the people behind you want to compete with him, please use legitimate means, okay? Threatening me is useless. I won't tell you anything you want to know." Bang! A crisp sound interrupted her words, and the Punisher smashed the glass of her bathroom door and opened the door. Then he pointed a gun at Vanessa, who was wrapped in a bath towel, and said coldly, "Put on your slippers and come here." Vanessa did it obediently. In her opinion, this man has changed from a thief seeking money to a helper hired by a competitor who wants to harm Fisk in business. But people's speculations are often very different from the facts. After she sat on the sofa, the Punisher leaned against the wall of her living room and said calmly, "What's your name?" "Vanessa Eli." Facing the muzzle of the Punisher's gun, she obediently began to answer questions. "Age?" 34. "What's your occupation?" "If you insist, I run a gallery in the center of New York. Sometimes I exhibit the works of some young painters." The Punisher narrowed his eyes. "That's all?" Vanessa asked back. "What else?" "I am proud of my career. Over the years, I have helped many young painters get through their difficult period of fame." Facing the rising muzzle of the gun, she closed her mouth. The Punisher asked again, "How did you know Kingpin?" "Kingpin?" Her face looked confused and puzzled. "Can a woman who runs a gallery have such natural acting skills?" The Punisher buried this question in his heart. He knew that Vanessa was probably not lying. She really didn't know who Kingpin was. "Well, let me tell you something," he said, suddenly turning his head, and then fired 3 shots at Vanessa's door. There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground outside the corridor. Looking at Vanessa's panicked face and her hands covering her mouth, the Punisher smiled rarely. The smile on his face was so abrupt and discordant. "He protected you very well, lady." As he spoke, he fired 3 more shots at the corridor. As if he had predicted the future, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground in the corridor again. "The show is about to begin," the Punisher said softly. "There is still 1 chapter, and I don't know if I can get it out in the second half of the night. I have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to worship my ancestors. If I can get it out, I will release it. If I can't get it out, I will release it with tomorrow's update." Chapter 306. The Grim Reaper is an Oriental. Things always develop in unexpected directions. "Kingpin." Wilson Fisk asked the driver to turn the car around, and he was rushing back to the place where the woman he loved lived. At this time, the anxious expression on his face was no different from that of other ordinary men. How did he know Vanessa? Kingpin roared while grabbing the collar of his bodyguard. "Investigate, find out who leaked the news." There was a cold and cruel light flashing in his eyes, which was unique to Kingpin, not the eyes of Wilson Fisk, a kind-hearted businessman. Over the years, he killed many people with such eyes, some of whom were killed by his own hands, and some of whom were indirectly killed because of his relationship. When they rushed back, the bottom of Vanessa's apartment was full of corpses. They were all his men, including bodyguards responsible for protecting Vanessa and minions sent by Kingpin after hearing the news. But now there are only a few left. The gunshots that were non-stop at the beginning have now become sparse. Many people in the surrounding residential areas tried to call the police, but they were often only assured that they would be there soon after the call was picked up, and then they just waited in trembling. There were no police, nothing. They could only hold their heads in their hands and wait for dawn in fear. Compared with their fear, the Punisher was completely different. He grinned and killed with a smile. Only when he killed people would he smile so happily. That cold, rough face that looked more like tree bark than skin was covered with a crazy smile that could stop a child from crying at night. Gunfire gushed out, shells fell, and bodies fell. Only he was still standing. No matter how many people came, No matter how powerful the firepower was, all of them were shot in the head by the two pistols in his hands. He never even wasted a second shot on a person. This extraordinary accuracy was no different from a machine, but the smile on his face began to grow more and more prosperous. Vanessa, who had been watching, knew that it was not an emotion that a machine should have, but it was definitely not an emotion that a human should have. How many people would smile with satisfaction when killing their own kind? She did not scream, nor did she try to run away. Even when she was wrapped in a bath towel and squatting on the street in the New York night with only a few degrees, the sound of gunfire was heard around her, and a guy who was not sure if he was a sociopath was making more bodies. She just squatted calmly behind the pile of bodies made by the man and watched him kill. Finally, the gunfire stopped, because the people had been killed. At the same time, a luxury car spun and stopped in front of him. Two men got out of the car, and the one in the lead was huge and wore a white suit. His face was extremely gloomy. "Frank Custer, look at what you have done." He looked around and said word by word, "You killed more than 150 people tonight. You are such a cold-blooded executioner. Compared to you, those butchers of the CIA are nothing." A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Jin Bing's face. The Punisher glanced at the woman behind the pile of corpses expressionlessly. Her expression changed slightly after hearing the familiar voice. "You killed more than me." He did not rashly try to shoot. Don't get me wrong. He had tried it a long time ago. But Jin Bing's extraordinary physique was no joke. Small caliber bullets had no effect on him at all. It was a skin injury that was more skin injury than skin injury. Now the only two pistols in his hand were good for dealing with Jin Bing's henchmen. But to deal with him personally, something else was needed. "I'm just a businessman. I'm doing my small business." "Who would get hurt?" Jin Bing asked back. "You can keep this to yourself, Kingpin," the Punisher replied coldly. He tore off his windbreaker and threw it on the ground, revealing the bulletproof vest with a skull pattern and a dozen fragmentation grenades hanging on it. Seeing this, Kingpin raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems that you are well prepared. Let me make it clear. Tell me where she is. I can let you go today." After he finished speaking, a small red dot lit up on the Punisher's forehead. Kingpin took the cigar handed to him by the bodyguard fearlessly, with an unhurried look. "You can't escape, Frank." While you were busy killing these people, the 3 blocks around were already filled with people. You can guess how many snipers I set up. "Escape?" The Punisher looked at Kingpin and shook his head slowly. He pulled Vanessa up from the pile of corpses. The woman bit her lower lip and refused to scream in pain. Even though the Punisher had pinched her wrist red, Kingpin's face finally changed. Vanessa stood in front of the Punisher, with a gun pointed at her head. But King did not choose to look at her eyes full of confusion and pain. He stared into Frank's eyes and spoke slowly but seriously. "We can't talk, Frank." "Talk about what?" "Anything is fine." The Punisher smiled. "I want your life, but you won't give it to me. I want you to surrender and make your evidence of crime public, but you won't be willing to do so. So why don't we speak frankly, Kingpin? Tell this woman who you are. How about it?" Vanessa did not speak. She just looked at Kingpin, and what she wanted to say seemed to be contained in her expression. The complex eyes pierced Kingpin's heart. He never thought that he would face such a thing. But he is Kingpin. So, the next second, he made a gesture. Vanessa's head exploded in the Punisher's chest, and blood and brain matter exploded on his face. Kingpin roared, and his huge body rushed towards him. His face was full of anger and sadness, and he was even crying. "Like I said, some people just have to die." Looking at Kingpin rushing towards him, this sentence flashed through the Punisher's mind. He wanted to control his body to react and avoid Kingpin's attack, but he was just a mortal and couldn't move to another position in a second. The consequences were obvious. He was pushed to the ground by the extremely angry Kingpin and was beaten madly by the latter. Every move of Kingpin was aimed at his vitals, eyes, throat, and temple. Frank held his head with both hands, struggling to withstand Kingpin's inhuman strength. He felt that his 2 hand bones were about to break. Now, he only had one chance to break the situation. Kingpin was too angry, so angry that he could let the sniper kill Frank directly, but he had to come up and fight him in hand-to-hand combat. And the Punisher was best at finding opportunities. While being beaten, He even had the energy to taunt Kingpin. "It seems that you are very self-aware, Fisk. You didn't say anything hypocritical like I killed her, because we both know that she didn't have to die. You killed her because you didn't allow yourself to have weaknesses as Kingpin, right?" The Punisher was clearly being ridden and beaten, but he acted as if he was in the upper hand. His sentences were fluent and his psychological analysis was extremely accurate, as if he was Kingpin himself. Let's not talk about whether what he said was true or not. Let's see Kingpin's reaction. He was not handsome. When a person's body is so huge, no matter how delicate his original facial features are, they will be squeezed by the flesh and lose their original spirituality. At this time, he opened his mouth wide, saliva dripped from his mouth, veins on his forehead jumped, and his eyes were full of scarlet bloodshot. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. "Very good. This is exactly what I want." The Punisher, who had been carefully observing him in the gap between defenses, seized the opportunity at this moment. His two arms suddenly shot up and stabbed Kingpin's eyes with unquestionable speed. Even small-caliber bullets could not penetrate Kingpin's skin. He did not think that his strength could cause any harm to this monster. This was the only chance. Yes, for Frank Custer, this was indeed his only chance. But Kingpin was different. He had thousands of chances. When Frank's fingers inserted into his eyes, a grim smile appeared on the man's face. He let Frank dig out his eyeballs without moving an inch, and punched back. Snap! With a crisp sound, the Punisher, Frank Custer, died. Kingpin stood up staggeringly, and the bodyguard who had been waiting for a long time came up and handed him a glass of red wine. He drank it all in one gulp, then took off his suit jacket, wiped his hands, threw it on the ground, got in the car and drove away, leaving only a cold sentence: "Take me to the doctor, chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Shenyan thought that Frank would die, but he didn't expect him to die so easily. However, considering his profession and his identity, this is not surprising. He probably expected it. But that Kingpin is really scary. Few people can get such an evaluation from Shenyan. The scary thing about Kingpin is not his strength. His muscles that he didn't know how to get may be good for dealing with ordinary superheroes, but the wizard is neither super nor hero. He can crush Kingpin to death with a flick of his hand. What really scares him is Kingpin's cruelty. His cruelty to himself. His love for that woman is genuine. From his mind, Shenyan can clearly see his original plan. Kingpin even thought about retiring early, clearing himself, giving up all rights and spending the rest of his life with this woman. But when he summoned the snipers in the car, he arranged an order that was completely opposite to what he had in mind. That was the gesture. When necessary, the snipers were authorized to kill Vanessa directly. In this way, Frank Custer lost any qualification to challenge Kingpin and negotiate. Those henchmen who were sent in an endless stream were also part of his plan. He knew long ago that they could not hurt the Punisher, but that was not his purpose. What he really wanted was to use their death to hold Frank back. As long as he was held back and couldn't leave, it would be fine. After Vanessa's death, his sadness and anger were genuine, without any falsehood. He scolded and made things difficult for himself in his heart. All these made Shenyan have the urge to laugh out loud. And the most amazing thing about the whole thing was that Kingpin was a normal person. His mental state was completely normal. In other words, this man made the decision to kill his beloved when he was fully conscious. While he cursed his own cruelty, he coldly ordered his men to kill her. He didn't vent his anger or blame Frank. On the contrary, he knew that the whole thing was his own fault. He couldn't accept that Frank used Vanessa to exchange the lives of his men and then walked away. He couldn't accept Vanessa's expression after she learned her true identity. Shenyan had to admit one thing: if his bottom line was lower, Kingpin would be the one who inherited the gene seed in his hand. But there is no if in everything. He is now sitting in Frank's cheap hotel. The headless body of the Punisher, Frank Custer, was on the floor. His body was already cold, but fortunately his soul had not left. His brown paper book was spread out next to the body. The wizard raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. "I'm dead." Frank Custer was clearly aware of this. From the moment Kingpin swung his fist at him, he knew that this was the time of his death. But unlike most people, he was completely relieved. Frank Custer had no regrets about his life. He even wished that he would die earlier. "Yes, I should have died a long time ago." Frank Custer should have died long ago. Not long after, a little light emerged from the dark world, and in front of him appeared an oriental man in a black robe sitting on a chair, with long hair and stars in his eyes. He was handsome beyond imagination. There was another chair in front of him. The other party did not speak, but looked at him with interest. After a long time, Frank decided to break the awkward silence. He walked to the chair and sat down, saying, "So, the god of death is an oriental? What, are you a racist?" "No, I'm not." Frank shook his head. "I hate everyone equally, white, black, yellow, men and women, old and young, fat and short, straight or gay, I don't care. I even hate myself." "Nice joke." The oriental man nodded and said with a smile, "So, in front of the god of death, do you have anything to say?" "No, do it. I know I am unforgivable, just throw me into hell quickly," Frank said bluntly. He didn't seem to want to struggle or want to see the souls of his family. He was as straightforward as an escort who wanted to skip foreplay. "Don't you want to meet your family? It seems like you know everything," Frank said calmly. "But, I don't want to. I am not qualified to see them again. I am no longer the man my wife and children knew. From the day they died, I was just the Punisher, not Frank Custer." Frank Custer was a man, a retired soldier. He was a father, a husband, and a son. But the Punisher, he was silent for a while, and uttered 5 words, "Just a monster." A list suddenly appeared in the hands of the Grim Reaper, who looked like an oriental man. He put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses seriously, and then flipped through the list. "There are many people who are more like monsters than you, Mr. Frank. Your sins are not worth mentioning in hell." Frank frowned. "How could it be? I killed so many people." "Yeah, but you killed those who deserved to die." "Well, let me see. You killed 1,243 robbers, 924 rapists, 360 of which were attempted. There are also countless gangsters, drug lords, all kinds of American-style psychopathic serial killers, human traffickers, and corrupt bureaucrats." He read out a long list of names like a tongue twister, and then he closed the list. He smiled and said to Frank, "If you ask me, Mr. Frank, this is really a great achievement. Even if these people were lined up to be killed, they would have to die for a long time." And you Death made a shooting gesture. "You just went bang bang bang, and then bang bang bang, and killed them all. From what I saw, you basically killed people wherever you went." Frank just listened expressionlessly, and he waited until he was sure that Death had finished speaking before he spoke. He said, "Listen, Death, I'm not as noble as you think and see. I'm also an antisocial lunatic. I kill people just for psychological comfort. Do I hate criminals? Of course I fucking do. Do I hate them so much that I want them to die? Yes. I wish every damn bastard would die 1,000 times. His eyes widened, and a familiar gnashing expression appeared on his face. "There are not so many so-called reasons and damn justice. I just simply hope that all of them, these damn scum, will die." Death applauded his speech. "You are very frank, Mr. Frank. This is very rare." But there was a calming power in his tone, but what he said seemed absurd. "I have to tell you one thing, Mr. Frank. In view of your great achievements and your just actions to eliminate sin, this court hereby declares that you are not guilty. You can go to heaven, Mr. Frank." "What the hell are you talking about?" Frank jumped up from his chair, walked in front of Death, grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, "Are you crazy? I am guilty. I am guilty. Do you understand? Throw me into hell quickly, or I will make you make me what?" Death threw out 4 words lightly, and then let go of his hand with a sense of loss. The man knelt on the ground weakly, and his voice was very soft, very soft. "Please, I can't see them in this state." He raised his head, pointed at his face and said, "How can I face them again? How can I have the courage to hug my wife and children with my bloody hands again?" Rhinitis plus burning paper equals hell. I sneezed at least 50 times in the morning, and my eyeballs were almost shaken out of my head. A new monument was erected for the ancestors, and trees were cut and soil was dug. Alas, sacrifice is actually for the living. I haven't gone home yet. and I coded this chapter with my mobile phone. Please forgive me if you think it's not good. I will code another 10,000 when I go home, and it is expected to be released in the second half of the night. Chapter 307 Assessment in Progress. At this point, Death actually laughed out loud. Frank looked up and heard him say, "You seem to have made a mistake, Mr. Frank. I never said I would let you see your wife and children." Frank looked at him in astonishment, as if he could not understand what was happening at all. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. He blinked, and when he spoke again, even his voice trembled. "What do you mean? Aren't they in heaven?" Death shook his head gently and said calmly, "No, heaven never exists." "What are you talking about?" Death leaned back in his chair, and from Frank's perspective, the expression on his face looked like pity, but also like mean mockery. "Frank Custer, you have killed countless people and are accustomed to the darkness and ugliness of human nature. You know what some people can do for a little money. But even so, you still believe in the existence of heaven. Do you really believe that people's souls will be settled after death? Will there be demons and angels to extradite the souls of evil and good people respectively, so that they can continue to enjoy a good life in another world after death?" He looked like he was about to laugh out loud. "No, number, Frank Custer. Heaven and hell don't exist at all." "Ah, I said it too absolutely. Heaven and hell exist, but the heaven and hell you believe in and imagine do not exist. Let me be frank. Whether it is heaven or hell, they are actually the same thing." The Grim Reaper sat on the chair and opened his hands. A white light screen appeared in his left hand, and a blazing flame appeared in his right hand. 2 pictures appeared from it. On the left, those beautiful creatures with wings and unknown gender were throwing human souls into a huge furnace, and countless screams came from it. On the right, just like the legend, the red-skinned devils were constantly whipping human souls, making their painful wails resound throughout hell, and forcing them to repeat meaningless labor. This is an endless punishment. All kinds of negative emotions emanating from their souls will fly up to the sky of hell little by little, and then become new demons. Frank stared at everything in front of him in a daze, and his heart suddenly became empty. "And I am not the god of death." He stood up from the chair and introduced himself politely. "My name is Shenyan, and I am a wizard." A slender and white hand stretched out in front of Frank, and he heard the mysterious oriental man who called himself a wizard with a smile. "Frank Custer, do you want to burn them all to ashes?" It was still the room of the cheap hotel. A pungent and choking smell began to fill the air, not like fire, but like the smell of a burnt human body. But it was mixed with something else, something deeper and more terrifying. A hand gently rested on the side of the single bed, and the arm exerted force, and the owner of this hand climbed up with this force. It was Frank Custer, the Punisher himself. He looked no different from before, except that his head had returned to its original state. But his expression became more dead than before. If the Punisher was the product of Frank Custer's death, then the person standing here now. No, this thing, I'm afraid there is nothing left. He is neither a man nor a monster, but a scum that exists purely for revenge. But, revenge on whom? Kingpin sat in his office, staring at the ceiling thoughtfully. A woman's face began to flash back in his mind. From their meeting in the gallery, to the pleasant chat, the first date, the outing, all the past flashed before his eyes, and finally, it was fixed on her death. He began to feel heartache, and with it came a strong anger towards himself. It was he who ordered the killing of Vanessa, and no one could deny that. But for some reason, his heart was turbulent, but his face was as calm as ice. Did the turbulent seawater freeze into ice? A man who rushed into the door of his office broke the deliberately created silence. Kingpin looked at him indifferently, waiting for what he was going to say. The man's face was full of horror. "Boss, he is resurrected." "Who?" "Frank Custer." When he said this, his voice was actually crying. The next second, an explosion was heard. Smoke spread out from the door of the office. Kingpin expressionlessly brushed away the blood and flesh splashed on his face after his men exploded. He kicked the thick wooden desk with one foot, and then broke one of the legs of the desk. Holding it in his hand, he shouted loudly, "Frank!" However, He couldn't say the second half of the sentence. A hand as cold as a dead person pinched his throat and lifted him up alive. Kingpin's heart was full of horror. He was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and Frank Custer obviously didn't have the ability to lift him up with one hand. Who on earth could do such a thing? 2 scarlet lights lit up in the smoke, and then the smoke dispersed spontaneously. Kingpin saw a face that he was so familiar with that it couldn't be more familiar. Who else could it be if it wasn't Frank Custer, who had been dead for 2 hours? Impossible. I blew your head off, and I had someone chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. How did you survive? Kingpin roared wildly in his heart, and in the dark, he heard a mocking sneer. Frank held him with one hand, and swung 2 punches with his right hand quickly, smashing Kingpin's thighs and knees. He pulled his thighs with both hands and threw them directly, and then slammed him heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull sound, Kingpin's face was pale and embedded into his floor. Now, he was as tall as Frank. Frank Custer, who was as pale as a dead man, stared at Kingpin with his scarlet eyes. He didn't say a word, and his face didn't show any emotion, but those empty eyes made Kingpin feel cold all over as never before. It was an emotion he had never felt since he killed his father with his own hands. Fear. Frank. He only had time to shout these 3 words before he died, and then, with a punch from Frank Custer, the man named Kingpin disappeared. If you want to call a bunch of sauce Kingpin, it's not impossible. He didn't understand until his death why there was no news from the men who were responsible for dealing with Frank. Shenyan was not as relaxed and happy as he appeared to be. Frank Custer wanted to burn everything in hell and heaven to ashes. So did he. It was just that in every world he passed through, the demons were all equally evil, but he had never seen an angel as beautiful as the one preached in the Bible, which made him a little strange. However, considering the eternal heaven that had not received any information about him, Shenyan was relieved. It was not strange to have such a master. If he met an angel who really looked like God loves the world one day, he would feel uncomfortable. While Frank was doing his work, he called the Emperor again. It was not quite accurate to call it a phone call. Have you ever seen a phone call that can cross countless worlds and let 2 people talk face to face? But if you have to describe it, this term is the only one that fits. The Emperor is a very powerful psychic. In the understanding of the mage, his psychic power is not much different from magic power in terms of the way it is used and the form it is expressed. Because of this, he easily remembered the Emperor's special frequency band. Whenever he needs to find him, he will deliberately draw out a part of his magic power, and then pour a little bit of mental power into it, and then adjust this magic power to the same frequency band as him, and then he can have a telephone conference. It sounds very convenient, but in fact, it is very troublesome. Only Shenyan and the Emperor can play this way. It is still the same dark space. Hey, I'm here again. Shenyan waved to the Emperor very frivolously, and sat down with a smile. He found that the Emperor seemed to be in a good mood, although he still had no expression on his face. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted would not lie. Are you happy? A little bit. The Emperor nodded slightly at him and said, one of my sons woke up from a serious injury. Oh? Shenyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Congratulations. Congratulations. So, when will you have a family talk with him? Remember to notify me to be there. I think he probably doesn't want to meet me in the short term. The Emperor said the seemingly cold and ruthless words expressionlessly. The same is true for me. What, are you scared? The Emperor sighed. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man looked distressed. He said, you will never be able to understand my feelings, mage. No one can. My humanity and rationality are fighting each other all the time. Sometimes rationality prevails, but sometimes humanity is better, and this is the worst point. If I were always humane, things would not be so bad, and if I had always maintained my rationality, things would not have developed to this point. Shenyan made an expression of I'm very interested, go on, and got a glare from the Emperor. He stared at the mage for a long time before continuing. If I have to say something worse than this, then I can only think of my current situation. In fact, mage, it is a luxury to be able to talk to you like this. My humanity has been running out since I sat on this damn chair. Really? I didn't realize it. Since I met you, you have always been full of humanity. Have you ever thought that it's not that I am full of humanity, but that your own humanity is too weak?" The emperor's question made Shenyan laugh. He smiled and said, "Your jokes are good, thank you. I will take it as a compliment. Now, if you don't mind, I want to stop chatting. Let's talk about business." "Business?" "About the fact that I had to travel to many worlds to find suitable candidates in order to help your corrupt empire prolong its life. Your efficiency is a little beyond my imagination." The emperor was actually a little surprised. "Found another one?" "Yes, but you may not like this one too much." The wizard smiled mysteriously, stretched out his hand and opened a light blue curtain. "I'll wait and see," the emperor said lightly, and then looked at the curtain. The picture that emerged in it was cruel, but none of the two people present frowned. The emperor looked at the man with the dead aura inside and then tore off the wings of an angel. Not only did he not show an expression of disgust, but he smiled with approval. "Why do you think I hate him?" The emperor pointed at the curtain. "In my opinion, he did a good job. These damn birdmen should have died long ago." Shenyan looked at him with a strange expression, as if he didn't know that one of his sons had a pair of wings on his back and was called an archangel. "You'll know when you read on." After that, he stopped talking. Frank couldn't tell whether he was still aware of the existence of this thing. He just felt that he was dreaming, but this dream was a little too real. It was so real that he even wanted to vomit. "So this is heaven," he thought. He was in a beautiful picture at this moment. The sky was sprinkled with holy white light, and the ground was covered with soft clouds. Some children with small wings were flying around his head with long wind instruments, playing music that sounded sacred. He was standing among the crowd on the ground. They lined up, just like what was described in many literary works, waiting for the angel's certification to let them enter heaven. It looked like a good scene, as long as you ignored the human souls hanging on the sharp poles on both sides of the road. Most of them had calm faces, and a few had terrified expressions. Some flying angels were constantly coming to take down the terrified human souls from the poles and fly them far away. Should I be angry? Frank asked himself this question, but he couldn't get an answer. But there was an empty and resentful voice in his heart that was roaring, "Yes, you should be angry. Not only that, you should kill them all." "Well, then I'll give it a try," he answered like this. So, in the next second, Frank, who was standing in the crowded and numb crowd on the ground, suddenly rose up with scarlet flames, which spread to the whole heaven in just a few seconds. Finally, in addition to the screams of humans for millions of years, the screams of angels began to sound here. Frank still had a blank expression on his face. An angel rushed towards him with a laser gun in his hand, shouting something like blasphemy. He didn't understand it very well, but he thought it was very noisy, so he burned it to ashes. After doing this, he felt that the emptiness in his heart seemed to be better, so this is what he wanted to do. He nodded as if he had suddenly realized something, turned around, and a column of flames rose up from his hands. With a light wave, hundreds of angels were reduced to ashes. Strangely, this powerful flame did not cause any harm to the souls of those humans. "There are enemies," an angel shouted in a sharp voice above his head, but Frank appeared behind it in the next second for some reason. The two wings were torn off alive. There was no blood splattering from the angel's wound, but a light golden liquid. Looking closely, countless human souls were screaming in it. The emperor, who was watching all this in the dark space, looked much gloomier. He said slowly in a gentle tone, "You really should let him become the Prime Arch directly." "Why?" "This way he will kill faster." Shenyan smiled softly. "He is still in the assessment stage, so don't be too impatient." "What is there to assess?" The emperor stared at the scene of Frank killing angels on the screen, and his expression began to become gloomy and comfortable. He said, "He has a strong will and a noble soul." "Isn't this something that can be seen at a glance?" "At best, it's just that his methods are a little fierce, and he has some obsession with the criminals." "Hey, don't go too far," Shenyan said with a bit of a smile. "Assessment is an assessment. If he doesn't pass, I will never let him become the Prime Arch. Even if you like it, it won't work." "What level of assessment do you want to achieve?" The emperor looked at him puzzled. "He has done well enough. His main consciousness has been suppressed by you, and now only his subconscious mind is controlling his body's actions. Even so, he can kill those damned aliens effortlessly, and he is full of protectiveness towards innocent mortals. That's true, Shenyan nodded. The flame I gave him only works on creatures based on his mind. In his subconscious, he believes that those who have reached heaven are not sinners, so he doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. But, not yet, the wizard said ruthlessly. This is just the first step, and the final assessment is far from past. The Emperor frowned. I don't understand. Your assessment of Bruce Wayne is obviously much simpler, although he is also a very good kid. Are you a little biased? Yes, Shenyan admitted generously. I am biased towards this Frank, he said softly, his eyes fixed on Frank's figure in the picture. I want to see what he can do. It's meaningless. Yes, Emperor. The wizard turned around. This was the first time he called the Emperor Emperor. The seriousness in his tone almost made him a different person. He said, this is related to many things. You don't understand what kind of person Frank Custer is, but I do. I know what he has been through, and I know his extreme personality and mental trauma. I know even more about how great a person he is, but this can't be a reason for me to let him pass. He shook his head. I must confirm one thing. Only then can I feel at ease. There is still one more update to go. I will take a nap and get up to write. It's numb. It's 4 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Alas, I didn't sleep for more than 6 hours in 2 days. Chapter 308. Human Sins. What did he want to confirm? The Emperor didn't know. Even if Shenyan wasn't as powerful as he is now, he rarely used his mind-reading ability. But he could roughly guess something. On the other side, Frank's killing was still going on, and it seemed that it would continue for a long, long time. The reason was that there were too many angels in heaven. There were so many of them that their corpses piled up on the ground like a mountain, and there were so many screaming human souls in the golden liquid that was flowing out that they were enough to build a high wall. But there was still a steady stream of angels coming, and as the killing continued, a part of Frank's heart was gradually awakening. It was like waking up from sleep. He might be very comfortable, but the angels didn't think so. To them, this human who suddenly appeared was simply a natural law that could not be violated. As long as he was touched by a little bit of the scarlet flame, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. The magic they were born with was useless against this, and what frightened them even more was that the souls of the angels would be burned to ashes together. Nothing could be left, and the nobleness and beauty that they were proud of were useless in front of this human. And it wasn't that no angels thought about escaping, but the whole heaven was surrounded by flames. They were like prey surrounded by lions, and could only slowly wait for their own death. Have you found out who he is? Somewhere in heaven, an archangel with 6 wings on his back was asking another angel with 2 pairs of blue wings. Seraphim, calm down. Your anger is useless for the predicament we are facing. The angel with blue wings seemed to be in no hurry at all, even if they would die instantly after being stained by the scarlet flames. Calm down? Heaven is almost gone. How can you ask me to calm down? I am not an emotionless multi-eyed angel like you. Cherubim. The archangel called Seraphim had no intention of listening to the advice. The anxiety and anger on his face did not decrease at all. On the contrary, because of the words of the cherubim, his expression became more ferocious. But this still did not damage his beauty, but from the outside, he seemed to be genderless. That face had both the heroic spirit of a man and the softness of a woman, just right. He was wearing a thin white robe and his arms were slender and long. The cherubim, known as the multi-eyed angel, was far less beautiful than the seraph. With its eyes closed, it looked like an old man in his twilight years. Its 2 pairs of blue wings were also very special. The other angels had white wings, but its wings were blue. No matter how angry you are, you can't make Frank Custer go back to where he should be. Confusion appeared on the cherubim's face for the first time. It muttered to itself, something is wrong. According to the treaty between us and hell, he should go directly to hell. You mean hell is playing tricks? It's not ruled out. But the most important thing we should do now is it couldn't finish its words, and the unspoken guess was drowned in its mouth. A hand pierced its head, and then a scarlet flame ignited. From the fingertips of the hand, it spread all the way to the cherubim's entire body. burning it to ashes in an instant. Even its soul that tried to escape was caught by the owner of the hand and torn into pieces alive. The seraph stood there, looking terrified. Frank stared at its body standing there, then suddenly turned his head and raised his right hand. A violent flame burst out from his palm, and from the seemingly empty space, the seraph's scream came, "Stop, Frank Custer. I can let you see your family. Stop." The flames died down. The word family seemed to have touched a switch in Frank's heart. His eyes, which were originally dead silent and lacked emotion, actually had some emotion fluctuations at this moment, but he still looked like a robot. He walked to the empty space, stretched out his hand, and the soul of the seraph, whose half-body had disappeared without a trace, was caught in his hand. Frank opened his mouth and asked mechanically, "My family?" Seraph endured the pain and did not dare to negotiate or hold back at this time. He just wanted to quickly stabilize this killer. "Yes, your family, your wife Maria Custer, your daughter Lisa Custer, they are all alive and well in heaven." "You are lying," Frank said expressionlessly, and then he pinched his right hand suddenly, and the flames gushed out again, burning half of Seraph's head again in just 1 second. However, even at this point, its soul body is still strong and alive. I didn't lie." Seraph's pleasant voice now sounds like it has nothing to do with beauty and rhythm. The screams full of pain and fear sounded not much different from those human souls thrown into the soul furnace by it. Or is it that any creature will be like this when facing death? "No, you do," Frank repeated without mercy. Seeing that the flames were about to erupt again, Seraph could no longer bear it. Every word it spoke sounded like the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard. "What are you waiting for? Damn it, do it." As soon as it finished speaking, a destructive black light attack submerged Frank's body. An ordinary-looking angel floated in the air, holding a black gem in its hand, which was emitting wisps of green smoke. It slowly landed on the ground, as if complaining, but also as if showing off. "It's all your fault, Seraph. Destroy the human sins that this guy who came out of nowhere has spent 3,000 years collecting." The seraph, with only half of his head and a small part of his body left, lay on the ground. While struggling to move his soul body towards his body, he shouted, "It's worth it." "All this? No, this is not worth it. We are losing a lot of money." The angel, who looked like an ordinary person, shouted loudly. At this time, it did not look like an angel, but rather like a petty businessman. "That's 3,000 years. A full 3,000 years. Oh my God, we have to start all over again." "Enough." Seraph finally crawled to his body, and his soul gradually merged into it in a wave of illusion. Now, Seraph is the seraph again. He couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Damn it, can you stop chanting? Is he really dead?" The angel shrugged, pointed to the ground covered by black light, and said, "Do you want to go in and take a look yourself?" "No, forget it." Seraph shook his head and rejected the proposal. The emperor frowned. He looked very impatient. Perhaps only when facing the wizard would he show such a human expression. "The sin of mankind?" He chanted these words, and his expression gradually became angry. "Even if there is really a sin, what does it have to do with them? A bunch of damn parasites." "I agree. These guys are indeed parasites." Shenyan squinted his eyes, looked at the picture on the light screen, and nodded. After a while, the emperor still looked angry, and he asked, "Tell me, mage, you have experienced so many worlds. How many of them have been spread lies by these creatures with their mouths full of lies and pus, and how many worlds have been poisoned by their hypocrisy?" "Well, I haven't experienced too many worlds. However, in my opinion, their hands are not too long yet." The mage shrugged. "There are more than one force in the endless sea of stars, and they can't expand wantonly without scruples. Moreover, as far as I know, it's not just humans who are poisoned." "Huh? There are so many worlds, too many to imagine. Let me think." The mage thought for a while before answering. "Have I mentioned to you that I joined an organization called the White Tower Council? The members there are all cross-border mages. As the name suggests, they are mages like me who can travel through the world at will. They are of different races, and there are not actually many members. The management is very loose. The White Tower Council actually has only one purpose, which is to provide protection for any mage who can cross the border on his own. If you ask me, That place is more like a fan association than an organization. But you know very well about creatures like mages." He smiled as he said this, without the slightest awareness that he was also a mage. Collective addiction, greed for knowledge and arrogance. Well, to make a long story short, there is an intranet in the White Tower Council, and there is a library section in that thing. I read a lot of interesting things there. If you want to know, we can talk about it next time. As for now, Frank's assessment is coming to an end. Indeed, Frank Custer found himself in a hazy curtain at this time. The scenery he could see was shrouded behind the curtain, and a depressing atmosphere began to spread. He clearly remembered what he had done. After he held the wizard's hand, a heart-wrenching pain spread to his whole body in the blink of an eye. But after that, he was not very clear. He only remembered that he was killing people. "No, am I killing people?" he thought for a while, and his expression became a little strange. "I am probably crazy. Why do I feel that I am killing angels?" But a person cannot make a judgment on whether he is crazy or not. The one who can make a judgment is either a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And no matter which doctor, it is obvious that they cannot find Frank Custer now and give him a mental status assessment. He could only move forward tentatively, and the curtain was easily broken by him. However, what he saw next made him wish he had never taken that step. The first thing he saw was murder. The wife killed the husband killed the wife, the child killed the parents killed the child, a stranger killed another stranger for money, for desire, for something unspeakable. Then came the war. It started with the first primitive man, who wielded the stone in his hand to kill another primitive man. Then there were swords, and muskets. World War I, World War II, various local wars around the world. Frank even saw a war he had fought in person when he joined the army, which was also an experience that made him think about retiring. After that, there were all kinds of unspeakable crimes. How to describe what they did? Against humanity? No. Even insects would not do such things to their own kind. Insects would kill and eat their own kind, but they did it just to survive. However, only humans would kill their own kind simply for curiosity. Only humans would peel off their own kind for fun, and compete to kill as many people as possible for showing off. Frank's hands trembled slightly, and he didn't know how to react to these terrible pictures. Although he had killed many inhuman bastards and claimed to have seen the darkness of human nature, but in the face of this seemingly endless sin, what he had seen was just a drop in the ocean. "Is this the test you mentioned?" The Emperor's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He looked at the picture on the screen and shook his head calmly. "Just these things?" "Don't lean on him with your perspective, Your Majesty." Shenyan smiled. For Frank Custer, these things are the most poisonous poison in the world. What he will do next will determine whether he can still exist as a member of the human race. It has come to this point. Do you mind telling me what your test is? It's actually very simple. Shenyan stopped being a riddle man. The Punisher was created by Frank Castle after he witnessed the murder of his wife and children. He is a madman, no doubt about it. But at the same time, he is a madman with a bottom line. He only kills guilty people in the common sense, petty thieves. He only imposes minor punishments. That's good, isn't it? But his methods are incredibly cruel. Of course, I personally support what he does, the wizard said slowly. After I gave him this power, his ego was temporarily suppressed. His subconscious still showed no urge to kill innocent people, which is good. This proves that he will not be easily blinded by killing, and that he is not a madman addicted to killing. But this is far from enough. The wizard stared at the Emperor and said, "You and I know what kind of existence the four Chaos Gods are. There are many people with stronger wills than him who have been seduced and corrupted by them and their minions. So, I spent a few minutes investigating the paradise of this world and found this interesting thing. If he can survive this level and not be overwhelmed by those sins, then he has successfully passed." The wizard said it lightly, but the Emperor's expression did not ease at all. He knew very well what a dangerous thing Shenyan was doing. For example, he threw a naked baby under a huge amount of nuclear radiation, and expected the baby to survive the nuclear radiation naturally and grow up healthy. This kind of thing cannot happen. If it does, we will call it a miracle. The Emperor shook his head and said slowly, "Sometimes, I feel that you are more suitable to sit in this chair than I am. Shenyan did not speak. He stared at Frank in the picture, and his right hand had been clenched into a fist. Sometimes, I miss him quite a lot. Steve Rogers opened a bottle of cold beer and drank most of it in one gulp. He was gathering with Tony Stark, drinking some wine in Iron Man's villa. It was quite pleasant. Who? Don't ask me knowingly, Tony. You know who I'm talking about. Steve laughed and took another sip of wine. I don't miss him at all. Tony smacked his lips, his face full of disgust. And, to be honest, Steve, sometimes I doubt your sexual orientation. First it was that Bucky, and now it's he. And you still don't have a serious partner. What are you talking about? Cough cough. Steve was obviously choked. While coughing, he said intermittently, why do you have such thoughts? You have to ask yourself. Tony shrugged. He looked much older, although still handsome, but the slightly protruding belly had betrayed him. It was obvious that Iron Man had lived a very good retirement life in the past few years. He always felt ironic when he thought about it. After the United States disintegrated into a dozen independent countries, the world suddenly became peaceful. There was no need for superheroes like them anymore. Damn, how can this matter be justified? Don't talk about me. Steve shook his head and said, let's talk about you. I heard that your daughter is going to middle school. What's her name? Morgan? Yes, Morgan Stark. Tony didn't feel any warmth when he read his daughter's name. On the contrary, he was full of gnashing of teeth. He took a sip of whiskey and shook his head while saying, Morgan Stark, my daughter, Iron Man's daughter, Tony Stark's daughter, you devil. Steve laughed dumbly. Is it that serious? Listen carefully, you childless guy. Here's what you'll face when you raise a girl to adulthood. You have to answer every question she has, including but not limited to why the sea is the sea, why there are stars in the sky, why I am the father, and why her mother is the mother. I also have to pick her up and drop her off at school. Tony Stark shouted in collapse. I do it myself, and she's still unhappy. She had a fight with me the other day, saying that it was too high profile for me to drive a sports car over there, and asked me to change to a more ordinary one. Well, so I changed to a sedan, but she said I didn't understand what low-key means at all. Then, you have to guard against those damn brats. At this point, his expression became more serious than ever. Damn brats. Do they think I don't know what they're thinking? They're all turbulent adolescent souls. Steve listened quietly to his old friend's happy complaints with a calm smile. Only he knew who he was thinking of. Sorry for being late. I expect to release another 5K chapter in an hour, and then another chapter. Chapter 309 Choice. I have to admit that sometimes you are really an idiot who doesn't know how to appreciate the good fortune you have, Tony. Steve was lying on the sofa, and the coffee table was already full of bottles of wine. He drank more than a dozen bottles of beer, but he didn't feel drunk. He felt very much like peeing, and he had already gone to the toilet twice. Compared with his calmness, Tony seemed a little frail. Comrade Iron Man was about to fall to the ground. He said in a daze, What do you mean by not knowing how to appreciate the good fortune you have? Can you please stop speaking Chinese? Damn, I just learned it not long ago. Steve became interested. He sat up, repeated the sentence in a clear and fluent voice, and even told the illusion. Tony's already chaotic mind was even worse at this time. He was stunned by what he heard, and didn't think there was anything strange about Captain America speaking Chinese. Oh, Steve hasn't been Captain America for a long time. What is he now? Tony's brain seemed to be disconnected. He pointed at Steve's face and laughed. The latter was confused. What are you laughing at? No, nothing, he said breathlessly, and then burst into laughter again. I just remembered a joke. What joke? Forget it, Steve. I'm sure you won't find this joke funny. It's not suitable for an old-fashioned person like you. Tony suddenly stopped smiling and put on a serious expression. If you ignore the action of him trying to push his sunglasses, it really looks like that. His sunglasses are on the coffee table. Steve rolled his eyes. I'll just pretend you didn't say anything. Arrogant. Not long after, he left Stark Tower. New York is still the same New York, but it has autonomy. Steve walked on the street. He has never seen homeless people in these years. The adjustment of policies and various preferential treatments for poor areas and public schools have changed the appearance of this place in a few years. If you go back to Hell's Kitchen now, you will be surprised to find that the place has become a beautiful community. God. Steve never thought that he could use the prefix beautiful to apply to Hell's Kitchen. The nights are much safer now, as everyone can have a job and there is hope for hard work. Crime for profit has become something that only crazy people would choose, although there will still be vicious cases. The New York police, who have been replaced, will no longer sit around doing nothing like before. They don't talk to you about personal freedom and parole protection now. After completely tearing off the false veil of the so-called free society in the United States, people suddenly realized that it was simply a fantasy to talk to criminals about these things. He has threatened the lives of others, so what basic rights can be talked about? If you are caught, you can expect to go to jail. They will try their best to ensure that there are no false cases, but they will never let any bastard caught in the act have a chance to escape. Stealing can be forgiven, but for murder and the like, you can expect to stay in jail for 20 years. Frankly speaking, Steve is very satisfied with his current life. He did not become the Prime Minister of the Federation as people speculated. On the contrary, after ensuring the smooth disintegration of the United States and resolving the Civil War and various unstable elements, Steve immediately withdrew from the front line without coveting any power. To put it more bluntly, he ran away. What a coincidence that he ran to a certain Oriental country next door. When this plain-dressed white man appeared at the capital airport, no one noticed him. However, a week later, he was photographed sweating while eating hot pot in a certain shoe. It caused a series of discussions and attention. Steve had to contact Tony overnight and asked him to send a digital mask. Recalling that time, Steve, who was walking on the street, laughed happily. I won't go into details about what he did in that country. As we all know, it is strictly checked now. Moreover, I think you can guess it. Eyes are the most important tool for human beings to understand the world. Even one can be without them. I mean, a person can be without hearing and taste, but without vision? That must be very miserable. Frank is now experiencing the feeling of being a blind person. Don't get me wrong. It's not that he has a disability fetish or a mental illness. It's simply because he wants to refuse to see the cruel scene in front of him again. He had realized that if he continued to watch, he would definitely go crazy. And what would he do after he went crazy? He didn't even dare to think about it. And simply closing his eyes didn't seem to be able to completely isolate him from the desire to take a look. In order to eliminate the trouble forever, Frank simply dug out his own eyes. Although his ears could still hear the movement of those tragic things, it was better to hear than to see directly. However, what he didn't know was that the influence of the huge amount of human sins could not be eliminated by simply removing the eyeballs. If it was really that easy to avoid the influence, the seraph would not regard this thing as a tiger. In the darkness, the sins that were born from humans began to extend their tentacles little by little until they could touch Frank's face. Then they suddenly tightened and dragged Frank into their arms. Frank felt that he was dragged into the quagmire and couldn't move. It seemed that there were millions of different hands around him trying to pull him down, trying to pull him into a deeper level of sin. Frank could hear them whispering, and he immediately raised his hands to cover his ears, but it was too late. I'm going to press the button. A man with a crazy look stood in the room and shouted loudly. He was naked and had no clothes on. His disgusting chest hair, wet with sweat, swung as he jumped, and his beer belly was interesting. Frank watched all this with a blank expression. He knew that he was blind and shouldn't be able to see anything, but the fact was that he saw it, and he saw it clearly. He didn't know this man, but it didn't matter whether he knew him or not. Who cared? He only knew that this crazy guy was jumping up and down in this pure white room, swaying left and right. The features on his ugly long face had been distorted by the hideous expression. Despite this, he still held the button, as if holding his little brother, and shouted madly, I'm going to press it, I'm going to press it. Then press it, idiot, Frank thought. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly stopped, staring at where Frank was standing, and the hideous and ugly face suddenly calmed down. He stared at Frank, as if he were looking at a ghost. Do you want me to push it? Sir, go ahead. What bad things could come from this button? The man laughed. Bad things? No, no, no. He began to stutter, and began to utter words one by one from his mouth, like the second hand of a clock, precise and dull, boring. Frank heard him say, on the contrary, my good sir, this is a great joy, this is a treasure. What treasure? Don't you know? The man jumped up from the ground in surprise, and then fell to the ground. The back of his head was broken on the ground, and blood and brain matter gushed out. The lifeless eyes were still fixed on Frank, reminding him of the first elk he hunted. At that time, the elk looked at him in the same way. The difference was, he gave the elk a quick death and never hunted again. As for this man, he watched him die, and then picked up the button from his hand. A light suddenly lit up in the pure white room, enveloping him. Frank heard a deep male voice in a broadcasting tone saying, "Welcome, welcome, great hero Frank Custer. Welcome to our little place. Do you still like the guy who just died?" "Not really, just like you." "Ah, that's a pity." The voice smacked its lips and said, "Are you going to press it?" "None of your business." "Oh, it's really the style of the Punisher. But listen to me. You really have to press this thing." "Frank, don't call me that." "What do you mean, Punisher, or Frank?" Frank stared at the button in his hand. The bright red button was placed on a white base. It looked absurd and ridiculous, like something that jumped out of a cartoon. It was as funny as the nuclear bomb launch button in Tom and Jerry. But the problem is that the reason why people laugh when they see the nuclear bomb launch scene in the cartoon is because they know that no one will die. But what about this? If I press it, will anyone die? No, no, no one will die. Or rather, no good people will die. Mr. Frank, the baritone became polite again, only the bad guys will die, and they will be sent to hell one by you. As long as you press this button. I have been doing this for many years. Ah, yes, Mr. Frank, you have been doing this job for many years. But you have never really eradicated crime, have you? You have killed gangsters, drug dealers, rapists, perverts, and human traffickers for thousands of years. But you have never really kept these evils away from the city. And now, a great opportunity is in front of you. Think about it, Mr. Frank. As long as you press this button, all the evil in the world will be eliminated, no one will be hurt again, and no one will be shot like you just taking your wife and children out for a picnic, just because you are between two gangs. Shut up your fucking mouth. The baritone didn't care. You are very irritable, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. But it's understandable. People in your line of work are always so irritable. Our line of work? Yeah, Mr. Frank. You don't think you are the first person to think of fighting violence with violence, do you? There are many men and women who have joined this line of work before you. Well, let me see. Not long after, a crack suddenly appeared in the pure white wall on Frank's left, and a woman's face emerged from it. She was not beautiful, but Frank was very familiar with that look. The look of an avenger. The voice said smugly, "Look at her, Mr. Frank. She is one of your predecessors. She takes her work very seriously and does a great job. It's a pity that she didn't choose to press the button." "Then what?" "And then she died here." "Ah." Frank showed a sarcastic smile. "Sure enough." Then, the woman's face was replaced by another white-haired old man. He had a resolute face and a scruffy beard. He wore a cowboy hat, and the hatred in his eyes was as real as substance. "This is also one of your outstanding predecessors. Let me tell you, Mr. Frank. This guy is a good guy. He was a Western gunslinger who saw the devil. After his wife and daughter were killed, this old guy picked up the gun again and went back to his old job as a bounty hunter. The difference is that he killed for money before, but now he kills for revenge." "How many people have you killed?" "A lot, a lot. Let me think. 5,000, maybe, but they can't kill as many as you. You are the biggest executioner here. Mr. Frank, I've heard enough of your nonsense." "What on earth are you?" "Me?" The voice laughed, and the laughter echoed in the room, making Frank's eardrums hurt. He heard, "I am the thing you hate the most. I am the sum of all human sins, forged by the hands of angels in heaven. The souls of good people traded with the devils in hell. Isn't it ironic?" It said. "Yes, it is indeed ironic. And do you know what the most ironic thing is? What is it? Frank didn't say anything, no matter how many times the voice asked him. He didn't speak. He held a button in his right hand and never pressed it. You know, silence can mock people, and it can do more than just mock people. The Punisher is obviously a person with much weaker natural power. He lost his humanity a long time ago. He is the character represented by the skull pattern on his uniform, a vivid symbol. He is like a virus, a vengeful spirit wandering in the hearts of criminals. He fulfills our society's initial need to judge and punish the most heinous criminals. On TV, the host of the show was talking about some metaphysical psychology nonsense, but the man sitting in front of the TV was not in the mood to listen. He was not handsome, nor did he have any special charm, but he could make people think of death. If this wasn't Frank Castle, who else could it be? Bring me into this room and let me watch the analysis of myself on the TV show. Is that all you can do? He said to the ceiling sarcastically, then picked up the remote control and changed the channel. However, all TV stations were broadcasting this show. The show was called The Punisher. You want me to watch it? Frank laughed again. Okay, bastard, let's watch my fucking life. On the TV, the host's face was replaced by a skull, and then disappeared in an instant. A long and smelly commercial about booking a coffin began to play. Frank waited patiently until the commercials disappeared and the show officially began. The beginning of the show was his childhood. However, Frank was not in the mood to watch these. He quickly fast-forwarded to a rainy night many years ago. He was on the roof of a building in New York, holding a sniper rifle, with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Behind him, there was a man tied to the spot. He was wearing a red tights and two short horns on his head. Frank knew him. It was Matt Murdock, a good man, a damn good man, a good man who was always trying to stop him. He had a good memory, so he remembered what he did this time. It was 1998. He wanted to kill the mafia boss in New York at the time, but the bastard went too far. He recruited soldiers and horses, and the city was in chaos. So he started from the bottom. No, or should I say, he killed from the bottom. He cleared the bastard's power step by step, and finally, at the last moment, when he could pull the trigger, Matt Murdock came to mess things up. In layman's terms, he was beaten up by the bastard, and while beating him, he kept saying what he had said before: either you should let him be tried by the law, or even if he is guilty, you can't kill people like this. Frank still remembered what he was thinking at the time. He remembered it very clearly. He was thinking, fuck you. This bastard should be shot to death on the street. However, he seized an opportunity and then knocked Matt Murdock unconscious. This was his weakness. He would not kill Frank, but Frank would. Then, Frank tied him up, put a revolver in his hand, and tied it tightly with tape, then pointed the muzzle at himself. Wait until he wakes up. The show begins. On TV, the man in red was shocked. He knew what he had in his hand, but he didn't understand why the Punisher did this. So, the Punisher said, "One bullet, one shot, one chance to stop me from killing him. Just like you said, everyone has the right to make a choice." He turned around, set up the sniper rifle, and began to aim. You can't run away, and you can't throw away the gun. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, but not a bulletproof helmet. I'll have my back to you. You can try to stop me. Remember to aim at my head. Wait a minute. If you shoot, you're a murderer. If you don't shoot, you will be condemned by your conscience for his death, because you could have avoided this death. Now, it's time to make a choice. What choice? What is this choice? Rain fell from the sky, dripping from the mask of the man in red, and falling on his trembling lips. What the hell is this choice? Frank turned his head slightly and answered him calmly, "A choice I make all the time." Frank in front of the TV stared at this scene, indifferent as if he was watching another person's experience. There is one more update. I will sleep after finishing the code. Chapter 310 Hatred. You're crazy. I won't kill you. Then he has to die. No, no one has to die. You don't have to do this. He deserves to die, but he shouldn't die on the street, and he shouldn't die at your hands. He should die legally. If you do this, what's the use of our society? What's the use of the laws we worked so hard to establish? Oh my God, man, don't you understand? Matt Murdock screamed in despair in the rain. The Punisher replied coldly, "All this is meaningless, and the thought of letting him live one more minute is almost driving me crazy. Don't you understand?" Matt Murdock seemed to have all the bones in his body pulled out. He collapsed to the ground and muttered to himself, "Oh my God, think about yourself first, Murdock." "Do you want to shoot or not?" the Punisher said casually while aiming at the bastard who just walked out of the bar through the eyepiece. Matt Murdock remained silent, so the Punisher reminded him, "He's already walked out the door." "No, you can't do this, Frank Castle. I can't let you kill him. You know I can't. Please, don't bring me into this situation." Looking at his pleading appearance on the TV, Frank in front of the TV tilted his head slightly. "Ah, Matt, it's not me who brought you into this situation. It's you who got involved. Poor old man, why do you have to force yourself to deal with me?" The person on the TV was still roaring, "You can still stop now. Listen to me. Listen to me, okay?" Frank, I'm going to shoot." He received the Punisher's cold and ruthless announcement, followed by a click, and then a gunshot that penetrated the rain. Matt Murdock lowered his head and looked at the pistol in his hand, his face full of disbelief. "What happened?" The Punisher, who had completed his work, stood up and came to Matt Murdock with a calm expression. "You fired the gun, but I didn't give you the bullet." "Lawyer, remember to learn how to shoot before you come to me next time. You don't have to kill me. When you wake up again, the rope will be gone." After saying that, he raised his fist. Frank continued to fast forward, one case after another, one person after another who dealt with him. Hero, criminal, ordinary people. These three names were gradually replaced by troublemakers, damn scum, and ordinary people in his long career. He closed his eyes and lay on his back on the sofa. "Is that all?" The sofa shook slightly. He turned his head and opened his eyes. A human figure covered in black was sitting on his right. "You are very tenacious. Thank you for the compliment," Frank said lightly. "Now, can you tell me one thing?" "What? What do I have to do to kill you?" The humanoid's shoulders trembled, and although it had no facial features, Frank was very sure that it was laughing. "Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Frank, you are really humorous. But, I think, you can't do it now." The voice from the TV continued to play. "You think you are better than me? You think you are a hero? You think you are on the side of justice? Wrong, wrong, all wrong. You are a serial killer, Punisher. You are a lunatic. Whatever you call it, you are killing people in the city. What do you want to do, huh? Keep killing until we are all dead? Will that make you happy? You twisted and perverted little man. You should shoot yourself in the head. That will make you calm. You know it yourself, Punisher. You know it. You are just a walking corpse. You deserve to die." Frank sat on the sofa with a blank expression. What could be worse than this? No, there is no more. He was forced to sit in a damn, smelly little room, and then he had to watch what he had done, with this thing sitting next to him. The most important thing was that it was loud and chattering, and Frank had no way to make it shut up. He couldn't even touch it. Fingers would run through its body like running through water. It said, "I guess you must be angry right now, very angry, but there's nothing you can do to me." "Yeah, idiot. When was I not angry?" "Honestly, Frank, have you ever had a moment when you wanted to kill yourself?" "All the time." He stared at the TV and saw what he had done, and he was fighting Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, a good guy, but he was a bit of a mouth. "I've put up with you for too long, man. You're not the only one who has lost someone you love, but you're the only one who used that as an excuse to go on a murder spree. When the hell was this? I can't remember which scene this was. That web-headed guy has fought me too many times." Frank stared at the TV thoughtfully, wondering when this happened. Spider-Man's next words reminded him, "But you crossed the line this time. You killed the police. You used to hold back on them, but what made you kill them this time? Some guy's inappropriate joke?" "Oh my God, how did he say so many words while spinning, jumping and beating me up?" Frank was a little helpless. He had remembered why he had let the Spider-Head fight with him this time. It was obvious that it was a conspiracy against him. "Kill a few policemen, leave your mark, and then set off a few smoke bombs." Only Spider-Man, a fool, would be fooled. However, although he was a fool, he was right about one thing. "I was indeed looking for excuses." Frank fell into deep thought. "I was fighting a war, A war that had ended long ago, but I didn't want it to end. When did this war start? Was it in Central Park that summer? Yes, this war started when the bullet pierced my daughter's abdomen. When I arrived, her abdomen was already broken. If you ask me what I learned from my military career, I can only tell you one thing: the power of bullets is not something that the human body can resist. My lungs were pierced, and I fell beside my daughter. When she saw her abdomen was smashed and her internal organs were still squirming, the expression she showed was not the expression of a 4-year-old girl looking at the world. Yes, and my wife, a bullet went through her heart. Then she fell on her back on the grass. Her blue eyes were still looking at me until the last moment. My gasps were like cutting glass, vomiting blood, and pain. All these things came over me. So, every night after that, I continued to fight. Once the war starts, it will never stop, unless one side is dead. It's Frank Custer versus the criminals of the world. If I die, the war will end. It's that simple. But who knew that those bastards would keep me alive for so long? Frank turned his head slightly and looked at the black figure. He asked, "Did those people like me experience this?" "No, Mr. Frank, they didn't," the figure replied. "Most people weep with joy the moment they learn they have gone to heaven, happy that their cause has been recognized by the Lord. Then their souls are thrown into hell by the angels to exchange with the devils. Others will look at the angels with contempt, and some will even spit on the ground. You can imagine their fate. Angels are not good people. You should know this very well." "Yes, I know it very well," Frank nodded. "Only two people have ever talked to me. One of the necessary conditions for talking to me is to make the angels helpless until I am dispatched. You are one of them, Mr. Frank." "What about the other one?" "He has no name, and he doesn't need that kind of thing," the Black Shadow answered calmly. "He thinks he is just a shadow of revenge. He avenges all the innocent souls who died unjustly in the world." "It sounds much more noble than me." "In terms of actions, not heart, what you do is no different from him, Mr. Frank. The only difference is that he uses a sword, and you are used to using hot weapons." Frank made a muffled groan from his throat to indicate that he was listening. The shadow continued, "I have to remind you, Mr. Frank, it's not that I want to lock you up here. I'm just a weapon. Weapons are made to be stained with blood and are held in different hands. The angels want me to kill you, and I have no choice but to do it. So what? Are we going to sit here and watch my life from beginning to end hundreds of times, and finally bore me to death? No. Usually you will die the first moment you come into contact with me. But you didn't. So I used another method. I wanted you to press the button that releases the inner demon, but you didn't press it." The shadow shrugged. "So, we are here. I can't kill you, Mr. Frank. I have to admit this. So, let's just waste time here." There was a long silence. Frank looked at the TV, and the shadow had disappeared. He watched himself shooting and killing a large group of people, sweeping the crowd with full automatic fire, and suddenly said, "You know, weapons are meant to be held in people's hands. Have you ever considered changing your hand?" He got a chuckle. "I've been waiting for you to say this. Isn't it ironic?" Shenyan said to the Emperor. "A consciousness formed by the sins of mankind is actually a good person. I have seen more ironic things than this. There is nothing strange about it." The Emperor smiled, but it was fleeting. "But he did smile," he said. "Did he pass your assessment?" "Yes, he passed." Shenyan nodded. "A full score test. Although it's not the way I thought. But who said that there can only be one way to solve a question? What method did you originally think of?" "The Punisher's old trick, killing all the sins." "Using the fire I gave him, as long as he subconsciously thinks he needs it, the fire can hurt the sin itself. It's a pity that he didn't seem to have that intention. He used more violent means," the Emperor said without comment. "Fight violence with violence. It's quick, simple, direct and effective." "Yeah, so now, should we change the channel, or do you plan to continue watching him kill his way through heaven and then burn hell clean?" "Leave it there. I want to see how he does it. It will help me evaluate his combat skills and tactical level and find a good position for him in the future." Shenyan chuckled twice. "What, have you made up your mind?" The Emperor stared at the man in the light screen and said softly, "After he finishes his work, I'll have to trouble you to leave a small back door for me. I want to perform the operation on him personally. Whatever you want, as long as you tell him the truth. Shenyan shrugged, took out a black glass ball from his pocket dimension and threw it to the Emperor. Be careful, I added some ingredients to that thing when I made it. What ingredients? Hatred, Shenyan said. I wanted to write another 1,500, but I found it appropriate to stop here, so I'll stop here and go to sleep. I'll pay back the 1,500 I owe when I wake up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Comrade Shenyan. If you want to make a person better, there are many ways to choose. You can let him read, exercise, and then give him a goal. It can be as long as 5 years or as short as 3 years. After that, you can see a brand new person. Of course, the premise is that he has to be willing. But what if you want to make a world better? Steve Rogers doesn't know the answer, but he will keep doing it. Yes, keep doing it. On Christmas Day in 2033, he stayed in his small home in Queens, New York, watching boring 80s programs on TV. Unlike other people who abandon TV, TV is still a very precious thing for him. The TV he uses can even watch DVDs. In fact, it doesn't matter what's on the TV to him. There is only one thing that is important. He doesn't want his home to be silent at this time. He basically doesn't talk much when he is alone, and if Steve feels that his home is still silent on a day like Christmas, it would be too tragic. People always have to find some reasons or do something to escape the miserable reality. Well, Steve's life is not miserable, he is just lonely. His old friends have started families one after another, and the world no longer needs these superheroes in strange costumes. As people's lives are thriving, they have also swept old antiques like them into the garbage dump of history. In other words, Steve is retired now. It's not that no one has invited him. Tony, Clint, and even Thor, who is far away in space, have mentioned whether they want to go to the Centauri galaxy together, but he refused them all. The old man now just wants to stay at home and cook a meal for himself. However, just as he was cooking the turkey, the doorbell rang. Steve was a little surprised. Who came back to see him? Was it a salesman? Did someone really work on Christmas? Wiping his hands on his apron, Steve came to the door of his house. He opened the door and saw a person he never expected. What? Don't you welcome me in? The person who came was the wizard he hadn't seen for a long time. He looked the same, he was still handsome, and even the clothes he wore hadn't changed much. Steve stepped aside to let him in, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "When did you come back?" "Just now." "Seriously, Steve? Traveling between worlds is so convenient now." Shenyan changed into a pair of clean slippers from Steve's shoe cabinet without his reminder. He smiled and said, "Just like Tony can fly around his Hawaiian Islands with a private jet when he has nothing to do, I can also travel between worlds when I have nothing to do." Steve asked while closing the door, "So, you also have a world-traveling private jet or something?" "Almost." The wizard stretched and then sat down on Steve's sofa. Noticing the classic 80s TV show, he smacked his lips. "Your taste in this area never disappoints, Steve." "What area?" "Retro." Steve, who had returned to the kitchen, rolled his eyes. "I'm an old man." You can't ask an old man born in 1918 to adapt to the trend. "But you don't look old at all." Shenyan, who was sitting on the sofa, tilted his head and looked at Steve with a smirk on his face. "Tell me the truth. When you went to the bar, did any young girl ask you for your contact information?" "That's two different things," Steve answered while stuffing the roast chicken into the oven. "No, that's one thing." Shenyan shrugged. "By the way, I'm surprised you did it. You saw it all?" "Of course, I'm not blind." Shenyan was very emotional. Who could have imagined that on Christmas in New York in 2033, there wouldn't be a single homeless person on the streets? "How do you think they will introduce you to their children in the future?" "Captain America, Steve Rogers." Then put a blue mark under the word America and add a link. When the children click in, They have to search for a long time before they can find out what kind of country the United States is. I would rather they didn't introduce me or the United States. Steve washed his hands, leaned against the kitchen wall, and watched the old TV shows on the TV. Let the past be the past. I'm just an ordinary person now. Okay, Mr. Ordinary Man Steve Rogers, where are you doing well? Newspaper. Newspaper? Yes, the New York Times. I have a sinecure there. Well, it's not quite accurate to say sinecure. I'm a special correspondent, and when I have nothing to do, I'll write social reports, criticizing current affairs and the like. You're not going to hire a ghostwriter, are you? What do you mean? As far as I know, you joined the army very early. Will anyone read what you write? Hey, Steve shouted unhappily. I have studied literature in college. Then I really underestimated you. Okay, I apologize, Shenyan said with a smile. The small talk and dinner lasted until the late night, and they were very interested in the conversation. Steve would ask questions about other worlds from time to time, but what he was most interested in was whether the local people lived a good life. So, it's a medieval world? It's almost the same. There are just some magical elements in it. I can imagine what the local people's livelihood is like. You can lower your standards a little bit. You don't seem like the kind of person who can tolerate some idiots riding on the heads of ordinary people and bullying them. Tell me, what did you do? I didn't do anything. This unexpected answer made Steve frown. What? Okay, Steve, this is what happened, Shenyan said patiently. I can't overthrow the king suddenly. It's too early for them to think that everyone is equal, and forcing things to happen is obviously not the right thing to do. Especially in a world full of magic, it's hard to promote the idea of equality for everyone, because no matter what you do, those who have magic and power will not treat the common people at the bottom as human beings. Oh, I'm getting off topic. To put it bluntly, each world has its own rules. And the rule I always follow is not to interfere with their historical process without authorization. Of course, sometimes, when they go too far, I don't mind going out and killing a few kings. He said this with a smile. Steve nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Looking at the expression on his face, Shenyan joked. You are not going to extract something from my words and write it down in your notebook. Steve just looked at him. The smile on Shenyan's face disappeared. You were not, right? 2 minutes later, they came to Steve's study. There were red flags hanging here, from the jungles of South America to Africa, from the eastern land to the vast frozen land next to her. The photos of all the great men and pioneers were carefully framed and hung on the walls of the study. The German version of Capital, the Chinese version of selected works, any red books you can find on the market can be seen in his bookcase. To be honest, I never thought that the booklet I threw to you back then would have such a big impact on you, Shenyan said with a strange look on his face. Isn't this good? Steve asked. To be honest, it was only after I finished reading these books that I realized how wrong we were in the past. He sat on the table and sighed. And the most tragic thing is that our people can't even see the truth. The media controlled by the government firmly controls everything. They have been watching TV since they were young, and TV tells them everything. Anything, any outrageous thing will become true as long as it is said through the media. It's really ridiculous. Steve shook his head. I have to admit one thing. The US government deserves to die. As he spoke, a hateful expression appeared on his face. You will never be able to imagine what disgusting things those bastards have done. That was the first time in my life that I felt that some people don't deserve to live, and don't even deserve to be judged. I think I know, Steve, I know it very well. Shenyan didn't say anything. He sat behind Steve's desk, swaying in the chair and said, forget it, I'm too lazy to keep you in suspense. Steve, have you ever thought about making a comeback? Comeback? Steve was stunned. Who needs superheroes now? Even Frank has retired. Now he just catches thieves every day. What do you want me to do? Of course, another world. Shenyan smiled slightly. That place should really need you, the people's captain. Steve didn't say anything about the strange title of the people's captain. He pondered for a while, then made a gesture, indicating Shenyan to continue. Tell me about it. But unfortunately I thought you were just thinking of an old friend. Let me make one thing clear in advance. Steve. The smile on Shenyan's face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. He said slowly, "That place is very dangerous, very dangerous." "I haven't said whether I will go or not." The wizard just smiled. "I don't know you yet." "Please, wait, wait." The angel didn't finish his words. Frank twisted his legs and pulled them out casually. He used the two angels' thighs as a bat to beat another angel who rushed towards him to death. The guy's head flew out horizontally, drew an arc in the air, and was burned to ashes by the scarlet flames that appeared out of thin air before it landed. A voice was speaking in Frank's mind. "Why do they all ask you to wait?" "I don't know. Everyone likes to tell me their last words like this." Angels are not human beings. Yes, they are not human beings. In between killings, Frank looked up at the sun-like thing hanging in the sky of heaven. He already knew what it was. The soul furnace. For thousands of years, angels have been throwing human souls into it continuously, forging them into the energy they rely on for survival and the seeds for the birth of new angels. Some of them will not be thrown into the furnace, but will be used by the angels as bargaining chips to make deals with the devils in hell. They use the souls of good people to exchange for the sins of evil people. They never get tired of it. As for why, Frank doesn't care. He never cares about these. He has killed too many people. Many people will say that they have a big family to support before they die. Frank has always just sneered in response. Yes, you have a family to support. That's not a reason for you to go and kill people, kidnap women, rob and sell drugs. Besides, everyone knows one thing. If you are just a petty thief, the Punisher will not come to you. If he finds you, you must be a damn bastard. This thing, which was proposed by someone unknown, quickly became the truth among his fans. Many times, even if he suddenly broke into a bar and killed a person drinking there, no one would bother him. They would just shout that this guy must have committed a serious crime. Frank sometimes felt that this was terrible, so he usually spent a lot of time investigating and determining the target before taking action. He would only take action when he was sure that the person must die. This behavior also brought him some convenience in the police station. Half of the police officers in the New York Police Department wanted to give him a medal, and the other half hoped that they would not meet him, otherwise they would have to turn a blind eye and risk losing their jobs. For him, angels deserved to die, that's all. So he went on a killing spree in heaven with a cold face. If the priests on earth saw this scene, their hearts would be broken, but Frank would not. He would just continue to kill. I don't know how long it took. He stopped. The voice in his head said, "Okay, boss. I'm sure you killed them all. Man, I really have to admit that you could have done it without me. Without you to locate them, the efficiency will be slower." "Oh, so I'm just a radar?" It looked hurt, but became optimistic the next second. "But it doesn't matter. Just like the chip in your memory, I am your partner now. You'd better not think of yourself as the same as him." Frank was silent for a while and said, "He is dead. I killed him." Frank ignored the embarrassment. He threw the angel wings in his hand on the ground and said, "Anyone who cooperated with me is dead, and Chip is the one who has cooperated with me the longest. If you really read my memory, you should know one thing. I am a star of destiny." It said a little depressed. "Okay, boss, but actually it doesn't matter if I die. Anyway, I am not alive." "Really?" Frank's voice actually had some smiles. "That's a good thing. The dead won't die again. Do you know how to go to hell?" He mentioned another thing. "Wow, boss, you really don't stop for a moment." "Well, since it's your request." It was a little surprised, but it still followed Frank's request and opened a portal to hell. Before leaving heaven, Frank set a fire. "Burn this damn place to ashes." As for those confused human souls, a golden light flashed by, and they disappeared without a trace. The feeling of passing through the portal was not very good, but Frank had experienced worse things. For example, he was beaten by a rotten monster that was ugly like a cross between a vampire and a bat and had been buried in the ground for several months. Some of the maggots on the hand of that thing even fell into his mouth, so he could still bear it. The scene of hell was roughly the same as that described in those religious books: blood red sky, poisonous air and a ground full of corpses. The smell of sulfur roamed the whole world, accompanied by never-ending screams and pleas. among which the demon's crazy laughter was particularly harsh. "I say, you should have some other use besides being a radar for me," Frank suddenly asked. Boss, what do you want?" "Gun." "What gun?" Frank repeated. "A .45 caliber pistol, or a Colt revolver. It would be better if you can turn it into full automatic firepower." "I'll take any rocket launcher, grenade, or explosives." After a moment of silence, 2 black pistols appeared in Frank's hands. He heard it say, "Your favorite pistol copied from your memory." That's a weird thing to say, but they are indeed .45 caliber, and can fire the kind of fire you have as bullets." Frank opened the safety and loaded the gun, and asked, "Do you need to change the magazine?" "No." "Will it overheat?" "No. This is something I made." "Boss, you should have some trust in me, since we are both grasshoppers on the same rope now." "I'm not a grasshopper, and neither are you, and we're not standing on the rope." Frank took a deep breath, raised the pistol, and tried to aim. "You really don't have a sense of humor, do you?" "Boss, humor is for the living," Frank said lightly. Then he jumped up, and the next second, he was already 100 meters away, crushing a demon's head. He fired his 2 guns repeatedly, and the bullets made of scarlet flames flew in the air of hell, drilling into the brains of the demons, bringing them the most terrifying curse. It was still shouting in Frank's mind, "Oh, that's it, boss. Kill as much as you want." "Shut up." "Well, you can't enjoy all the fun alone, boss. I mean, you have fun killing, and I have to vent." Frank dodged the flames spewed from a demon's mouth and shot it in the head. The bullet made of flames was so powerful that it was terrible. It was called .45 caliber, but in his opinion, it was not much different from a rocket launcher. It was just a touch, and the guy's ugly big head exploded. The aftermath of the bullet even hit a demon standing behind it, and half of its head was blown off. "Forget it. I'm quite happy watching it." It muttered a few words, then shouted loudly, "The Punishers are coming, the demons of hell. They can't hear what you are saying. In fact, you'd better shut up right now." It was still the same space. "If those bureaucrats in the Empire were as efficient as you, I wouldn't feel sick when I saw them." The Emperor sighed the first time he saw Shenyan. "It's just good luck. Find 4 first. How do you plan to arrange these 4 warriors?" Shenyan replied with a smile. "Don't worry about Sean. He can be used as a backup." Entering the working state, the Emperor looked much more serious than usual. He said, "Bruce Wayne, a master of intelligence warfare and infiltration operations, has extraordinary willpower, suspicion, and superior intelligence. I plan to let him deal with the hidden followers of Tsinch." "Hey, are you serious?" "How does that sentence go?" "The development of any event is arranged by Tsinch." "Aren't you afraid that he will eat up this newly acquired prime march?" The Emperor cursed a 70-character curse word. "For the sake of his image, I won't write it out." Then, he said, "If he really has that ability, why are we fighting?" "Who can't brag?" Frank Custer. Reading this name, even the Emperor sighed. "I plan to send him to deal with the bureaucrats of the Empire." Hearing his plan, Shenyan said half-jokingly, "Then you'd better give him a target, such as how many people he can kill in a year. Otherwise, I'm worried that he will kill all those idiots who are just sitting in your position and eating for nothing in a few years. It's better to kill them all. Anyway, the efficiency will not be lower. These bastards, the effectiveness of an order can be delayed for 40 years from the issuance." The Emperor was quite gritting his teeth. He continued, "Moreover, he will investigate before taking action. As for your newly recruited public servant," the Emperor sighed again, "I plan to introduce him to my son who just got up not long ago. They should have a lot in common." Shenyan supported his face with his left hand and said casually, "Happy troubles, right?" "There is one more chapter, which will come later." Chapter 312 Spider-Gwen. Shenyan didn't know how many troubles the Emperor had, but he could guess. Well, anyone could guess. For example, you are the most powerful psychic in human history, so powerful that others can regard you as a god, but you are actually not much different from a god. Just when you are about to achieve your ideal, that is, to unify the galaxy, most of your sons don't know what's wrong with you. They betrayed you. Then you were given a damn golden toilet by your favorite bald eldest son. Unifying the galaxy is out of the question, and your huge empire is collapsing all the time. You know, the empire is slowly dying, and you can't do anything about it. Shenyan felt dizzy just thinking about this. The fact that the emperor is not crazy really shows that this guy has a strong will. Of course, I'm just saying that. Maybe he has been crazy for a long time? As I said, the mage didn't know how many troubles the emperor had. He was not interested in thinking about this matter. He only knew that he didn't have any troubles now. On the contrary, he was very comfortable. Hey, mage. Well, a minute ago, he was very comfortable. He didn't answer. Mage. Hey, little girl, can't you let me rest for a while? The sun is so good, and it's rare for me to have nothing to do. Mage. Shenyan finally opened his eyes. Perhaps the expression on his face was too calm, and the girl didn't even react. She blinked. Her white hair scattered on her forehead, and beads of sweat ran across her cheeks. Well, is there anything wrong, Miss Siri? Siri put her hands on her waist and looked at the mage lying on the ground seriously. You finally woke up. I thought you were dead. Shenyan sat up, stretched out his hand to grab her head and rubbed it, and said bluntly, is this how your grandmother taught you to deal with others? Huh? Little girl, you have to be polite. I'm not a little girl anymore. Siri broke free from his confinement, not caring about her messed up hair, but caring about the age issue he mentioned. She stared and said angrily, Grandma said that girls become adults at the age of 15. I don't have many years left. By then I can drink. Shenyan looked at her strangely, and sighed for a long time. Okay, Siri, listen. Although I don't really want to break a child's, Siri screamed here, I'm not a child, Dream. I have to tell you one thing, he said seriously, adulthood does not mean the beginning of good things, Siri. Adulthood means a lot of things, such as you can stay out all night, you can choose your own life path, you can drink, be addicted to alcohol, and even drown in alcohol, but adulthood will never bring you good things. His expression was so serious that Siri fell silent. She looked at the wizard timidly, and for the first time she felt that he was a little strange, even though she could only see him once every 1 or 2 years. But why? Shenyan sighed again. You see, that's the problem, girl. I can't tell you too much at once because your little head can't handle it, so, go to the castle cellar and get me a glass of wine now. If you're quick and it's still ice cold, I'll let you have a sip. How about that? Really? When have I ever lied to you? It's a deal. After that, the girl skipped away waving the wooden sword in her hand. Geralt, who was lying next to him, saw this and looked at the wizard strangely, saying, do you know that you can't give such a young child a drink? Geralt, we are lying on the wall of Kaer Morhen that I repaired and enjoying the hard-earned sunbath, considering that this warm climate was brought by me. So, Shenyan turned his head to look at him, with no expression on his face. You understand, right? The demon hunter said seriously, I mean, she can't drink. You can give me a drink. The wizard rolled his eyes. You old drunkard. I'm not old. Look at your white hair. Attacking appearance is not a good choice. You didn't say that when you said I was beautiful last time in the tavern. The bard's lyrics are like this. I just took it and used it. You should go find him. I'm not familiar with him, Geralt. I'm not a good friend of him. Their mutual insults didn't last long. At least Geralt didn't tell the wizard joke he had prepared for a long time. Considering that there were minors present, he shut up. Ciri ran up the wall panting, holding a bottle of cold beer in her hand, followed by a beautiful red-haired lady. She ran and shouted, Mage, Mage, yeah, I heard you, you don't have to shout anymore. Seriously, the children are too energetic. Shenyan stood up from his chair and did not forget to complain to Geralt. He reached out to take the wine that Ciri brought, opened the lid and took a sip. He lowered his head and saw the girl looking at him eagerly. Why are you looking at me like that? Ciri was furious in an instant. This was not a metaphor, but a real furious. Her hair flew up, and the mage raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Hey, are you a cat? Wine, she screamed. Okay. Shenyan rolled his eyes and stuffed the bottle into her mouth. The red-haired lady who had been following Ciri saw this scene and immediately ran up in 2 steps. She snatched the bottle of wine from Ciri's hand and then shouted at Shenyan, "Mr. He, even if you are a powerful wizard, I can't just sit there and watch you do this." Geralt chuckled. "The show has begun." What's the matter?" Shenyan shrugged and asked as if he didn't know. His reaction made the lady look furious. "You, my god, goddess Melitli, you have no self-awareness at all? She's still a child. A child. How can you give her wine?" "Yes, I know she is your unexpected child, but you can't do this to her." The wizard tilted his head and gave Geralt a look that roughly meant, "Wouldn't you consider helping me? Your girlfriend looks like she's about to die of anger." Geralt gave him a helpless look in response. "I want to, buddy, but I want to see you being scolded by her even more." At this time, Zelie spoke. She tiptoed to take the bottle from the red-haired lady, and said while jumping, "I never knew that wine was sweet." The red-haired lady was stunned. "Sweet?" Then, she picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Her face with light freckles was quickly turning red. She covered her mouth awkwardly and returned the bottle to Zelie. "Sorry, really sorry, Mr. He, I didn't know." "It's okay, you are right to scold." Shenyan shrugged again. "Besides, you are much more pleasing to the eye than the last one. At least you know what is right and what is wrong." His pointed words made the red-haired lady frown. "The last one?" She looked at Geralt. "What last one?" The Witcher, who was watching the excitement happily, jumped up from his chair with a start. He hurriedly said, "Triss, don't listen to his nonsense. Hey, don't leave." Triss walked to the stairs of the city wall, then pointed at Geralt unceremoniously and said loudly, "You, come to my room. We have something to discuss." Shenyan patted Geralt's lower back with a smirk and whispered, "Brother, if you are hungry at night, sneak out. I will leave you some food in the kitchen." Geralt glared at him fiercely. "What are they going to talk about in the room?" Ciri asked while drinking juice. The poor child didn't know that she was drinking juice. Shenyan looked at her with pity and decided to wait until she really came of age to tell her what wine tasted like, just as a gift of adulthood. By then, he would be looking forward to seeing the expression on her face. "What are we talking about?" "Talk about something big that a kid like you can't understand." "Understand? Now, get ready to call it today." "Call it a day?" "Yeah, unfortunately, your vacation is over. It's time to send you back to your grandmother." "Can you go 2 days later?" Shenyan looked down at Zelie. "When did you learn to bargain?" "Just 2 days later." "I don't want to go back so early. My grandmother will have to make me learn this and that, and I want to play with you." The wizard scratched his cheek. I don't think I played with you much. Most of the time, you were just dancing with swords by yourself." Oh, seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Zelie got anxious. So she used the little girl's unique skill, acting like a spoiled child. She shook the wizard's arm and shouted in a delicate voice, "Okay, okay, 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 okay. If you shut up now, I'll let you go back after lunch tomorrow. How about that?" "Deal." Looking at her jumping away, Shenyan sighed. My child, my child." He raised his right hand, and a small glass bottle appeared there. A golden fragment was slowly rotating in it. Shenyan stared at the fragment for a long time, then smiled and shook his head. "I'm so lucky, and so are you. There are 10,000 things in the world that need to be solved, such as famine, plague, corrupt bureaucracy, etc. However, there is only one thing that needs to be solved in front of Els Fernandez, a resident of Los Angeles, USA. It's urgent." He just wet his pants. And it was in public. A sexy lady with a pug took out her mobile phone, swiped her finger with long nails on the phone, and then pointed it at Els. When her phone made a clicking sound, she didn't forget to add a sharp and mean laugh. He knew what she was doing. Damn, he knew it clearly. If he had a gun, he would have wanted to shoot this mean guy who liked to laugh at others, but he didn't have a gun, and even if he had one, he wouldn't do it. So he just ran away silently with his pants up. Behind him, the culprit who caused him to pee his pants was slowly walking. The culprit obviously didn't realize what he had just done. He just ran on the busy avenue of Los Angeles with a wild laugh. But why did he make Els Fernandez pee his pants? The reason is simple. He looked like a damn rotten piece of meat. Forgive my translation, but he had no choice. His ribs were hollowed out, and his internal organs were dangling between his lumbar vertebrae and bones as he ran, but they didn't fall out. His eyelids were gone. Gone means either they were cut off or eaten by worms. Considering his appearance, most people would choose the latter. The same goes for her lips, and her yellow teeth are covered in dirty stains that remind you of the stuff next to the toilet seat in a public toilet, or the stuff in the range hood. In short, he doesn't look like a good guy. As for the guy chasing him, oh, God, she's very hot. Okay, it may be disrespectful to say this to a female superhero, but she is really hot. She is wearing a tights, the standard for superheroes. The black and white uniform is mixed with some pink as an embellishment, and there is a hood, which adds a bit of mystery. To be honest, she has a really good figure. She was swinging on the spider web between the tall buildings, shouting loudly, "Stop, deadhead, you damn guy." The guy didn't forget to taunt her while running. Only an idiot would stop. "And I'm dead, you spiderhead with no common sense. I think you should go to the University of the Tomb." "I think the opposite." A voice came, and the deadhead turned around and saw a black-robed wizard floating in the air. Before he could mock this guy who looked like he walked out of D&D, he was crushed into powder by invisible mental tentacles. "Hello, if I remember correctly, your name is G. Hello, hello, hello." She hurriedly swung the spider silk to the side of the wizard, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Don't, just call me by my code name." "Woo woo woo." "What?" The wizard shook his head helplessly, snapped his fingers, and they were teleported to the top of a building. Gwen let go of her hand, and Shenyan was able to make his words clear. "You didn't tell me your superhero code name, Ms. Gwen." Didn't I have one?" "I'm sure you didn't." "Okay, Ghost Spider." "Puchy, what are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing. You obviously have one." "You're wrong, Miss Ghost Spider. I'm not laughing." "Really?" Shenyan said with a straight face. "I'll just pretend you didn't laugh." "How did you get to my world?" "If I say I'm just strolling around, you won't believe me, so I'll tell you the truth." "You're in trouble, Ms. Gwen, and he bowed exaggeratedly. "I'm not talented, but I just happen to have a way to solve your problem." "I'm not used to you doing this." Gwen squatted at the corner of the building, posing a classic Spider-Man pose. It seemed that these spiderheads would feel uncomfortable without this pose. "Not used to it?" "Yeah, the last time I saw you, you were still in I'm the coolest and I'm invincible look. You were cold and no one could talk to you." She propped her hands on her thighs and tilted her head to look at Shenyan. "Well, to be honest, Ms. Gwen, I heard you and that kid talking about me last time. I guess that wasn't the first time we met." "Of course, for me, it was the first time." His words made Gwen visibly flustered, and Shenyan could feel it even through the mask. He squinted his eyes and approached Gwen, whispering, "When have you seen me once?" Gwen let out a long sound from her throat. "Are you imitating the sound of a phone leaving the signal area?" "No, I haven't." She returned to normal. "Can we go to my house to talk?" "To be honest, this place is not suitable for conversation." "Okay." Shenyan nodded and stretched out his right hand to her. Just think about my home, right?" "I know." She took off the mask, revealing a beautiful face, and smiled slyly. "It seems that you are really familiar with me, and I am beginning to be curious." "Then you have to take it easy, man. Being curious about the opposite sex is the first step to falling." What era is this line from? Don't you like it? I know something else. As the conversation went on, they gradually stepped into a portal. "I'm already regretting coming to your house." Shenyan lay quietly on her bed, and Gwen lay on his chest. When she heard this, she said in dissatisfaction, "That's not what you just said." "No, miss. What kind of magic did you cast on me?" "Magic? This is not magic?" The wizard looked very confused. "If this is not magic, how could I be absorbed by your beauty?" "Oh, shut up." She giggled and kissed his cheek. "Okay, let's talk business. I don't really mind having a fight with you." Gwen tilted her head and tried to act as if she didn't care, but the wizard saw that she cared to death. "Hey, this matter is nothing to me." "Well, that's it. You don't have to take it to heart. I'm just under too much pressure recently, and you happen to be within my hunting range, so I took action." She began to explain with her hands and feet, but she probably didn't know that there is a saying that says too much talk will lead to mistakes. Shenyan's eyes became strange. There was one thing he didn't lie about. The glib words could be ignored, but he was sincere in the previous words. This woman must have cast some magic on him, otherwise how could he find this woman so attractive? Shenyan hugged her gently. I'm serious, Miss Gwen Stacy. You are really attractive to me, and I have no idea why. Gwen quieted down, and after a while, she replied in a crying voice, has anyone ever said that you are really annoying sometimes? Holding her, the mage replied softly, many people have said that. Damn it, really damn it. Why is my update time so horrible every day? Chapter 313 Totem. After a while, the two people who got up from the bed sat down in Gwen's dining room. The apartment she lived in was well decorated, with an open kitchen and a separate dining room. The sun shone in through the large French windows, shining on their faces and the table. Gwen was dressed casually, with a long women's shirt on her upper body, two white legs dangling under the chair, and wearing pink furry slippers. Shenyan, for the first time, did not wear his black robe. He was shirtless and wanted to take a bottle of beer from the refrigerator. Gwen sat on the chair, holding her face and looking at him. I don't have any wine here. Don't you drink? Come on. I'm still a college student. I don't go to those parties, nor do I join any so-called fraternities. I have to concentrate on my studies and I have to concentrate on doing justice and saving people every day. I have to be careful not to let my dad find out who I am. She spoke a lot of words in one breath, and her chatterbox level was no different from all Spider-Man. Shenyan raised a hand from behind the refrigerator door, signaling her to stop. Then he took out 2 cans of juice. Sitting opposite Gwen, he opened the juice and took a sip, and asked casually, so, do you want to talk? What? Gwen took the juice he handed over and took a sip. Shenyan didn't say anything, just spread his hands. Silence, as if she couldn't stand being stared at by the wizard. She took a deep breath and said, okay, but you have to promise that you won't laugh at me when I tell you. I'll try. Do you know Silk? Who? Gwen's toes pushed back and forth in her slippers, and her 2 white legs swayed. Well, I met her before, when I was facing Morlun. She has a special connection with Peter Parker. When the two meet, they will instantly be together, you know. As she spoke, she actually laughed out loud. We try our best to prevent these two from acting together. Every time they fight together, something goes wrong. They kissed each other while fighting, and the scene was really funny. Shenyan tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically to show that he was listening. The reason is actually because Silk and Peter's mutations came from the same spider, although I think it's incredible that there is such an attraction between the two of them. But who can explain the mutation? Gwen shrugged. As for me and my universe, Silk is a villain, but my ability comes from her. So, can you understand? She stopped talking and began to look at Shenyan eagerly. The wizard sighed and said, this can explain part of the reason why you are so proactive, but it can't explain why I was so easily addicted to it. Although I don't want to hurt your feelings, but, Gwen, I am a wizard. What wizards hate and fear most is what they can't control, especially this kind of inexplicable situation, which is usually considered a curse. After listening to his words, Gwen still looked calm. She even smiled. Of course, haven't you always been like this? Let me continue. She took another sip of juice and said, I met you once, a long time ago. It wasn't long before I got my ability, and you should have too. You looked much more immature than you do now, and you even wore a white robe. As she spoke, she fell into memories. Wait, how did you see me? We are not in the same universe. Gwen reached out her hand, covered his mouth, and smiled. Don't be impatient, I'm just getting to the point. Not long after I gained my ability, I inexplicably traveled through the world. Later I learned that it was the influence of the spider totem. The Spider-Man scheduled for this world should be Peter Parker, but something went wrong. He became a lizard man, Gwen said lightly, and I became Spider-Man. The fact scheduled by the spider totem was wrong, so it planned to find me to see what the problem was, but something went wrong halfway. I was thrown into your world, and I lived there for about half a year. It was in a town. You should still remember the town. Shenyan certainly remembered it. He remembered it clearly. It was one of the few moments of his failure, A complete failure. A demon invasion that couldn't be simpler. The consequences were as follows. Castle Rock, a remote town on the border of Maine. All 378 residents of the town died. Even their souls were missing. It also made Shenyan go from a wizard who still had naive fantasies about the world to the unspeakable black who could release mass destruction spells on the heads of aliens with a smile. It must be admitted that Leland Gaunt may not be very good at his job, but he is the best among the demons in terms of his influence on the world. He directly led to Shenyan's hatred of the demons and indirectly led to the destruction of hell. "I didn't see you at Castle Rock," he said as he took a big sip of the juice. The sweet taste of the chemicals could not soothe his heart at this time. Shenyan could only try to calm himself down. "Of course, that's because I wasn't there when things started to happen." Gwen shrugged. "I felt that I had to spend the rest of my life in this similar yet different world, so I thought, why not go to college? I was very interested in music, so I left Castle Rock during that time. When I came back after completing my further studies, the town was gone." You stood in a sea of fire, watching people's bodies and ruins slowly burning with an expressionless face. Shenyan sat on a chair and looked at her, expressionless, like a statue. After a while, he closed his eyes. When people are burning, they don't emit the smell of meat. On the contrary, they will emit a very stinky smell, so stinky that you don't even want to breathe a second breath of such air. Shenyan endured such a smell. He stood in the ruins of the town, his hands bleeding and one leg broken, but he was still able to stand. Beside him, 378 bodies were either lying on the ground or buried under bricks and stones. They only had two things in common. 1, they were all dead, and 2, they were all burned by flames. The flames burned Shenyan's skin, and he could feel the burning pain. Not long ago, he was still sweating profusely while fighting a demon, but now, the demon has disappeared. The sweat on his forehead has also disappeared, leaving only a calm face without blood or tears. He suddenly laughed, his trembling hand stabilized, and in an instant he made several complex gestures. A deep red chain stretched out from the void and tied a man in a suit. He was very tall and very thin. Generally speaking, when we describe a person as tall and thin, we would say that he is as thin as a bamboo pole. But this man is different. He is abnormally thin and his body proportions are seriously unbalanced. His thin horse face carries an undisguised malice, and anyone who sees that expression for the first time will feel creepy, regardless of position or anything else. You will immediately know that he is a demon. Shenyan turned around. "Why don't you run?" "Run? Why run?" the man asked back, and as he spoke, his sharp teeth protruded from his lips. They were even slowly wriggling and growing. He laughed. "I haven't gotten what I deserve yet, Mr. People in this town bought something from me, and they haven't paid yet." The young wizard shook his head, and the blood on his white robe actually shone in the flames. The fluctuating magic swept across the ruins of the town, and the flames grew taller. "I'm tired of talking to you about this," he said, and began to slowly approach the man. He held one end of the crimson chain in his hand, making a hissing sound, like a red snake. "Let me make it clear, Leland Gaunt." Shenyan's face became ferocious, and at this moment, he looked more like a demon than a demon. "You're dead. I really want to know, how are you going to kill me?" Leland Gaunt easily broke free from the crimson chain as if he was sweeping away the dust on his shoulders. He smiled slightly, and his sharp teeth poked out of his lips again. "You can't beat me, wizard. The only reason I won't kill you is because your teacher is Ancient One. Do you understand? You are nothing. You can't protect this town. You can't protect anyone." It laughed and took off the disguise of human skin. The twisted limbs poked out of the skin and danced wildly with the flames. Its voice became low and terrible, with waves of echoes. "Now, I will take their souls in front of you. Try to stop me, young wizard." Damn, the magic started again. Shenyan bit his back teeth tightly to prevent himself from screaming in pain. Blood flowed from his tightly closed lips, and the crimson chain was countered. The consequence of the spell counter was that the magic in his body was now running wild, just like 10 speeding gangs riding the latest Harleys to drift in your backyard. He still had a chance and could cast one last spell. However, the consequences would be serious. But it wouldn't be worse than what was happening before him. It wouldn't be worse than watching their souls being taken away by this bastard. Cough. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground trembling. Leland Gaunt walked past him with a smile, his ugly face full of greed and complacency. Shenyan stretched out his trembling hand, broke off the index and middle fingers of his right hand, rotated them twice before putting them into his mouth, intending to bite off the 2 fingers. But he was too tired and had no strength. There was no choice but to lie on the ground like a dead dog, open his jaw, and put the 2 fingers of his right hand in, use gravity and his own weight to break the 2 fingers. Then, he took the broken index finger from his mouth with his left hand, dipped it in his own blood, and began to draw a summoning circle on the ground. As the circle was completed, the index finger gradually withered and disappeared. So he stretched out his hand again and took out the middle finger that had become bloody after being soaked in blood in his mouth. The heat of the flames and the stench of the corpses, the footsteps of the demons going away and the pleadings of the souls, his pain and eyes that could barely be opened, all these things combined, made Shenyan smile. Pressure sometimes doesn't drive people crazy. His strokes were very stable, and even when his consciousness was blurred, the hand was still firm to complete the task assigned to it by the brain. This hand is not suitable for working in such an environment. It is suitable for piano and cello, or a painting hall full of elegant art, or sculpture. In short, it is not suitable for such an environment. But its owner wanted to use it to hold a section of his own severed finger and draw a summoning circle on the ground covered with blood and dust. He just wanted to do this. Leland Gaunt's slight voice came from not far away. I have to remind you, when you finish drawing the magic circle, I will be ready to leave. Mage, you have to think of other tricks. Don't let me down. Shenyan stuck out his tongue and licked his bloody lips. He bit his tongue with a grin and spat out a mouthful of blood, adding a touch of color to the magic circle on the ground. Don't worry, you son of a bitch. He slammed his left hand on the ground, and the next second, the magic circle drawn by blood suddenly lit up. They began to burn slowly, and the complex pattern rose from the ground. Shenyan stretched out his still intact left hand and shouted to Leland Gaunt, "Hey, huh?" Leland Gaunt turned around. He saw that the burning and boiling blood was surging up the wizard's left hand little by little, wriggling and crawling on his skin, spreading to his face like some kind of living creature. "I said," he said with a smile, and appeared behind Leland Gaunt in an instant. "You're dead." Leland Gaunt didn't have time to react, because the burning flames turned into the wizard's accomplices at this time. It was only then that it realized that it had underestimated this young wizard. He had planned it in advance. When the magic swept around, he had secretly prepared a restrictive spell. It could only turn its head at a relatively slow speed. Watching the wizard's hand covered with burning blood touch its face, a sharp pain came from its soul, and it began to scream. The next second, a hand covered its mouth. Shenyan's grinning face appeared in front of it, with an undisguised weakness. "SHH, don't make noise. There are still many people sleeping here. Let's have a good talk, you bastard." "Did you see the whole process?" Shenyan asked. "Almost. Besides, you looked really handsome at the time." Gwen looked at him with a smile. He changed the subject. "I lay in bed for 2 years, always hovering between life and death." Leland Gaunt was right. If Ancient One hadn't been my teacher, I would have died long ago. During that time, she was the one who kept me alive. He coughed and brought the topic back on track. "By the way, you haven't told me the reason yet." "Oh, I almost forgot." Gwen also imitated his cough. She seemed to find it very interesting. She continued, "After you dismantled it in that way and your soul was imprisoned in place, you fainted. I was very scared at the time and didn't know what to do. But I didn't want you to die, so I planned to give you a set of first aid measures. It was at that time I touched your blood, and then." She was silent for a while. "The spider totem reacted." "What?" "The spider totem reacted." Gwen closed her eyes and repeated it. "Just like the relationship between Spider Silk and Peter, at that moment, there was that inexplicable attraction between you and me." "This doesn't make sense." Shenyan shook his head calmly. "That doesn't make any sense. I'm not a member of Spider-Man. There's no reason for the spider totem to choose me. And when you touched my blood, There was no magic as a medium. It should be just ordinary blood. I knew you would do that. Gwen stood up from the chair. The loose white shirt couldn't completely cover her curves, not to mention the faint fragrance on her body. Shenyan tried to keep a straight face. He tried his best to get rid of the so-called influence from the spider totem, but it was no use. Gwen was wrapped around his back like an octopus, with her feet on his waist and arms around his neck. If Spider-Man hadn't played like this, she would have fallen to the ground long ago. She whispered in his ear, "For the spider totem, it doesn't matter who it chooses, it only cares whether the Spider-Man in the multiverse can develop better. I am Spider-Man, and you are not. It doesn't matter." Gwen took a step closer, her feet slowly moved down, and Shenyan's ears could feel the ambiguous heat she exhaled while she spoke. "It just wants to expand the Spider-Man team. Do you understand? Ah, I can't help it. Remember to remind me not to get so close to you next time, sir." "I'm afraid I can't help but eat you up." Shenyan stood up. He carried Gwen on his back, and walked towards the bedroom expressionlessly. "You came over by yourself." Gwen hung behind him and bit his ear with a smile. "Didn't you? Couldn't help it either?" These are two different things. I saw that some readers said that the emotional line was inexplicable, and I reflected on this point. I really didn't have much experience when I wrote for the first time, so I could only try my best to write it reasonably, but Gwen's line was actually buried quite early. There is one more update. Chapter 314, Prime Arch Batman. I want to unify the world. I'm too lazy to apply to him. What's there to apply for? The bald middle-aged man slammed the report in his hand on the table. His roar even made the police station quiet for a moment. Damn idiot. I hope he gets syphilis, hemorrhoids, and smallpox. His wife cheated on him and divorced him, and took all his money, and then died alone on the street. In front of him stood a lady in formal clothes. She sighed helplessly, "Chief, why don't you give in? It's just a matter of lowering your head." "Lower your head?" The chief's eyes were wide open, and his beard looked like it was about to reach the sky. "Do you want to hear what you are talking about, Officer Mavis? I am the commissioner of the New York Police Department. That damn FBI thought he could break into my city without permission and mess around, and in the end I have to bow my head and ask him for support. Damn it, this place was fine before he came. The only problem we have to worry about is Spider-Woman. This bastard said he came to hunt down Spider-Woman, but he brought a bunch of criminals with criminal records, and now these criminals are in my city, and I can't even arrest them." Officer Mavis sighed again. "Seriously, Chief, although I agree with your idea, our top priority now is to apply for support, no matter who the support comes from, FBI, CIA or damn SHIELD. The middle-aged man sat down in his office chair and looked at Officer Mavis unhappily. "Are you the chief or am I the chief?" Officer Mavis shrugged. "Of course you are the chief, so I hope you can make the right decision." She pointed to the hall outside. "1/3 of our staff have been injured in half a month. Now, there are not even enough police officers patrolling every day. Some people have to patrol 3 blocks alone. This week, I have sent 4 newcomers who have not fully passed the training to work with guns." As she spoke, she crossed her arms. "You can do whatever you want, Chief." After a moment of silence, the chief sighed. "I never thought in my fucking life that I would have to lick an FBI ass." "Think about it, Chief, at least you don't have to lick the thing in front of him." Mavis: "Yes, sir." "Get out." "Okay, sir." Mavis left his office obediently and closed the door considerately. She had just walked out of the office for only 2 steps when a fat guy came over and asked, "Did he agree?" "Of course, I'll go to him in person." "Old George can never do anything to me." Mavis smiled, patted the fat guy's butt and said, "But seriously, Guillermo, you have to lose weight." Guillermo pulled up his belt. He looked like a balloon filled with water, a black one at that. He didn't care about being slapped on the buttocks. He patted his belly again. He didn't feel ashamed, but smiled proudly. "People in our family have to eat more, Mavis. Ladies like you who have to pay attention to your figure all the time don't know that feeling." "What does it feel like?" "Imagine that you have eaten 3 hamburgers and 2 fried chickens. At this time, your mother brought a large plate of steak. After you finish all this, you can drink 2 milkshakes. Then there is ice cream waiting for you to solve it. His description made Mavis shudder. "No, forget it. One meal of yours can be equivalent to my weekly intake of food. Gilmore, don't you consider your health? Life is short, enjoy it while you can." "I want to eat, so I eat," Gilmore shrugged. "Besides, I don't see any health problems." Mavis pretended that she didn't know that he was out of breath when walking up the stairs. At this time, another person came over, a tall and strong man, black hair, with a military temperament. "Hello, Mavis." "Hello, Frankie." The man frowned. "Don't call me Frankie." "Okay, Francis, what can I do for you?" Francis said with a straight face. "Nothing. I just want to make sure your plan is successful. Has our old stubborn George agreed to support us? If he doesn't, I'll have to go in and kick his ass myself." "Oh, don't worry, Francis. Of course he agreed. After all, it's me who's in charge." "Great." Francis nodded. "In that case, I have no problem." After saying that, he turned and left. Mavis and Guillermo looked at his back as he left, looking at each other. "Has Frank always been like this?" "Call him Francis. He used his Italian name again after his wife died." "By the way, have those bastards been caught?" Mavis pondered for a moment before saying to Guillermo, "You'd better not ask about this, Guillermo. We've announced to the public that they're all missing." Guillermo took a breath. "You mean?" Mavis nodded. "Yes, it's what you think." She rolled up her sleeves and said lightly, "The unlucky guy has had bad luck since he came back from the Marine Corps. First, he was inexplicably involved in a major transnational case. Then, he was attacked by gangsters while having a picnic with his family. His wife died, and he held his son and daughter in his arms and blocked the attack. All the bullets." "So," she turned her head and looked at Gilmore, "what position do we have to stop him from taking revenge?" "I really didn't know Frank had such a past. I thought he was just a little difficult to get along with." Gilmore's words made Mavis laugh out loud. "A little difficult to get along with? Ha 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 ha. You are really humorous, Gilmore. Considering that you don't go out on field duty, I will pretend that I have never heard this sentence. However, you'd better not say this in front of the field team." "Why?" Mavis gave him an intriguing smile. Question: A man with a strong tendency to self-destruction works in the police station. He has excellent marksmanship and extraordinary skills. Which department will he be assigned to? Gilmore swallowed his saliva. Gwen was lying. It was obvious that she thought she had covered it up well. But the more she said, the more mistakes she made. A lie often needs more lies to make up for it. Shenyan squinted his eyes. He sat on the roof of the building, playing with a delicate lighter in his hand. It was a gift from Gwen. The girl said that she had gone through half the city to buy this outdated old lighter, and she thought it suited the wizard's taste. "What a pity, I don't smoke." Shenyan smiled. "The spider totem thing is true, and the attraction between them is also true. But what she said, that there is a connection when touching blood, is 100% false. Yes, blood plays a very important role in mysticism, and can even replace the real name to some extent. But blood is by no means a panacea, not to mention that he didn't find any problems after checking himself. There is nothing in my mind except the mark reserved for contacting the Emperor. So, here comes the question. Why did the spider totem choose me? It can't be that they really want a super powerful Spider-Man, right?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing, and the laughter spread far away on the roof. His figure also disappeared in a wave. The old place. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the dark galaxy in front of him, with a very solemn expression. Shenyan walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Frank's efficiency is a little too good." The Emperor said this with an extremely solemn expression, just like a person who feels too rich after winning a lottery of tens of millions. The wizard rolled his eyes. "Are you serious? This is the first time I've seen someone dislike the efficiency of his own company's employees." "Just a joke." The solemn expression suddenly smiled, and the Emperor said with a faint smile, "Didn't you say that you would leave for a vacation for a while? Why are you contacting me again?" "The vacation was not very successful." The wizard shook his head. "Let me put it this way. Now there is a multiverse-level living god who wants to have a child with me. In order to achieve this goal, It also specially found an acquaintance of mine. It's considered an acquaintance. The Emperor raised his left eyebrow very slowly with a weird amplitude. So, you agreed? Do I look sick or only think with my lower body? I mean, she is very good, but I don't have any idea of getting married at the moment, and I have to have a child? Shenyan shook his head and waved his hands. Don't even think about it. Have you ever considered it? It just wants a part of my power. Of course, I have considered this possibility. In fact, this is the first possibility that came to my mind, but the problem is that I don't know if this thing is intelligent at all. It's just a possibility. The Emperor touched his chin and said lightly, "You are indeed a hot commodity, mage. Forgive my rhetoric, but you are really hot. Look at yourself. You are not even 100 years old, but you already have this kind of power. It is normal for someone to target you." Shenyan sighed. The problem is not here, but the weird mutual attraction between her and me. I am now trying to avoid meeting her. The two of us can't have a normal conversation at all. The Emperor glanced at him up and down. There is nothing wrong with your spiritual body. Yes, I know that too. The Emperor nodded. Yes, you know. The mage's body froze for a moment, and he suddenly realized that he had missed something. He was in the dark under the lamp. It was not magic that acted on the mind, but a special hormone that acted on the body. Seeing his expression, the Emperor smiled slowly. It seems that you finally found it. Very good. Before you leave, let me ask you one thing, the Emperor said. Is there a place for love in your heart? Not until I finish everything. Besides, I've long been accustomed to loneliness. The Emperor nodded without comment. I heard that he is back again. Who? Don't play dumb. Man, him. Who else can I describe in such a sissy tone except him? Oh, the guy suddenly realized, and after looking left and right, he dared to say softly, "You are talking about Batman, right?" His companion immediately cursed. "Are you an idiot? Damn, don't mention his name." The guy looked at his companion in confusion. What can't be mentioned? Can he suddenly appear from behind me? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold breath climbed up his back. A heavy hand grabbed his shoulder. He heard heavy breathing coming from behind him. No, not from behind. It came from hell. After 2 short screams of pain, 2 severely disabled people appeared on the ground. Too slow. A wave of dissatisfaction flashed through his mind. Bruce Wayne, Crane samples, Batman. The Primarch thought so. He could not tolerate such efficiency, especially after learning about the threats faced by humans in another world. It was even more difficult for him to tolerate such a low efficiency. After accepting the transformation, he had an endless lifespan, enough for him to spend 50 years patrolling slowly and transforming Gotham into the kind of place he wanted. But it was not enough. Not enough at all. Batman now had a higher goal. He still hated criminals, but he also had something else to hate. His figure turned into a cold mist and disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, it recondensed on the tallest building in Gotham. Staring at the night view below, he realized that it was time to push the plan forward. There is no time to lose. Start now. The power from the depths of his blood burst out with full force, and he disappeared from the spot, turning into a cold wind blowing across the roof. A few minutes later, he appeared in another city, Metropolis. A man in a red and blue battle robe descended from the sky and landed slowly. He stared at the tall black figure on the ground, and said slowly with a complicated expression, "You are not him, right?" "Maybe." Superman slowly landed. He was more than a head shorter than Batman. After all, Batman was more than 3 meters tall and still growing. His body was covered by the cape, and a bone-chilling breath emanated from him. "Okay, Batman, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to unify the world." "What do you want?" "Unify the world," Batman repeated. "Wars between countries are meaningless. I am tired of watching politicians' intrigues and calculations on the news. In the end, it is the ordinary people who are hurt, and you superheroes in strange costumes. Morality binds you, of course. This is also because you don't have a great ideal," he said to himself, without caring about Superman's increasingly ugly face, until he finally couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted Batman. "Listen, man, I know you are a clone of him, but I don't know where this power in you comes from. and I don't know where your ambition comes from, but I don't mind letting you stop your crazy fantasies. Understand? Crazy? Batman's mouth curled up a sarcastic smile. Mr. Scout, I'm not crazy. I am doing this for a higher goal, not for my own selfish desires as you imagine. What's more, I'm talking about unification. As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward and grasped the fist that Superman wanted to swing, with such force that Superman couldn't even break free. He said slowly, the universe is huge. There are many worlds. In those worlds that are similar to ours but different from ours, countless compatriots are suffering tragic fates. I can't sit idly by and watch. What kind of crazy things are you talking about? Batman let go of his hand. He grabbed Superman's armor, and slowly lifted him up until he was at the same level as himself. Tell me, Clark Kent, when you have the ability to save a person, but you don't do it, will you regret it? Superman's face was dazed for a moment. Yes, I will. Then, what about 1,000 people? Will you feel irresistible guilt? Yes, I will. Now, expand this number to 10,000, 10 million, billions, and even the entire universe. Batman let go of his hand and let Superman fall to the ground. He raised his head and stared at the stars at night. Now, you should understand how I feel at this moment. Superman, who was sitting on the ground, raised his head. He didn't understand why he just spoke the truth. But Batman has always had a convincing power, especially after he inexplicably became so tall. This power became stronger. He asked, I don't understand. What do you mean? Think about it, Kent. Batman said coldly. Do you think we are the only intelligent creatures in the universe? I believe that even the stupidest idiot will not give a positive answer, especially since you are from Krypton. Superman listened quietly. Then, expand the scope. Are we the only universe that exists? Parallel universe theory? Superman muttered to himself. Yes, but it's not a parallel universe. Batman turned around. His tall body was covered by a cloak of the same color as the night, like a towering mountain range. It's many different universes. Superman fell into a state of confusion. He couldn't understand what Batman was talking about in such a short time. In fact, no one could fully understand it, and the ones who could understand it were the followers of Tsinch. I noticed that you were thinking. That's a good thing. Thinking is the greatest wealth that humans have. So, Kent, I want you to think about what I said. Before leaving, he said, besides, I'm not discussing with you. I'm telling you, in 3 days, I will stop all of the meaningless wars in the world and completely put an end to the meaningless internal friction. Are you worried that this book will suddenly become a harem-themed romance? Relax. I know that my romance lines are bad, and I certainly can't disgust you. After all, the first person to read it is me, and I can't disgust myself. This plot is just an introduction. In fact, everyone who has read this should be able to guess what the main plot will be for the next period of time. As a side note, I originally wanted to insert a little bit of Warhammer content, but now it seems that what I said is really right. Adding Warhammer will only make you write more and more. Chapter 315. Is it necessary for superheroes to exist? Is he crazy? Wonder Woman looked at Superman in disbelief. She still couldn't connect the man Superman just mentioned with Batman. The same thing happened to Flash. Could something be wrong? Superman sat in the main seat of the Hall of Justice with a calm expression. The discussion seemed to have nothing to do with him. It seems that Bat's plan doesn't always succeed, at least not this time. His clone is obviously crazy. Green Lantern. Hal Jordan shook his head. His words were harsh, but his expression was very sad. Everyone present knew that he and Batman didn't get along, but that was only on the surface. Hal had expressed his admiration for Batman more than once in private. Well, at least we have to find out why he suddenly feels that he must be the king of the world. He shook his head and looked at Cyborg. Hey, robot, do you have any clues? Shut up, Leprechaun. Cyborg retorted unhappily. His mechanical eye had already lit up red, and it was obvious that he was looking up something on the internet. After a moment, he suddenly said, okay, guys, I've got a rough idea. Be prepared, you may not like this video too much. After that, he tapped his arm and a video was projected. At the beginning of the screen, it was a face they were all very familiar with, the Joker. The first moment he saw him, Hal got goosebumps. Green Lantern touched his arms and said uncomfortably, "Hey, Victor, can you skip the scene with this guy? I get creepy when I see him. I don't know how Bats survived." Cyborg said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, everything that's going to happen is related to him, Leprechaun. If you don't like it, you can get out." Ignoring Hal's angry face, he continued to play. "Hey, hey, test, test, test." The Joker in the picture looked very impatient. His face did not have that signature crazy smile. On the contrary, he looked like a guy with depression. He tapped the screen, that is, the camera. He turned his head and said to his side, "That guy, yes, you, come and fix this damn thing." "Okay, Mr. J." Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the sound of someone falling was heard. Blood splashed on the screen, and the Joker's face appeared on the screen again. He wiped the blood splashed on it with his fingers, and said with a straight face, "Okay, thank you, the camera is finally fixed, and don't call me Mr. J." "Huh? Why are you lying on the ground?" Bang, 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 3 more gunshots. The Flash frowned uncomfortably. The picture was not played completely, but he could guess what the Joker was doing. He was active in Central City. No one there was like the Joker. His most common opponents were the rogues. In addition to robbing banks, the gang even helped old ladies cross the street in their spare time. So, for him, people like the Joker were simply a living nightmare. Lazy guys. Listen up, everyone else. I don't need such lazy guys among my men. You two go to occupy the elevator entrances of this building. Remember, 2 people. Boss, what about the stairs? The Joker turned his head slowly. His profile looked extremely dull, without a smile and without a soul. "You are very smart, kid, but I don't like smart people. Do you understand?" "Understood, boss." Footsteps were heard outside the screen, and the Joker stood up. He seemed to be moving the camera. Not long after, the original appearance of the room he was in appeared in the sight of everyone in the Hall of Justice. Damn it, how many people did he kidnap? Hal looked at the people kneeling on the ground in the room in disbelief. "This is not a recent video, right?" Wonder Woman asked. She looked worried. "It's raining heavily outside the window, but it hasn't rained in Gotham recently." "Yes, Diana, this is a video from half a month ago." Victor was silent for a while. "I checked the internet and found that people in Gotham were talking about this half a month ago, but after a day, all the information was blocked. This is the only video left. I found it from the computer in the Batcave." The picture continued to play, and the Joker sat on a chair with his back to the camera. He looked very impatient, with his legs stretched out and leaning against each other, swaying back and forth, and everyone could hear him humming a song quietly. Hal suddenly said, "This bastard has fucking taste." "What's wrong?" asked the Flash. "He was listening to an old song that I like very much. Damn it. Can't Smile Without You by Barry Monroney." Hal's face looked very bad. "I get goosebumps all over my body when I think about listening to the same song with such a person." Not long after, the elevator in front of the conference room in front of the Joker lit up. It went up all the way and stopped for a while on each floor. The Joker whistled patiently, waiting for the person in the elevator to arrive in front of him. "Ding dong." "Is that him?" asked the Flash in a low voice. A thin figure appeared in the screen. Even if he completely hid himself under the cloak, the thin shoulders only highlighted his skinny body, but the clothes were genuine bat suits. However, the eyepiece was scarlet. The Joker sighed. "They don't even want to find someone of similar stature to me." He turned around and shouted to the hostages, "Listen up, ladies and gentlemen who are still working overtime on Sunday night. It's not me who wants to kill you, but the GCPD killed you. Look at the people they found. They are simply insincere." "Stop." Batman's voice came from behind him. The Joker's face was facing the camera, so everyone could see every subtle expression on his face. Every muscle on his face was twitching slightly, and the pupils in his eyes shrank into a line like a cat, and then turned into a small dot. In it, you can't see any human emotions. There is only an extreme chaos and madness, which makes people feel cold. Then, a smile slowly bloomed on his ugly, wrinkled face covered with oil paint. His muscles were very familiar with this way of operation. Without any awkwardness, he easily made the well-known, creepy smile return to his face. "Enough, Superman suddenly said. Skip this part. Cyborg did as he was told, and the projected picture moved forward rapidly, and soon came to the last scene. The conference room was bright, and the tables, chairs and benches fell to the ground and broke countless times. The rainstorm outside the window was getting heavier, making the windows crackle. There were two people lying on the ground, the Joker and Batman. The old enemies lay together, and the Joker still had that twisted smile on his face when he died. One of his arms was abnormally twisted, his cheek was swollen, and his left temple was abnormally sunken. Obviously, that was the cause of his death. As for the other one, his appearance made Hal Jordan hold his breath unconsciously. That was Batman. Yes, there was no doubt about it, but that was not Batman either, at least, not the Batman people were familiar with. The Batman people are familiar with would not be as skinny as he is now. His cape was scattered, and one side of his eyepiece was broken, revealing a tightly closed eye. Blood spread from his body, like some kind of embellishment, or like some kind of footnote. At this time, he is no longer breathing. Cyborg whispered. That means he is dead. No one spoke, and the picture continued to move forward slowly. A blue light lit up in the room, and a handsome man in a black robe walked out. He glanced at the camera and ignored it. He walked slowly to Batman and snapped his fingers. Not long after, Batman, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. How long have you been here? Not long, Batman, the man said. You two played very hard. I saw it on TV. Although the director cut it off very quickly. Who is this man? Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. The cape vibrated slowly, and Superman landed on the roof. The tall figure in front of him, with his back to him, was staring at the night view of Gotham without saying a word. Did he make you like this, Bruce? Batman turned around. What do you want to see me about? He said coldly. No, maybe I should say. He tilted his head slightly, stretched out his hand and grabbed a red figure from the air. What do you want to see me about? Oh, hi, Bruce. The Flash smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. In fact, 1,000 tons of waves had already rolled up in his heart. He just pulled me out of the Speed Force state! Since they had been discovered, the others no longer concealed it. Hal Jordan and Cyborg fell from the sky, and a rope with a faint golden light wrapped around the railing at the edge of the building. The female warrior flipped over and jumped up. No offense, Bruce. Hal Jordan spoke first. But we do want to know one thing. Is it that man who made you like this? Batman, who was more than twice as tall as before, slowly raised his head. He did not speak, but just smiled faintly. Answer the question, Bruce. Superman said seriously. It is true that you are his clone, but we have all seen your determination when you were Batman. No, I am not Bruce. Batman interrupted him and said so. I am not the Bruce Wayne you know, nor the Batman you know. He stretched out his right hand from under his cloak, and the slow movement brought a strong sense of threat to Superman, just like a giant dragon slowly spreading its wings. Above his outstretched right hand, a storm of ice was gathering. Now, I'll ask again, what do you want to see me for? After a silence, it was Wonder Woman who broke the silence. Diana said sincerely, we just want to figure out what happened to you, such as why you became so tall, and why you suddenly said you wanted to unify the world. Is all this important? Batman said coldly. You just need to know that keeping the world peaceful forever will bring benefits. That's enough. Yeah, as if none of us knows that. It was Hal Jordan who spoke again. He shook his head and said, we all know that allowing humans to continue to fight openly and secretly is not good for each other, but we will never take that step. We are heroes, not dictators. Hero? Batman shook his head calmly. Herald Hal Jordan, in the 7 years since you became the Green Lantern, you have saved 4,321 people, but because you have power but do nothing, the law and order of Seaside City, which you are responsible for, has not improved at all. On the contrary, some supercriminals have arrived because of you. The law and order has not improved, and so have the people's livelihood and infrastructure of the city. I can tell you responsibly, Hal Jordan, Seaside City has not gotten better, but worse. 7 years after you became the Green Lantern, the green light on Hal's body flickered and rose and fell, and he looked like he was trying hard to suppress his anger. "I'm just a vigilante. I can't step in and do all the work of our government." "You have power, but you don't do anything." Batman's eyes swept over everyone present. "Yes, you are chivalrous. You let the world survive several crises and not be destroyed by crazy aliens, evil gods, and human beings' own stupidity. But you didn't make the world better. On the contrary, it made it worse. Here is a form." Batman's cold voice seemed to be able to penetrate the thick night and pierce people's hearts. "In the 10 years since the emergence of superheroes, a large number of supercriminals have emerged that neither normal police nor special police can deal with. If it were just their superior IQ, that would be fine, but mutants and technological transformers can often kill a team of well-trained police officers, as well as streets and public facilities that take a lot of time and money to build, with a simple wave of the hand. Superman, Metropolis was destroyed by 30% because of your battle with Luthor. For an international city, their losses that day exceeded $3 billion US, and I haven't even counted the number of deaths. You might want to say that if you hadn't stopped Luthor, more people would have died. But the truth is, without you, Luthor wouldn't have built an omnipotent super armor to try to kill you on the street." The Flash, who was still held in his left hand, let out a cry of injury. "Oh, Bruce, you can't say that about him. He didn't finish the second half of the sentence and was choked in his throat." Batman lowered his head, stared at him, and said softly, "I know what you want to say. He just did what he should do. Yes, from your point of view, you did nothing wrong. There is one more update. I am numb. I did a nucleic acid test yesterday and another one today because 2 close contacts who returned from SH were found. The community opposite my house has sealed off 2 buildings, and one here is also sealed. I queued for 3 hours today and haven't eaten yet." Oh, Chapter 316 Tools don't need names. From your perspective, superheroes are vigilantes. They are the role of checking for deficiencies and filling gaps for our government that has not yet evolved completely. Because of this, you try your best to avoid killing people and try not to abuse your power in politics. This is very good, and I appreciate it, but, from my point of view, your existence itself is wrong. The Flash, who was held in his hand, made a mosquito-like sound from his throat. "But you are also a superhero." "No, I'm not. I never was." Batman shook his head and put him down. The Flash felt his scalp tingling when he touched the ground. He couldn't even use the speed force to escape when he was caught just now, and the previous skills of shaking the body to break free from the restraints were completely useless in his hands. "What on earth have you become, Bruce?" Cyborg, who had been silent all the time, spoke. "This is not a sociological discussion, Batman. We are here for only one purpose. You'd better stop your thoughts before things become irreversible." "Really?" Batman's voice became erratic, and his figure disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Even with Cyborg's Apocalypse technology processor, Cyborg didn't react to where he went until his voice came from behind him, and Cyborg suddenly turned around. Behind him, Batman was suspended in the air. He looked at everyone calmly, as if he was looking at a stranger, with no emotion in his eyes. "I never expected you to understand my thoughts. This is unrealistic. Wanting world peace doesn't mean you have to be the dictator." Hal was completely angry. He didn't understand that even if it was a clone, Bruce Wayne's clone wouldn't be so crazy. "Who said I want to be a dictator?" Batman asked back. "Here you go again. You're wishful thinking. I never said I want to rule the world with violence and high pressure. And I never said I want to let the sight of the god of death hover over everyone's head." "Really? Then tell me what you are going to do," Hal asked with a sneer. He has now lost the last bit of trust in this Batman clone. "You'll see." As soon as the voice fell, he appeared in front of Hal in an instant. Although Green Lantern, who had been prepared, immediately released the energy of the lantern ring as a protective shield. The energy shield that should have been indestructible was easily penetrated when it touched Batman's finger. He could only watch Batman take his ring away nonchalantly, and even waved it in front of him. A powerful weapon that can give the wearer super strength. Well, the basic push depends on willpower and imagination. Batman smiled rarely, although only for a moment. "Very good. This thing will give some respectable people a little more hope of survival. The ring disappeared in his hand. Without the power of the lantern ring, Hal Jordan is just an ordinary person. He himself realized this, but his stubborn character is well known. The former Air Force pilot immediately roared and punched Batman in the side of the face. At the same time, Wonder Woman's lasso and Cyborg's energy attack finally arrived. Only two people did not take action: Flash and Superman. Batman didn't even bother to resist Hal Jordan's punch. He pushed lightly, and a cold air enveloped Hal, carrying him to the top of the building, and his reaction to the fierce energy attack that dyed half of the sky red was even more surprising. He just blew a breath, and then the powerful energy attack released after the steel bones were fully charged melted away in an instant like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Then, he raised his right hand and grabbed the lasso of truth thrown by Wonder Woman. With one hand, he pulled her up. The two floated in the air, and Wonder Woman looked at this familiar yet strange person with a complicated expression. She opened her red lips and asked softly, "Who are you?" "Batman," he answered without hesitation. "Real name?" "I don't need a name. A code name is enough. I'm just a tool. As long as mankind can have a better future, I'm willing to give up everything for it." Staring at his eyepiece, the female warrior suddenly smiled sadly. "The lasso of truth has no effect on you, right?" "Yes," he nodded slowly. "But I really mean it, Diana. I won't lie to you." The female warrior gently raised her arm and stroked his cold mask. The tenderness on her face turned into murderous intent in the next second. "Too late, Bruce. Everything is too late." The divine power stored in the wrist guard of her hand exploded. "This is not over yet." She immediately threw another punch. In the female warrior's imagination, even if the divine power explosion could not hurt him, her own power should be able to make him suffer. But on the contrary, whether it was the divine power explosion that could hurt even Superman or her own power, neither could hurt him. Batman's mask was not even damaged. An admirable tactical choice. If I were really him, I would have hesitated. The man named Batman, who made her feel extremely unfamiliar, said so, and then punched her into coma. He slowly landed and returned to the top of the building. Cyborg seemed to have lost the will to resist. He just smiled bitterly at Superman. "Hey, Scout, you are not in a good state today. Do you have a cold or something?" Superman just shook his head blankly. "I just think he is right, Victor. Look at everything we have done. Is it really meaningful? In the end, not only did I not make the world a better place, but more people died because of me, and I didn't realize this. I just continued to play a hero." "Your stupidity has not changed at all, Clark Kent," Batman said. He strode to Superman and punched him in the face without hesitation, knocking the invincible god of the world to the ground, and then looked down at him condescendingly. "Can't you tell that I'm deliberately disturbing your mind now? You're the easiest to deal with. I can make you lose your will to fight with just words." Superman smiled bitterly, and the swelling on his purple left face was quickly subsiding. "Maybe. But I don't know if what you're saying now is to comfort me. To be honest, Bruce." "No, Batman." He stared at the man who had the same blood as his former friend, and whispered, "What happened to you? Do you really want to hear it?" Batman stared at him, and after a while, he stretched out his right hand. Superman held his hand. When he opened his eyes again, Clark Kent found that he had come to another space. He was not wearing the familiar red and blue combat uniform, but the most common outfit he wore at home, a simple plaid shirt and sturdy and reliable jeans, convenient for farming and carrying heavy objects at any time. He looked around in confusion and was surprised to find that he was actually in a completely unfamiliar galaxy. He was 100% sure of this. He had visited various parts of the galaxy and went there once a month. In other words, he has a 3D map of the Milky Way in his mind, which is updated every month in real time. A gentle male voice came from behind him. "Hello, Clark Kent." Clark turned around slowly and saw an old man who looked very old. He had white hair and a skinny body. There was no flesh on his outstretched right hand, just like skin wrapped around bones. After hesitating for a while, he still stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. The old man laughed. "Or, should I call you Kal-El?" "Just Clark, sir." I am no longer Kal-El. Clark smiled stiffly. For some reason, when he faced this old man, he always felt that he was facing his father who had passed away many years ago, Jonathan Kent. Okay, Clark, the old man still smiled gently, but the lingering fatigue on his face inexplicably made Clark feel distressed. Ah, he should have brought you here, right? The old man waved his hand, and two comfortable armchairs appeared in front of them. After both of them sat down, he spoke slowly. Do you know him? If you're talking about Bruce Wayne, no, I don't. The old man rubbed his temple. But if you're talking about Batman, then yes. I think I know him. Can I ask, what happened to him? The old man shook his head gently. Clark, you shouldn't know these heavy truths. These things should only be known by a few people. Please don't get me wrong. It's just because these things are really heavy. Clark stared into the old man's eyes. His black eyes still looked very bright, but that couldn't hide the fatigue deep in his eyes. On his wrinkled face, every groove seemed to be telling him something. He nodded, and in the next moment, Clark Kent burst into tears. He couldn't describe what he saw. The burning galaxy, the people crying and dying like straw. They fell in pieces by planets, torn to pieces by demons and aliens. Every tear that flowed from their eyes carried a heavy sense of mourning and sadness, like a sharp sword piercing Clark's heart. Moreover, it was far more than that. He also saw more, fathers and sons killing each other, brothers betraying each other. An old captain who knew that the ship was about to capsize but still stayed at his post. The old man smiled a little guilty, patted Clark's back with his own hand, and said softly, Okay, it's my fault. I didn't expect your empathy to be so strong, sir. Clark raised his head with red eyes and asked, have you been suffering like this all the time? Compared to the misfortune of the entire human race, my pain is just a drop in the bucket. It's not worth mentioning. The old man waved his hand. He said slowly, if human beings can really stand up on their own and get rid of the doom that hangs over their heads, then I would rather endure this pain for another 10 million years. Who are you? Clark looked at him in awe. I don't have a name, and I don't need one, kid. I'm just a useful tool. My greatest hope is that you can throw me into the trash after you're done with me. The old man blinked. The next second, he became serious again. It seemed that the humor just revealed was just Clark's illusion. Okay, let's talk about business. Clark Kent, from the perspective of Cyborg and Flash, Superman just shook hands with Batman and fell into a long silence. He stood there quietly, and no matter how Cyborg called his name, he didn't move. What did you do to him? Cyborg asked sternly. Just showed him some truth. Batman replied indifferently. The truth? Cyborg grinned. His voice that mixed human and mechanical textures seemed deafening at this time. You damn clone. The Flash suddenly reached out his hand to stop Cyborg, who wanted to fight to the death with Batman. He asked thoughtfully, Bruce, no, Batman, can I ask you a question? Go ahead, Barry. Looking at the young man in red clothes, Batman's face actually showed a rare smile. I'll try my best to answer you. Will you kill people? Yes, and I will kill a lot. I can only guarantee one thing. I won't kill any innocent people. Then, what about us? What? Will we die? Everyone will die, Barry. No, what I want to ask you is, will you kill us? Why would I do that? Since we are the source of everything. Barry swallowed his saliva and said uneasily, then, if we die, will it solve all problems? No, Batman denied his stupid words. If I kill you like this, it's not called solving the problem. It's called solving the person who raised the problem. He said slowly, the emergence of superheroes is inevitable. Some people have power, and the current system of society allows others to get away with what they want after doing bad things. Honestly, Barry, what I just said was just to confuse your mind. Don't take it to heart, but what you said is indeed true. Batman thought, okay, Bruce, he is indeed as nitpicking as you remember, and he is just as naive and kind. It's just part of the truth, Barry. The fact is, the world still needs you, and so do I. Cyborg interrupted, I remember you said you wanted to rule the world, and we won't be your accomplices. It's unification, not ruling the world. This world will naturally give birth to its ruler, but it will definitely not be me. Batman looked up and stared at the night sky. Alas, The mission is waiting. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to sleep. I owe 2K tomorrow. Damn, are there really authors like me? Typing until 3:30. Chapter 317 Involuntary Overtime. The sound of sirens filled the alley, and a detective in a long windbreaker set up a cordon and walked in. "What's going on?" he asked briefly to the two police officers in charge of the on-site investigation. "It's not good, sir." One of the black police officers took off his hat, and his expression looked very bad. His companion handed the man a few photos and a report. The man took it, and the situation in the first photo made his teeth ache. After a moment, he handed the report and photos back, and his face gradually aligned with the black police officer. "Okay, gentlemen, it seems that we can't handle this matter. I'll make a phone call." He came to the entrance of the alley and stroked his cheek with his left hand. There was a back molar there that was affecting the nerves of the entire face. The man grinned and took out his mobile phone from his pocket and made a call. "Yes, it's me," he said vaguely. "It's bad. Majorwan Avenue. You can see us when you come." Not long after, a figure flew over swinging on a spider silk. She landed lightly on the streetlight above the man's head and asked, "What's the matter?" "Go in and take a look yourself, Spider-Girl." The detective raised his head and sighed. He rubbed his left cheek, and his expression became more and more ugly. "I really don't know which bastard could do such a thing." "It's Ghost Spider, detective." "Whatever, anything is fine, as long as you can help us catch this bastard. I don't mind calling you God." "No thanks." Gwen rolled over and shrugged. She didn't understand why the detective reacted like this, but when she entered the tavern at the end of the alley, she understood. The tavern was very dark. It was obvious that this was an underground tavern. It should have been an underground warehouse or something like that. Gwen was very familiar with such buildings. The band she participated in had performed in such places many times. But underground taverns were also divided into levels. They were just places for young people to seek excitement. And the one in front of her, there were more than 30 bodies lying on the ground. Without exception, they died in a very miserable state, and none of them had a complete body. Some unlucky guys even had their hands and feet hanging on the broken chandelier hanging vertically from the ceiling. If it were in the past, Gwen would immediately go out and find a place to vomit for a while, but after experiencing so much, she could also treat these corpses as nothing. She didn't rush in. According to her experience, such taverns usually have a small room, either a place for the guys who look after the place to rest, or to store those shameful things. Her eyes searched around the tavern. Her keen perception beyond ordinary people allowed her to quickly discover a secret passage that the police officers couldn't find. However, after she walked into the room, she found that her guess was only half right. There were indeed some shameful things here, but not what she thought. It was not drugs or counterfeit money, but a bronze statue. The statue was 1 person tall, and looked simple and sacred. But Gwen's mind suddenly stabbed, and her spider sense was constantly warning her that this thing was obviously not as sacred as it looked. Gwen retreated cautiously. She didn't intend to touch this thing, but it was too late. The statue glowed brightly, engulfing her, and after a moment, the place was quiet again. Gwen was awakened by the sound of a horn. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing in the middle of the road. A driver in a silver car was honking at her angrily, and stretched out a hand from the car window, giving her an angry middle finger. "Wow, man, there's no need to be so serious." Although she still didn't understand the situation, Gwen's optimistic character made her subconsciously make a joke, and then left here swinging on the spider silk. What the hell? What she didn't notice was that a boy with a backpack standing on the side of the road was staring at her leaving figure in amazement. He turned around incoherently and gestured to his fat companion. Ned, did you see it? WTF, huh? What? His fat companion looked up from his mobile phone, with a blank face. Didn't you see it just now? There. He pointed to the middle of the road, and the expression on his face was almost as good as Chris Rock, who was slapped by Will Smith at the Oscars. The surprise was real. What's going on there? There's a me standing there, a female version of me. He tried to speak clearly so that he could finish a whole sentence, but his explanation not only failed to make his companions understand what happened, but made them even more confused. "What are you talking about, Peter?" Peter shook his head in frustration. "No, nothing. I must be hallucinating." Was it really a hallucination? Peter didn't think so. So his first reaction after returning home was to open his computer and start searching the internet frantically. But the child's behavior of pinning all his hopes on video websites and search engines was obviously not reliable. Not only did he not find any clues, but he also attracted the attention of others. His watch was ticking. Peter picked it up absent-mindedly and put it to his ear. He heard a man say absent-mindedly, "Boy, I understand that you are in adolescence now, but isn't it a bit too crazy to search for the female version of yourself?" "What? Don't be stupid, boy. Listen, if your taste is really so special, and if your academic performance is good enough, I can take you to find 2 girls who are willing to wear spider costumes when you are an adult." Peter realized what he meant, and the boy blushed. "Mr. Stark, are you monitoring my computer? I prefer to call it the reasonable protection of the guardian to the guardian." "You are not my aunt." A man's serious voice came from the watch. "I guarantee that you join the Avengers. I am your guardian, understand?" Oh, Peter's eyes widened suddenly. He almost forgot the business. "Wait, don't hang up yet, Mr. Stark." "Huh? Go on. I'm listening, boy." A few minutes later, the man's voice revealed an undisguised weirdness. "So, you want to convince me that you witnessed a female version of Spider-Man causing a traffic jam on the street this morning, and she appeared with a beam of light? If you don't believe it, forget it, Mr. Stark." Being denied again and again, even Peter would get a little angry. Stark was silent for a while, and he said, "Okay, kid, tell me the location. I will investigate." "The second traffic light intersection of Arthur Avenue, sir. If you have any results, please be sure to tell you." "No, impossible. This is non-negotiable. Kid, you go to school well. You missed 13 classes last month. If you continue like this, you can't even think about graduating." "Listen, the safety of New York City is not the responsibility of a child, understand?" After saying that, he hung up. On the other side of the city, Stark Tower. Tony Stark sat in his workshop, looking at the screen on the right thoughtfully. He held a wrench in his dirty hand, and a golden and red steel gauntlet was placed in front of him. "So, Friday, is what the kid said true?" A female voice sounded. "We are checking. Please wait, sir." A moment later, a surveillance video popped up on the screen. In the video, a woman in a white and black spider costume was standing in the middle of the road in a daze. After being scolded by the driver, she pulled up a spider silk and quickly went away. Stark raised his eyebrows. "Damn it, does that kid have a twin sister?" Friday, continue to track her whereabouts. As he spoke, he lowered his head and continued to repair the steel gauntlet. "Keep me informed of the latest progress." "Understood, sir." When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. Gwen has a deep understanding of this. God, can she be more unlucky? This familiar drama again. Another parallel universe? Now. Gwen Stacy. How will she go back this time? Just as she was in annoyance, a man's voice came from behind her, which was a little frivolous and a little electric, and sounded a bit like a synthesized voice. "Hello, young lady." Gwen turned her head and saw a steel armor floating in the air looking at her. "Hello?" Her reaction surprised Stark. "Don't you know me?" "Do I have to know you?" Gwen asked back. "Interesting. Which deep mountain and old forest did you run from?" "Don't tell me first. Let me guess. You are not some strange organization that got some blood samples from Spider-Man and cloned you?" His voice gradually became weird. "Do you know Spider-Man?" "Who is Spider-Man in this world?" "Peter Parker." "You know a lot, young lady." Stark's voice became serious. "Also, what do you mean by another world?" "It means literally, I come from a parallel universe." Gwen shrugged as a matter of course, without thinking of hiding this matter at all. What is there to hide? Rather, she hoped that more people would know about it, because there would be more power in numbers. She hoped that a genius like Dr. Otto would come and send her back. In the armor, Stark's expression became very strange, so strange that it was even a little ridiculous. Parallel universe is one of the unknown assumptions of many people about the world. but it has never been confirmed. Although this theory has never lacked a large number of supporters and fanatics, there is no doubt that parallel universe is already the most famous conjecture of their time. Do you have any evidence to prove this? After hesitating for a while, Gwen took off her mask and said, "My name is Gwen Stacy. You can check where I am in this universe now." She said it too late. In fact, the moment she took off the mask, Stark had already started scanning his face. Without him saying anything, Friday automatically sent a photo. The person in the photo was indeed Gwen Stacy herself. Confirmed. But there was only one problem. She was more immature and younger in the photo than the one in front of her, but she was just in high school. A moment later, Stark sat on the edge of the building, eating a hot dog he had just bought. He said, "It's a pity that this can't be told to the reporters, otherwise I could have won a Nobel Prize, although I don't need that crappy award to prove anything." Have you always been so arrogant? Have you always been so rude? Well, many people have said this. Stark shrugged, and because he was wearing armor, this action brought a mechanical sound. But if you have to ask, yes, geniuses always need some small privileges, don't they? He said, "Anyway, the most urgent thing is to help you return to your own universe, right? If you can help, that would be the best." As he spoke, Gwen's expression became a little strange. "In addition, I think this matter may have to be postponed for a while." "Huh? What do you mean? Are you a little interested in our world? Want to travel?" Stark joked, but the expression on the other person's face made him realize something. At the same time, a loud noise came. He said stiffly, "Well, there's no huge alien spaceship or something like that landing in the sky behind me, right?" Faced with his question, Gwen just pulled up her mask, swung the spider silk, and rushed over there. She's really unlucky. Shenyan stood in the hidden room of the underground tavern, his expression speechless. "Well, what's next? Do I have to chase my wife thousands of miles away?" "No, she's not my wife. So how did she get teleported away?" The wizard moved his fingers slightly, and the room began to simulate a virtual scene with magic power. Just before he came, Gwen entered the room, and in the center of the room was a bronze statue that looked ordinary. Not long after she entered, she wanted to leave, but the statue then shone brightly and teleported her away, and the statue itself disappeared. In the interval of thinking, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. A man yelled at him, "Hey, who are you? Put your hands up where I can see them, or I'll shoot." The mage ignored the dedicated police officer. With a slight thought, he made the policeman faint and had a good dream. A bronze statue that can cross boundaries? Ha! Shenyan gradually smiled. There is something new to study. Not bad, but there is a problem. I'm here for a fucking vacation, not to work overtime. There is one more update. I calculated that the 2K plus 6K I owed yesterday is 8K. I'll try my best to write. I plan to go to bed early today. My heart hurt for a while in the afternoon. I was so scared that I thought I was going to die suddenly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Crazy Stepping on Landmine. Tom was there when it happened. When the huge wheel-like spaceship in the sky slowly landed and caused countless damage, Tom just sat outside his coffee shop and drank a sip of coffee very calmly. "Hey, what haven't we old New Yorkers seen? It's just a spaceship. Who hasn't seen it?" Compared with his calmness, his customers are different. They picked up their things and ran out of the coffee shop. Some people did not forget to pay the bill, but more people either really forgot or wanted to escape the bill. But for the sake of the spaceship, Tom decided not to bother with them. Anyway, he didn't need this little money. Last time, the aliens made the New York government pay him a lot of money. Now opening a coffee shop is just a hobby. He doesn't want to be idle, which would make him look useless. He leaned back in the chair he had placed under the awning, took a sip of coffee happily, and casually said, "This spaceship is too ugly." A figure flew by on a spider silk, leaving the sentence, "I agree with you." Another figure flew by with a voice breaking through the air, Second, damn, these aliens have no taste at all. Tom took another sip of coffee, leisurely. You superheroes still have the nerve to criticize others. One is black, white and pink, and the other is red, gold and silver. They are not much better. Gwen shouted as she moved forward. Do you have any idea about the thing? How should I know? Didn't you say you were a genius? Can't you use your armor to analyze the composition of that thing? My nano armor is for combat, not for scientific research. Of course, if I am given enough time, I can still do it, but what we lack most now is time. It seems that your genius is not as good as another person I know. Really? Who? Stark's desire to win played a role strangely at this time. Dr. Otto. You probably don't know him. Forget about it. Can't you contact other people? You are not the only one responsible for protecting the world, are you? No, of course not. But, well, long story short, there are some disagreements between me and my companions, and there are not many people available now. Just tell me how many there are. Stark was silent for a while, and then he whispered, on Friday, notify the rescue agency to evacuate all residents on 43rd Avenue. I can't believe I have to face a group of aliens with a friendless egomaniac. Watch your words, little girl. Their quarrel ended quickly, and they arrived at the scene soon, but someone was faster than them. A guy dressed as a wizard in a red cloak, a fat man wearing the same strange clothes as a wizard, and an acquaintance of Stark. Banner, why are you here? Stark landed like a superhero, shaking up a pile of rubble. Dr. Banner smiled awkwardly. I have a long story to tell. Let's deal with these two bastards first. I have no objection. Gwen landed next to the wizard. The horse-faced wizard looked at her and was a little surprised. Madam, I have some questions to ask you. Do you mind talking to me later? I have no objection. The conversation ended here. Two people walked slowly in front of them. Perhaps they should not be called people. One of them was shorter and looked like an alien version of Voldemort. The lack of a nose and the narrow and cruel eyes made him look exactly like Voldemort. The other one was much taller, with a fierce and ugly face, with protrusions on his brown-black skin, and holding a sharp weapon like a manuscript. The alien version of Voldemort shouted, "Listen up, you are the ones who are about to die at the hands of the son of Thanos. Remember, you must be grateful for this because you, the insignificant lives, are making a contribution." Well, he's probably a little sick. Stark rolled his eyes in the armor, then fired back. Hey, listen, Voldemort, the Earth is closed today. Sorry, we are closed. So can you repair the damage you caused and go back to where you came from? The creature called Voldemort snorted. He turned to look at the wizard and asked, Stone Guardian, is this talkative creature speaking for you? The wizard shook his head. An orange-yellow magic circle lit up on his hands. He crossed his hands and slowly stepped forward. Of course not, I have my own mouth, but you have illegally invaded this city on this planet. My advice is that you'd better get out of here. The fat man in the same clothes did the same thing. Stark whispered, okay, can anyone explain it to me? Stonekeeper? What is that? And you too? Are you the kind of magicians who can turn balloons into animals in the queue? Or are you the real thing? No one paid attention to him, and the scene was very awkward for a while. Fortunately, Stark had learned to adjust himself a long time ago. He shrugged and raised his hands, and the palm cannon was ready to go. Stonekeeper is an ancient name, but I think he might prefer you to call him Dr. Strange. Tony Stark. Another voice interrupted, and everyone looked up, with different reactions. Voldemort and the ugly alien miner holding the manuscript wanted to run away almost instantly. The aura of the person who came was so terrifying that they even had the illusion that they were facing Thanos himself. But they couldn't move anymore. Stark and Dr. Banner were confused. They didn't know this person. The goggles on Gwen's mask expanded, and she certainly knew who this was. As for Strange and Wang, their expressions were very interesting. Excuse me, buddy, who are you? I think you look like an Earthling, and you're almost as handsome as me. So, are you a reinforcement or an enemy? Stark's muffled voice came from the armor. His words made the visitor smile. It seems that no matter which world you're in, your mouth is always so annoying. Tony Stark. Okay, let me introduce myself. The smile on his face disappeared, and the next second, Voldemort and the miner were crushed into powder on the spot. This is not over yet. The huge flywheel-shaped spaceship kept making crisp sounds all over, and was squeezed into a small metal ball in full view of everyone, and flew into his hands. Shenyan is a wizard, he said calmly. Stark nodded repeatedly. I understand, buddy, you are the real deal. He turned his head again and said to Strange and Wang, as for the two of you, can you two do the same thing as him? Strange didn't say anything, and Wang shook his head honestly. A few minutes later, a red and blue figure jumped down and looked at the empty venue, making an incomprehensible sound. Where are the people? Mr. Stark? Hey, is anyone there? Am I hallucinating? But I clearly saw a spaceship. Stark building. So, you are a super powerful super wizard, super, and you can travel freely in many worlds. And you know another version of us. I'm really not surprised at all. You are Spider-Man from another world. Okay, I can accept this, and I have known it for a long time. Stark turned his head and looked at Strange and Wang. As for the two of you, to be honest, I never thought that there was a mysterious organization on Earth that I didn't know. There are so many things you don't know, Stark, Strange said lightly. We have protected this world for thousands of years to ensure that it is not invaded by any evil gods, aliens, demons. Shenyan interrupted him. The wizard smiled with some nostalgia. Those were really the good old days. It's a pity, there are few opportunities for me to kill so happily. His light words made everyone present look at each other in surprise. Stark used his traditional skills again. He raised a finger. Excuse me, what do you mean killing? I killed too many things, Stark, the wizard said calmly, without any murderous intent. It was as if he was discussing how to make today's dinner. Let me give you a more famous example. I killed all the Skrulls. Hearing this, Strange's horse face twitched. Excuse me, are you talking about the Skrull? Green skin, the ability to perfectly transform into any creature, and even the ability to copy the target's memory. Are these enough? If not, I can continue to talk about their characteristics. I know them too well. Strange looked incredulous. You mean, you killed them all by yourself? How did you do it? Is it difficult? Shenyan asked back. Find them and kill them. It's that simple. Your answer is like how to put an elephant in a refrigerator. No offense, but it's really funny. Dr. Banner interrupted, grinning. Shenyan also laughed. Your sense of humor is as usual. Dr. Banner, do you know me? Banner said with some surprise. Of course. But I am more familiar with your other form. Hulk, are you serious? In most cases, Hulk is just an angry big kid. His evaluation made Banner purse his lips. Well, you are the first person I have ever seen to say that about him. Also, let me say one more thing. Dr. Banner, you can try to stop thinking of Hulk as a disease. Maybe this will be good for both of you. Banner nodded. As for whether he actually listened to it, no one knew. By the way, Strange. Shenyan turned his head again. He looked at Strange, and said with deep eyes, where is the Ancient One? Dead. Strange said expressionlessly. He died a long time ago. Is that so? Shenyan nodded thoughtfully. Then I won't bother you. His body floated up, and Stark quickly stopped him. Wait, where do you want to go? Kill Thanos. You probably haven't seen him yet. A crazy alien with purple skin. His chin looks like it was hit by a 9-toothed drake. He has a very crazy ideal. To eliminate half of the population in the universe to achieve a balance in resource allocation to avoid the collapse of the universe. By the way, the Chitauri and the Voldemort today were both sent by him. After listening to his words, Stark said straightforwardly, okay, I have no objection, sir. I wish you a safe journey. After you kill him, remember to write me an email and bring your address. If possible, I will send you a gift. Excuse me, but what is your relationship with the Ancient One? Strange suddenly said, his eyes scanning back and forth on Shenyan's wizard robe that was similar to his. The Ancient One was my teacher, and I killed her, Shenyan said with a smile. There was a huge contrast between his expression and his words. His smile was so calm, but his words were chilling. Strange clenched his right hand behind his back into a fist, and he asked in a deep voice, why? Does it have anything to do with you? Maybe, but you sound like an oriental version of Casillas. It's another familiar name. Unfortunately, I'm not him. He's dead, and I killed him. Is there anyone else you haven't killed? I doubt if you've killed me in your world, too. No, Strange, Shenyan said lightly. I didn't kill you. On the contrary, you're still the Sorcerer Supreme. Strange's pupils shrank for a moment. That doesn't make sense. You're much stronger than me. Why didn't Ancient One choose you to be the Sorcerer Supreme? I used to have the same problem as you, but now I don't care anymore. Is it because you killed her? The smile disappeared from Shenyan's face. The atmosphere in the room began to become sticky, and a heavy and huge pressure began to make Stark's heartbeat accelerate. He covered his chest and looked around, and found that he was not the only one who had this reaction. He immediately realized that something was about to happen. He even thought that someone might die. But, no one died. Shenyan just walked in front of Strange, raised his right hand and put it on his shoulder, looked into his eyes, and said calmly, the fundamental reason why I don't care is that the Supreme Sorcerer is just a position, a false name. It doesn't mean anything to me, because even if I'm not the Supreme Sorcerer, I'm still doing the work of the Supreme Sorcerer. I admire your courage to question me for the safety of your own world, Strange. I know you are such a person, but that doesn't mean I will have a good temper with you because of this. I have always had a bad temper, even Strange in my world knows this, and he never tries to provoke me. You should be thankful for one thing, brother, you really should be thankful for this. As he said, he glanced at the eye of Agamotto. The pressure disappeared, and the smile returned to Shenyan's face. He turned his head and looked at Gwen and said, I'll be back soon. You wait here for me for a while. After that, he disappeared in a burst of blue light. Stark tapped his neck a little uncomfortably. He seemed to want to liven up the atmosphere. Ha, his temper is not as bad as he said, is it? Yeah, otherwise I would have died a long time ago. Strange smiled as if nothing had happened. The pendant on his chest flashed a green light, and his face turned much paler. Floating in the universe, Shenyan's mood was unexpectedly very calm. He was not very angry. To be honest, what should he be angry about? He had killed this Strange dozens of times. He should have calmed down a long time ago. However, he was not completely as calm as he said about the fact that the Ancient One did not choose him as the Supreme Sorcerer. On the contrary, for a while, he was quite upset about it. After all, it was well known that he was better than Strange, and even Strange himself did not think he would become the Supreme Sorcerer. But the Ancient One did not choose Shenyan. Now that I think about it, maybe she had foreseen his character. His overly irritable character, who would take revenge on the spot, was not suitable for being the spokesperson of an official organization. You can foresee tens of millions of futures, Ancient One, but I guess you definitely didn't foresee this one. Shenyan muttered to himself, staring at the golden fragments spinning in the bottle in his right hand. Not long after, a flying golden light broke his thoughts. The wizard frowned. Of course he knew who it was. Who else could it be? I hope you will learn a lesson this time, Carol Danvers. A woman emerged from the golden aura. She was wearing a combat uniform and looked heroic, but her face was a little scary. She looked like a beetle nut addict who had been eating beetle nuts for 10 years, at least 3 packs a day. Excuse me, sir, no offense, but I sensed a powerful existence passing by here, so I came here to take a look, she said politely. Well, I'm just passing by. Shenyan smiled and asked, what are you doing here? The woman smiled with some pride and embarrassment. You may not believe it, I am protecting the universe. Ah, similar to the police. It's just that I am the cosmic police. I protect the people of these planets from invasion. She pointed to the planets behind her. Shenyan frowned, but still smiled. Ah, it seems that you are still a hero. I think you look like an earthling. Are you an earthling? The woman hesitated for a moment and said, I used to be. Oh, it's just something in the past. What about you? Are you an earthling? Of course I am an earthling, Carol Danvers, or, should I call you Captain Marvel? Carol quickly entered a state of alert, and the extinguished golden flame burned on her again. Do you know me? Maybe, Shenyan said without comment. I want to ask you something, Carol Danvers. If the Earthlings invade one of the planets behind you, will you stop them? Why do you ask that? She frowned, just a little curiosity. Please forgive me. She stared at the wizard for a long time, and then slowly said, I will. Invasion is not a just thing no matter where it is. The wizard nodded thoughtfully. So, when the earth is in danger, will you go back to help the people there? Sometimes I will be very busy. If I have time, of course I will go. You know, it's not an easy task to take care of the entire universe. The lives of these people are as important as those of the earthlings. I must make sure that the things at hand are done first. Well, if you have time. The wizard laughed again. He flew over the alert Carol Danvers and threw down a light sentence. Honestly, lady, you should be glad that I don't. Never mind. Guess what? He turned back again, shaking his head, and the calmness on his face disappeared. Before Carol could react, he easily dragged her into the shadows under his feet with his shadow tentacles. There came chewing sounds and her screams. Shenyan shook his head, took a deep breath, and said to himself, fucking idiot. Not only did he leave his own planet to be a space policeman, but he also raped people. I can't stand it anymore. I sleep. I'll pay it back tomorrow. Chapter 319 Thanos Peasant Limited Skin. The originally solid hull structure was easily torn apart by the invisible force. The metals that were so strong that they could even withstand the energy cannons of the Nova Corps seemed useless at this time. In front of the wizard, they were not much harder than a piece of paper. Thanos. He walked through the interior of this huge spaceship, shouting the name of the Mad Titan through the amplification spell. Let everyone inside the spaceship hear his voice. Such arrogant behavior naturally attracted many obstacles, but the fate of those aliens was not much better than the outer deck of the spaceship. Either they were directly beaten into a meat paste by the mental tentacles, or they were thrown into space by the wizard. He was even too lazy to cast a spell to deal with them, and he just wanted to kill Thanos quickly. Overtime workers often have this attitude when dealing with redundant work. Not long after, he came to the center of the spaceship. It was very empty here, and there were no buildings. There was only a lonely throne placed in the center, and nothing else. The wizard floated above the throne, and suddenly turned his head slightly to avoid a purple energy ray. He turned around and said with a smile, so even the famous Mad Titan Thanos can sneak attack? A tall purple figure walked out of the darkness slowly. He was not wearing armor, perhaps because he knew that those things would not have any effect on the man in front of him, so he simply did not wear them. He did not even bring a weapon. You are very humorous, sir. But, you are right. Thanos' ugly face actually showed a rare bitter smile. If possible, I don't even want to see you. What do you mean? Thanos shook his head. The news that you killed Carol Danvers has spread throughout the universe. The planets behind her have put a lot of effort into this matter. They paid a lot for your head. Shenyan smiled, and his tone seemed to be joking. Really? Who did they hire to kill me? Many people, Thanos answered calmly, and he didn't seem to want to do anything. Mercenaries, bounty hunters, and even some countries are involved. The rewards they offer are not only money, but also technology. How interesting. I never thought that I would have this day. In this case, I will kill you first and then throw your body in their faces. Shenyan spoke in a tone as if he was talking about the weather. Thanos sighed, shook his head and said, this is really unfair, sir. Oh, even the power of the gems can't do anything to you. Thanos took off the infinity gauntlet on his hand and threw it on the ground. He didn't even look at the two gems on it that he once regarded as treasures. Just now, he had used the power gem and space gem on it dozens of times on this man, but none of them succeeded. The gems that were originally invincible seemed to be no different from two broken stones in front of him. This absurd fact made him feel very ridiculous. I can't help but ask, what else can defeat you? Many things can defeat me, such as a bad accident, bad luck. There are too many ways to choose to make a person fail, Shenyan replied. But defeating is one thing, killing is another. Thanos opened his hands, looking like he had accepted his defeat. He just stood there, not even thinking of trying to escape, and his attitude was very casual. Aren't you going to kill me right away, sir? Originally, I did think so, but now I have changed my mind. Shenyan stretched out a hand to him. Come, I will take you to witness the truth. What truth? The truth of life, the wizard said calmly. The truth is that life is just a lie. Thanos. Most people have never really lived. No matter what race or planet you are from, since you have never really lived, death is naturally nonsense. Half of Shenyan's face was covered in the sky-high flames. He and Thanos were hovering above a planet. This once beautiful planet was now in a sea of fire. The city collapsed, and countless people died either from the heat and flames, or from the flying bricks or cracks in the ground. I thought I was evil enough, sir, Thanos joked. But I didn't expect you to be crazier than me. These people seem to have never provoked you. When you kill people, have you ever considered that they have never provoked you? Shenyan asked back. No, sir, that's it. In essence, you and I are the same kind of people, Thanos. We both use whatever means to achieve our goals, and we don't care at all about how others see us. Sometimes, I still care. Thanos waved his hands quickly, fearing that the wizard would misunderstand him. Really? But people say that you, the Mad Titan Thanos, are notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless, and you kill anyone you see. It's not that I kill anyone I see. Thanos thought for a while and began to answer the wizard's questions. I'm not really keen on killing itself. Killing is just a means, not an end. If there is a better way to achieve my goal, I will do it. Unfortunately, he shook his head. Unfortunately, time has proved one thing: killing is the only way. The wizard lowered his head and threw a firestorm at the planet. He then asked, "So, what is your goal?" Thanos became interested. It's very simple, sir. I come from a planet that has been destroyed, Titan. I am the only survivor of civilization on this planet. The expansion of civilization will inevitably lead to a surge in population, and our civilization is developing very quickly, but Titan is not a very large planet. He stretched out the thumb and index finger of his right hand and made a gesture. As it should be, the surge in population and the unchanged total amount of resources will only lead to one thing: destruction. After I made this prophecy, no one in my hometown believed me. Sometimes, I myself would rather my prophecy was false. But unfortunately, it finally came true, Thanos said calmly. The first thing that came was all kinds of social problems, all kinds of chaos caused by uneven distribution of resources. For example, famine, war, disease, etc. At the same time, a large number of people emerged and began to create all kinds of weird religions. 12 years after the problem broke out, Titan was destroyed. It was completely destroyed. Since then, I have traveled the universe. I want to find other ways to solve this problem. But not only did I not find a solution, but I saw many planets with the same fate as Titan. Thanos clenched his right hand suddenly, and he said firmly, I missed it once, I won't make it a second time. Also, can you please put away this illusion, sir? He pointed to the planet below that was engulfed in fire and was slowly being destroyed. Shenyan snapped his fingers, and the collapsed planet disappeared instantly. He smiled and asked, when did you see it? From the beginning, sir. Thanos also smiled. You and I are not the same kind of people, never have been, sir. Your heart is not as hard as mine, but you are much better at telling lies than I am. Maybe I'm just not as crazy as you. Shenyan shrugged non-committally. But, you are right, I am indeed a good liar. Also, I have a question that I have wanted to ask for a long time. Since you foresaw that the universe would collapse due to resource problems, why didn't you create enough resources to distribute to the entire universe after getting the gems? Isn't this a better choice? Because it is meaningless to do so. Thanos shook his head. People who have more resources will not have fewer resources in their hands, but more and more. When I create enough resources to distribute to the entire universe, the only consequence is to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. Shenyan clapped his hands and said, very good, you have initially realized where the root of the problem lies. Thanos frowned. What? I didn't expect I would do such a thing. Who would have thought of it? The wizard smiled faintly. But I have to admit one thing, Thanos. Killing can only solve the person who raises the question, but not the problem itself. So he threw out a few books, and Thanos caught them steadily. He heard the mysterious man say, read carefully and learn well. The next second, he was thrown onto a strange planet, and the endless power in his body disappeared. Even his height became very different from before, but fortunately he was by the water. Thanos subconsciously came to the stream and stared at his current face. He found that his face had become that of an earthling. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and looked at the decorations on his body. At this time, the Cosmic Overlord was wearing an ordinary plaid shirt and jeans, with mud on his shoes, looking like an old Texas farmer. He slowly smiled and hugged the book tightly in his arms. Interesting. He looked at the vehicles passing by on the road not far away, and his smile became wider and wider. Very interesting. Shenyan actually didn't quite understand why the aliens still had feelings for him after he killed Carol Danvers. To put it another way, he just killed a self-righteous idiot vigilante. It didn't interfere with their planet, nor did it cause any substantial damage to them. To put it more seriously, I crushed that idiot to death with one hand. How dare you guys cause trouble for me? With such questions, he started to do his old job. Chapter 320. The war continues. Hey, Thanos. There's a letter for you. Thanos, who was working in the field, looked up and wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. He put the hoe on his shoulder and rubbed his aching waist with his other hand. Who wrote to me? The man shrugged and threw him a bottle of cold beer that had just been taken out. How should I know? You'd better go to the post office now. Those lazy guys might sneak out to drink before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but Mrs. Jackson should still be there. Thanos smiled. He had a beard and looked like an ordinary, honest man. He took the beer and put it on the lunch box beside him. Okay, I know. Jack, how is your son doing recently? The man called Jack had gray hair, but his body was still strong. The only flaw might be his right leg, which was a prosthesis. Hearing this, Jack laughed proudly. That brat found a job in a law firm in the city and is now an intern. Not bad, not bad. Thanos laughed with him. Oh, by the way, I will go into the city in 2 days to buy some fertilizers and other things. Do you want to go with me? Jack touched his chin. Well, forget it, Thanos. You know, I'm old, and I can't stand the swaying on the road. Thanos laughed. Don't joke. You old guy is in good health. Besides, although the road is broken, it's not so shaky that you can't sit still. Jack's smile gradually became a little sad. No, I still won't go, you know. Thanos glanced at him, put down the hoe, and asked while leaning on the hoe, are you still quarreling with him? I thought you would want to go and see him. He didn't even tell me he became an intern. Jack said helplessly. It was old Bill who told me about this. Alas, what can I do? It was indeed my fault. He lowered his head and mumbled something in his throat that Thanos could not hear clearly. Then he took out a pack of crumpled American Spirit cigarettes from his trouser pocket and gave one to Thanos. Jack took a puff and then relaxed a little. Every family has its own problems, old Thanos. Although I don't know where you are from, you look like a person with a lot of stories. Do you have children? I have 2 daughters. 2 daughters? How old are they? Thanos smiled, wiped the sweat off his face, and took a puff of cigarette himself. They are still young. At least they are not married. I know very little about them, and I owe them a lot. He didn't continue, but Jack sighed as if he felt the same way. He patted Thanos on the shoulder. Look at it, man. Everyone is like this. There will always be some past that cannot be spoken of. Those are the sins we committed when we were young. Now, it's time to pay them back. You have to pay your debts. The 2 old men didn't talk anymore, but just smoked together. They agreed to go to the city together in 2 days. Thanos left his precious fields at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and borrowed his motorcycle from his neighbor. The post office was a long way from the town where he lived. Now that he had become a human, his physical condition was not very good. At least after a day's work, Thanos was still willing to find a means of transportation. While riding his bike, he felt the cool breeze in the evening, and squinted his eyes to think about whether he should buy a car. Second-hand cars should not be too expensive. Well, buy a sturdy and durable one, and it would be best if it was easy to repair. There are not many guys who can repair cars in this country. Not long after, he arrived at the post office. Before entering, Thanos was particularly careful to rub the hard mud on his boots with stones on the roadside. Mrs. Jackson of the post office was the most dedicated employee, or rather, she was the employee who followed the rules and regulations the most. She went to get off work on time, and the others were far inferior to her. But this old lady was also very picky. She had a mysophobia. Thanos didn't know this when he went to the post office for the first time, and brought some mud in, and was scolded. He didn't want to experience the scolding skills of the old lady in the Texas country again. It's really hard to hear, and you can't say anything back. He pushed open the door, and the wind chimes on the door made a crisp tinkling sound. Thanos smiled and shouted loudly, "Mrs. Jackson," after glimpsing the scene behind the clerk's window. The smile on his face disappeared. "Mrs. Jackson." It was a pool of blood. The simple look of farmers and ordinary people began to disappear from his face little by little, replaced by the gloomy look when he was still the Mad Titan. Thanos walked through the clerk's window with a calm face, and his boots made a thick sound on the clean wooden floor. Mrs. Jackson was lying behind the chair that belonged to her. The old woman fell on her face and blood gushed out of her body. It stained her clean shirt and uniform red. The floor was very messy, full of documents and letters scattered all over the floor. The same was true for her purse. It fell to the ground and the contents inside were gone. He called the police, and the town's sheriff came quickly. The men who heard the news surrounded the post office, and everyone had angry faces. Thanos took a cigarette from the sheriff, which he made himself. Everyone knew the sheriff's hobby. The sheriff was not very tall and had a mustache. His only hobby was to make his own cigarettes. "Don't worry, Thanos, it's not your fault. In addition, my buddy found your letter. The envelope was a little dirty, so I took the initiative to help you take the letter out. Please don't mind." "Thank you, Sheriff." Thanos took the letter and nodded. He walked to the motorcycle with heavy steps and began to read the letter in the dim light. "Mr. Thanos Lofels, we received your letter, but you do not meet the loan application conditions. Please note that the local bank's loans are specially prepared for long-term residents of the local area. You have just lived here for a year. Please apply after living here for 3 years. Thank you for your letter. In addition, enclosed with this letter is a copy of the loan rules. Please read it carefully. Yours sincerely, John Bradley." As he expected, the loan was rejected. This was normal. Although his forged resume looked fine, he had not lived in this small rural town in Texas for long, so it was reasonable that the local bank was unwilling to lend him some money. However, the top priority now had changed from getting some money to something else. It took him half an hour to get home, and the lights in the neighbor's house were off. They always went to bed early. Thanos locked the car in their driveway and then returned to his cabin. He turned on the light, took off his sweat-soaked jacket and shirt, and took out a can of beer from the refrigerator with his bare upper body. A familiar voice came from his living room. "It seems that you are living a good life, Thanos." "Is it you, sir?" Thanos turned his head and asked uncertainly. The speaker emerged from the darkness. Who else could it be but Shenyan? He nodded at Thanos. "It's me. I just came to see how you are doing." "I understand. Prisoners do need to be watched." "You are not my prisoner, are you?" Thanos asked back. "Although my treatment is not what a prisoner can enjoy, you are indeed watching over me, aren't you?" "No one is watching over you. I just came to visit you out of some mentality." Shenyan looked no different from when they met, except that he seemed to be in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "I'm not even really here. Since everything is fine with you, then I should leave, Thanos. In addition, I think I have to remind you." The smile on his face was fleeting, leaving only a kind of calmness after seeing through everything. Thanos was familiar with that expression. Once upon a time, he also looked at everyone with this mentality. He said, "If you still want to live a peaceful life, listen to my advice and don't pursue this matter. They will get retribution, and you don't have to dirty your hands." Thanos stared at the place where he disappeared. The man who was once famous in the universe for his extreme cruelty and madness held a half-drunk can of beer in his hand, and his expression looked very lost. He sat on the sofa and his eyes shifted to the books he had placed on the coffee table. Shenyan didn't really care how Thanos was doing in that world. It was true. It took a whole year for him to remember that he had to go back and take a look. To be fair, after dealing with those troublesome aliens and sending Gwen back, he had a very happy vacation. He spent the whole day either basking in the sun in Kaer Morhen and drinking with Geralt, or going to the White Tower Council to use the intranet to pick up some useless but fun little things. and then throwing them to Siri for her to play with after modifying them. However, he was on vacation, but he didn't forget the business. The bronze statue that caused Gwen to travel through time has not been seen until now, as if it really disappeared without a trace. Shenyan knew one thing very well: nothing ever happened suddenly. You are hungry, so you want to eat. You are thirsty, so you want to drink water. There must be a conspiracy behind the statue, but he can't care about this conspiracy now. He has to go back to Valoran, where there is still a Primarch and a Space Marine conquering the world, and it's time to take the people of Lordaeron over. March forward. Forward. Genova heard his superior's roar, his ears buzzing because of the Demason artillery fire. He looked up at the damned Demason-winged hussars with hatred. What a damn bastard. They only know how to throw bombs in the sky. If they have the guts, they can come down. However, he didn't say it out loud, just buried the roar in his heart, and then marched forward according to the order of his superior. In front of them, a tall and silent figure was waving an axe in his hand, and each swing could cause several murders. The Demasons have been entangled with Noxus on the Tobesia Plain for several months. They are very difficult to deal with. As always, the Tobesia Plain is notoriously easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is the border of the Demasons. They have heavy troops guarding here, and all kinds of elite troops in the country are sent here first. But the new Noxians can still withstand their artillery fire and fight them back and forth. This had never happened before, and the credit for this may go to the new hand of Noxus. He had done something unprecedented in Noxian history. With only one legion, he had fought a Demason army that was almost 10 times his size, or even one slightly. After the tragedy at the Immortal Bastion, Darius and Swain joined other generals to announce that General Thane had been blessed, restored to sanity and greater power. Now, he was raising a legion of his own. Not surprisingly, within 24 hours of the announcement, the quota was filled. Everyone wanted to fight under General Thane, and regardless of his symbolic significance as the first hand of Noxus, he himself was enough to be worshipped by the Noxians as the embodiment of war. In fact, this did happen. It was just strictly forbidden, but the soldiers still secretly passed on their faith in Cyan. They believed that as long as they were devout enough, they could return from death like Cyan after death and continue to serve Noxus. Darius fought at the forefront of the soldiers for months. He never really left the front line, just like the oath he made when he went to war. He would lead the troops, and the enemy's swords would have to pass over him before they could reach his soldiers. However, this oath full of honor and courage sometimes brought some troubles, such as now. He had to shout his adjutant's name loudly while killing the enemy. Farron, report to me. I'm here, General. A dull voice came from his side, and Darius glanced in that direction. His adjutant Farron was wearing that fine steel plate armor, fighting with a Demesa elite sergeant with a two-handed hammer. The opponent was obviously not an ordinary person. His steps were solid, and the spear in his hand was impenetrable, accurately blocking every attack from Farron. After you finish him off, come closer to me. Yes, General. Farron's answer made his opponent roar in anger. You damn Noxian barbarian. Same here, Demesa pig. Farron snorted coldly, and swung his hammer from bottom to top at a tricky angle. The opponent obviously didn't expect this move, but his Demesa steel could bear the cost of this mistake for him. He didn't die, but he inevitably retreated a little due to Farron's power. Seeing this, Farron's ugly face under the helmet showed a smile. That's enough. I just need a small chance. He immediately stepped forward, and his opponent obviously realized what he wanted to do. He immediately handed out his spear with his backhand, but Farron had made up his mind. This is the opportunity. I want to catch him. Fortunately, he was lucky. The Demason's spear was slightly lacking in accuracy. After all, he made the move in a panic. But Farron had planned it in advance, and his hammer fused the Demason's head and helmet together, and blood and flesh splattered. He put away his warhammer, lowered his head slightly, and paid some respect to his opponent. Farron knew that he was lucky to survive. The Demason's spear was incredibly sharp, not to mention his plate armor. Farron had no doubt that even the scales of a dragon could not resist that damn spear. He turned around and searched for Darius. It didn't take much effort to find him there. Darius was always the most eye-catching one on the battlefield, not only because of his killing skills, but also because of his height. After undergoing the transformation, he was now 2 meters and 5 meters tall. After putting on the armor, he was a living black and red giant, a killing machine. His armor had also been greatly updated. Compared with the original wild but not very defensive armor, his new armor could be described as a land fortress. The joints of each joint were airtight, and the red and black were harmoniously integrated through the careful craftsmanship of the fractured border. The whole body is streamlined, and the 2 huge shoulder armors can resist all flying arrows. This armor was called Mountain Fury by the craftsmen. They even thought that no one could wear this armor until Darius appeared in front of them. "General, Farron reports to you." "Wait a minute, you damn bug." Darius was furious. He was rarely so angry. As for the reason, it was actually very simple. A Demason ambushed him, and after finding that his weapon had no effect on his armor, he immediately threw down the broken sword in his hand and prepared to escape. This was unprecedented. Although the Demasons were hated by Noxus, even they would admit that the Demasons were good warriors. But look at it now. What did he see? Exclamation mark. A deserter. Darius roared, and his voice echoed on the plain, and for a moment it overwhelmed any other sound, like thunder. It looked particularly terrifying. "Face me, you damn coward." He threw the giant axe in his hand, and the guy was directly cut in half. The body even fell down after running a few steps. With his death, a strange atmosphere began to spread on the battlefield. Many Demasons who were close to them had indignation on their faces, and the Noxian soldiers who were fighting with them immediately began to mock them, using extremely ugly words. But the Demasons couldn't say anything back this time. They knew that bastard, a noble son who came to the front line to gild himself, God of Wings. What on earth happened to us? This is the front line. What on earth is the king thinking? Their prayers seemed to be useless, and the God of Wings didn't hear their prayers. Only Kindred was feasting on this battlefield, and Black Wolf and Ares began to extradite souls again. There is one more update. I owed 7k yesterday. I will try my best to pay it back, but I have to go to bed before 12 o'clock today. I went to see a doctor during the day. I had a cold for 2 weeks and it hadn't healed yet. I thought I had caught the virus, but it turned out not to be the case. It was just because I stayed up too late and my immunity was weakened. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Chapter 321. The Stone Cries. I'm beginning to like him. Lamb. The wolf bared its teeth and bit off the neck of a soul that tried to escape. It drank blood and spoke incoherently. Lamb knew who it was talking about. The big Noxian man had created countless corpses in the past few months, and they were able to extradite many souls here. But the wolf's words have always been just for listening. It does things completely according to its preferences. If Lamb was not involved, no one would know what it is doing now. The living have nothing to do with us. Wolf. The wolf muttered. Then, what about the mage? Lamb plucked the pure white bowstring in her hand, and the weapon from the spirit world made a sound that mortals could not hear, extraditing several painful and ignorant souls to the realm of the dead. She said lightly, he has to be treated differently. Wolf. Does this count as different treatment? Lamb was a little surprised to hear these 4 words from its mouth. She turned her head and looked at the wolf spirit, her white fur flashing a pale white light. Go to your thing. The wolf left with its teeth bared, looking very dissatisfied. But the sheep spirit didn't bother to pay attention to it at all, and brought up the matter. The air after the war is always full of the smell of blood and the smell of burning corpses. Most people can't stand such a smell, and only a few who really regard war as life will turn a blind eye to it. Darius is one of them. He was sitting on a big rock, letting 2 soldiers clean the blood all over his body. Once upon a time, he would do this kind of work by himself, but let alone cleaning this armor, it would take 5 people more than 10 minutes just to put it on. After weighing the pros and cons, Darius still found 2 soldiers. He stared at the other soldiers collecting the bodies and clearing the weapons. At the same time, he said to Farron who was standing beside him, "Is General Thane sure he will come?" "Yes. He said that training troops in the Immortal Bastion is too boring." Farron was not wearing a helmet, and his appearance could only be described as ugly. It was not that he was born like this, but that he was formed later. He grew up in the slums, and as soon as he was old enough, he immediately joined the army to make a living. When he was in the slums, his face was hit hard by others many times, and it was not much better in the army. This face is now full of scars and pits, but no one would think he is ugly. At least in the army. Noxians are proud of their scars. Darius shook his head and smiled. It seems that the war will end soon. Yes, now, this is an unspoken fact in Noxus. Any war, no matter who it is against, as long as Thane is involved, then the war will end soon. Thane will appear in front of the enemy with his axe, blowing a whirlwind of death on the battlefield, and no one can survive his attack. Either surrender or die. Darius complained. I was expecting to fight longer. The soldiers haven't adapted to the new tactics yet. He didn't consider the Damascens as equal opponents. It was true. The Damascens were no longer qualified to be opponents of Noxus. Farron smiled faintly. He knew that the day when Noxus would realize its long-cherished wish was not far away. But was it really so? South of the Immortal Bastion, across the rivers and mountains, in the desert, the shamans were lurking. Atrox took the long sword handed to him by a blacksmith and examined it carefully for a while. The sword in his hand was not much bigger than a small branch. Atrox simply shrunk his body and became as tall as a mortal. Now, he could observe the sword carefully. After a few minutes, he nodded faintly, and the craftsman beside him immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But Atrox's next words made him nervous again. The balance is a little bad, and the center of gravity is a little forward. But it's not a big problem. You made a good sword. He turned his head, and a smile appeared on his handsome face, which was different from humans. Make some improvements, blacksmith. Your name will be remembered. The blacksmith left with his work in his hands, his face flushed. Atrox waved his hand again, summoned a soldier, and asked, "Where is Lord Nasus?" The soldier bowed slightly. "He is handling official business." Atrox touched his face a little unnaturally. Of course, he knew why every time he wanted to discuss matters with Nasus, he was handling official business. Of course, it was because someone was unwilling to handle official business, so Nasus had to take care of all the things. But he had no choice. He was born not to like handling official business. Even in the past, he had never dealt with these miscellaneous matters. There were people in his mortal army who specialized in such things. Atrox had no choice but to nod. Okay, then don't bother him. Also, do we have any news from the people we sent out? The soldier replied. The girl knows nothing about us. Do we need to bring her back now? No. Atrox waved his hand and said, continue to observe, just ensure her safety. Shurima is not so destitute that it needs a 10-year-old girl to preside over the overall situation, he said thoughtfully. I also think that a thorny rose born in a difficult environment is far better than a flower in a greenhouse. Long time no see, Kronos. The mage's voice came from behind him. Astarte turned around and looked carefully 2 or 3 times before he dared to make sure it was really him. Then, he immediately walked over and gave the mage a warm hug. You weren't so enthusiastic before. Kronos put him down and said seriously, this is the tradition of our legion. When dealing with friends who have not seen each other for a long time, we should make them feel our enthusiasm. This is the teaching of the father of genes, and I must obey it. Shenyan rolled his eyes. Come on, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. A fleeting smile passed across Kronos' face, and he laughed. I thought you would continue to disappear for a while, then you may be disappointed, Kronos. Shenyan spread his hands. If I don't come back, my wolf will probably tear down my tower. Also, I have good news for you. Oh? Shenyan made preparations in advance and planned to record Kronos' expression later with his influence. He held back his laughter and said slowly, inside information, Robert Gilman has recovered. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. In this room, Shenyan never waited for the expression he wanted, and the reason was very simple. Kronos' expression froze, and he was stunned for several minutes. What happened next can be described in 4 words. A stubborn stone cries. 2 pieces of news, 1 good and 1 bad. Let me talk about the bad news first. I believe you have guessed it, that's all for today. As for the good news, I will take a rest tomorrow. Hey, Do you understand what I mean? More updates will be added tomorrow. Chapter 322, Method. There is no doubt that the Astartes have superhuman powers, otherwise, how could they be called the Emperor's Angels of Death? All kinds of honors and those glorious titles can be crowned on their heads, but for Kronos, he no longer needs those things to prove his bravery. He himself is part of the legend, or even so to speak. Kronos Tiberius is the legend itself. The Astartes have no blood and no tears, and most people will not shed a tear when they die. For supermen like them, perhaps only one thing can affect their emotions. At this moment, Kronos was staring at Shenyan in a daze. There was no expression on his face that transcended the mortal world, and there was no so-called emotional fluctuation in his blue pupils. But the 2 lines of tears were real. They slowly slid down and dripped on Kronos's shoulder armor, and then continued to go down, all the way to the sacred prayers hanging on his armor. Is it true? I don't know how long it took before Kronos asked this question tremblingly. I'm not so tasteless as to joke about such things, Kronos. Astarte lowered his head, and his voice was so low that he felt unfamiliar. I know, I just can't believe it's true. His reaction was expected by Shenyan, and the mage was not the kind of person who particularly liked to see others embarrassed. He simply changed the subject. How are you doing here? Not bad. Talking about his actions here, Kronos couldn't help but smile. The military qualities and character of the Noxians are simply born for war, but what makes Kronos most satisfied is not this. It is the sense of honor that they have never lost under any circumstances, which is particularly important. If a person loves fighting itself and has to fight for many years, his heart will change to some extent. This is inevitable. Humans will always be changed by the environment, but such changes are often not in a good direction, even for Kronos. The war has changed him forever, and so are these mortals. But he has the blessing of the Emperor, the strict rules from the Legion, and his own superhuman willpower. With these things, he can restrain himself, but ordinary people don't have these things. In such a situation, a sense of honor is particularly important. It is a sense of honor that prevents them from killing women and children and becoming as depraved as some of his brothers. From another perspective, it is also a sense of honor that saves them. Kronos said, however, there is only one flaw. Oh? Astarte rubbed his eyebrows in annoyance. Noxus currently has only one battlefield, which has led to a large number of soldiers with nothing to do. In order to consume their excess energy, I have to open a military arena. From his eyebrows and the following narration, Shenyan could see Kronos' helplessness about this matter. After all, this is different from friendly mutual learning. The battles in the military arena are often extremely cruel. The nature and culture of the Noxians make them extremely worship the strong. Even if the fallen are killed, they will not have any complaints against the winner. What about you? Your vacation should be pretty good, right? Kronos asked. These small talk didn't seem to annoy him. On the contrary, Kronos seemed very interested in the wizard's vacation experience. Don't mention it. Shenyan rolled his eyes. He counted on his fingers and said one thing after another. The thing I did most during the whole vacation was to tease a little girl, asking her to run errands for me to get cold beer every day, and then cast a spell to turn the beer into juice for her to drink. In addition, I also turned a former universe overlord, a lunatic with some mental problems, into an earthling, and let him go to the countryside to farm. For some reason, Kronos suddenly regretted asking this question. Thanos walked into a convenience store. The owner was a black man. He stood behind the specially reinforced counter and looked at him through the glass. What do you want, man? I heard you have some special goods to sell here. The black man laughed twice indifferently. That depends on whether you are a special person, man. You know what I mean, right? Makili introduced me. Which Makili? Don't you know him? Thanos asked back. There's a fishing gear store called Makili on East 3rd Street. The black man nodded. Of course I know that bastard. I just want to confirm. Come with me. After that, he walked out from behind the counter and took Thanos to the back door of the store, and he didn't forget to close his door before leaving. After coming out of the back door of the convenience store, they walked for more than 10 minutes before crossing the alley and arriving at a very secret garage. The black man took out the electric key from his pocket and opened the door. Then, a whole wall of weapons appeared in front of Thanos and him. The black man clapped his hands triumphantly, and the gap between his front teeth was very wide, which looked quite funny. "Man, these are all top-notch goods, my personal collection. For Makili's sake, I'll let you pick two. Do you have any recommendations?" "That depends on what you need." The black man came to the garage and turned on the light. He casually picked up a large caliber silver revolver with a brown grip from the shelf nearby. It looked extremely beautiful. "Python, large caliber, one shot can knock someone down, and a bulletproof vest is useless. The kinetic energy can directly break the bones of the person being hit." He gestured and grinned. He put the gun down with a smile, turned around and picked up another shotgun, sniffing the smell of the gun with great enjoyment. "M870, a reliable old friend. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. With this thing, you can make those who stand in front of you fall down like harvested wheat." "Are there fully automatic ones?" Thanos' sudden words made the black man narrow his eyes. He touched his chin and said, "Man, you should know that automatic weapons are illegal in this state, right?" "Yes." "Then you also know that we just killed a dozen gunmen in school shootings last year, right?" "I know." The black man laughed twice indifferently. "I brought you to my small warehouse for Makili's sake. Man, you have to understand one thing to me, although I never ask people why they buy guns. Don't even think about using the goods I sell you to do some shitty anti-human activities. Do you understand?" Thanos' expression was still calm. He asked, "Do you know Mrs. Jackson?" The black man's eyes changed a little. "I know. What's wrong?" "I found out which bastards did it, and now I'm going to kill them. Can't you call the police?" The black man was still a little suspicious. Thanos smiled. "If calling the police is useful, I will, but believe me, calling the police will not let them get the punishment they deserve. On the contrary, it will only make them more rampant." Staring at Thanos' eyes, the black man was sure of one thing: he didn't lie. At least he didn't lie about killing people. The tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. The black man scratched his head in annoyance and suddenly stretched out his right hand. Buck Eugene, Thanos Lawfield." The two shook hands, and Buck turned his back and dragged out a black briefcase from under the row of displayed weapons. He stuffed the box into Thanos' arms with a serious face. "Open it when you get back. There is an instruction manual inside. Even an idiot can assemble it according to the instruction manual. There are 200 rounds of bullets in the box. Enough for you." He picked up the Python revolver and a large travel bag, threw the revolver and shotgun into it, followed by a pile of boxed bullets. After doing all this, Buck said with a very unhappy face, $800 for you, cash. Is there a problem?" "No." Thanos paid the bill neatly, and they returned to the convenience store. Buck's expression had changed. He threw a bottle of wine wrapped in a brown paper bag to Thanos and said, "Just consider it my thank you gift to you, buddy." "What thank you gift?" "Thank you for avenging Mrs. Jackson," Buck said with his teeth bared. "I haven't drunk for many years, but if you succeed and I see the news on TV, I will have a drink." Thanos smiled and turned to leave the convenience store. At 6 o'clock that evening, he took a detour back to his home. After locking the wooden door, Thanos threw the travel bag on the ground, put the black suitcase on the table, and slowly opened it. What caught his eyes was the prototype of a gun, or to be more precise, the separated parts. Buck did not lie. There was indeed an instruction manual inside. But Thanos did not need this thing, and he assembled this exquisite treasure in no time, holding it in his hand. The short but powerful feeling made Thanos miss it a little. He had not used a gun for a long time. Along with the gun, there were 3 magazines. Thanos sat in his living room like that, turned off the lights and began to load bullets. He was not very angry, but just felt a little puzzled. The human network is a good thing, at least for Thanos. Those loopholes full of flaws were easily broken by him. Through monitoring and several hours of hard work, Thanos easily found out who the murderer was. What he didn't expect was that the murderer was not a serial killer passing by, but 3 high school students in the city. They came from wealthy families and spent their days having fun. They only needed to wait for the right time to inherit the wealth accumulated by their family for generations. Under such circumstances, they would naturally develop a mentality of the world is in my hands. Thanos didn't quite believe that they would do such a thing until he hacked into the phones of these three bastards. The chat records in it made him more and more confused. Why would three teenagers have such thoughts? They didn't talk about sports, games, their parents, or the beautiful girls in school, but talked about murder, blood and similar things all day long. What he couldn't understand the most was that the direct reason these three children wanted to do such evil things was just to join a secret fraternity organization. Killing, is it just a pastime and a proof for you? Thanos thought of Mrs. Jackson's face again, and the way she looked when she scolded him. He thought. He began to understand why the wizard wanted to turn him into a human and throw him here, but he didn't understand what the use of those books was. The buildings of the Demesa people seem to be always so magnificent, and their architectural style is the same as theirs. They are all stereotyped in splendor. Noxians would contemptuously call it good-looking but useless. In fact, not all Demesans like this style. But who cares about the ideas of a few people? With such thoughts, Marcino walked among the distinguished guests at the banquet with an impeccable and perfect smile on his face. His etiquette, clothing, appearance, and even every handshake and bow made people feel good. But only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. If he had to say it out loud, Marcino hoped that everyone here would die. God knows how much he wanted this to happen immediately. Damn it, our soldiers were slaughtered one by the Noxian barbarians on the front line, but you held such a banquet in the rear. His eyes swept over the exquisite tableware. Even a fork here could be sold for a high price. Ah, isn't this our young Lord Marcino? Come, Marcino, come here. An enthusiastic voice called him over. Marcino turned around and saw a lady with gray hair but still very well maintained, waving at him enthusiastically. Marcino immediately went up to her. With a perfect smile, he kissed the lady on the cheek. Hello, Mrs. Dubois. Why are you so polite, Marcino? Mrs. Dubois patted the back of his hand with a cautious look, then took his hand affectionately and took him to a secluded corner. Here, they could talk quietly for a while. Almost as soon as they arrived here, the smile on Marcino's face disappeared. He asked expressionlessly, "How is the front line?" Mrs. Dubois still had that smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes. The defense line has been breached. The Noxians will arrive in the capital tomorrow afternoon at the latest. By then, all Demesa people will be able to see their damn black and red armor. What about the situation in the country? Mrs. Dubois took a sip of wine and still smiled. Isn't it the same as before? Even here facing the front line, aren't they holding a banquet? I don't understand. Does His Majesty really have no reaction at all? He can't do anything. Marcino, there are too many people like your father and my husband who control power. For them, no matter how many people die, it is not as good as the sip of red wine they are about to drink. Marcino had a gloomy face. He and the lady were from a political group in Demesa. They wanted to save this country that was gradually decaying, but they seemed powerless to do anything about it. Are we just going to watch the Noxians break through our city gates? Don't be so pessimistic, Marcino, Mrs. Dubois said with a smile. At least, we still have some ability to resist. Sit and wait to die? There will be other ways. Marcino, Mrs. Dubois drank her wine and muttered to herself, yes, we still have a way. There is still. Chapter 323, Trebuchets are a means of transportation. I don't understand, Captain. Our compatriots on the border are still bleeding, but we are transferred back to Zhangtu. A soldier leaned against the wall with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The set of shiny plate armor glittered in the sun. The shield was on his back, and the helmet was tucked at his waist. The anger on his face was real. His captain, a woman with long braids, said lightly, "Put away your suspicion, Hayden. Obey orders." She said so, but in fact, she knew better than anyone how most people in her team felt at the moment. It only took one look to understand. Being transferred back to Zhangtu from the border to become an idle patrol soldier. It doesn't sound bad, but considering that their compatriots are still fighting bloody battles, they can't be happy at all. They are standing at the side gate of Zhangtu, which is different from the majestic main gate. It looks much shorter, and the entire side gate is made of pure white stones. The captain's eyes swept over the faces of everyone in her squad. and she slowly said, "I know what you are thinking. Believe me, I have the same confusion as you, but we are soldiers, and soldiers must obey orders. If the order tells us to kill Noxians, then we will go. But if the order tells us to come back and be a patrol guard, then you'd better do your duty for me. Understand?" Her words were met with a weak understand, and the captain pursed her lips, suppressing her anger. She didn't say anything more. In addition to going out on patrol, they also have to be responsible for standing guard. To be fair, this is a very boring job, and there is nothing to distract you. However, standing guard is a bit of fun for Hayden, the soldier who spoke earlier. He has always liked to be alone, and standing guard is a period of time that allows him to be alone with reason. During this time, he cannot talk to anyone, nor do he have to make any movements. He just needs to stand there like a wooden man, and the best thing is here he stands on the top of the city wall, and people passing by will not pay special attention to him. He would not have greeted him. Hayden stood straight with an expressionless face, looking like a silver-white statue. His eyes scanned the gray sky of the Demesa capital aimlessly, and a gradually approaching black spot caught his attention. He frowned. Hayden was slacking off, but he would not neglect his job. He immediately walked to the telescope in 2 steps. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but this time he broke out in a cold sweat. The black spot was not a dragon eagle or a ferocious and huge bird, but a living person, a huge, living person. He cursed in Demesa slang, meaning your mother is a pig in a pigsty, and then immediately blew the horn at his waist. The low and loud horn sound quickly gathered the soldiers around. However, just as they had assembled their formation, destruction fell from the sky. Boom! The ground began to shake as smoke and dust flew everywhere. Hayden felt his ears buzzing. He barely stood up by holding on to the wall and found that the side door had collapsed without him noticing. The huge door fell to the ground like scrap metal. Hayden stared at it in a daze, and it stared back in silence. It was not until a roar came that Hayden remembered what was going on. He immediately let out a shrill cry from his throat. Enemy attack! A deep voice came from below him. Ah, have the Demesan soldiers become so rotten? Only now do you realize that this is an enemy attack? Hayden looked down, and for a moment, he actually forgot the words. Standing below him, was that a person? "What are you looking at, kid?" he said in a low voice with a smile, and then he gently swung the giant axe in his hand, and the wall began to collapse. The giant was still not satisfied. He laughed and began to destroy the Demesan wall. Anger immediately surged into Hayden's heart, and he roared, "Stop! How can you make me stop?" the giant asked mockingly while laughing and exercising the power of destruction. This question also calmed down Hayden, who had just been excited. This enemy was obviously not something he could defeat, but the question was, what about the patrolling soldiers? Didn't they just gather? Hayden turned around and looked down, and the blood in his body froze together as if it was frozen by ice. They were all dead. People were piled up on top of each other, and the bodies were next to each other. Some were buried under the rubble, and some fell on the ground. Some were still screaming in pain, and some had already died. "You, monster!" Hayden roared, jumped down from the city wall, jumped onto the tall giant, and then swung his sword to pierce his neck. Unexpectedly, the giant didn't dodge at all, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to Hayden. As it turned out, he really didn't need to pay attention to Hayden. The sharp sword made of Demesa steel didn't even leave a white spot on the giant's skin. It broke immediately. The reaction force cracked his palm and blood flowed out. Then, a huge force threw Hayden away. The last words he heard before he died were, "You are brave." Yes, the attacker was Cyan. But the question is, how did he get here? The answer is simple, but also crazy. Catapult. When Cyan said this idea, he got dozens of confused faces. The senior Noxian generals gathered in the tent didn't understand what he meant until Cyan repeated it. Then, there was an overwhelming voice of opposition. Cyan listened to their reasons for objection one by one, but they were all similar. Either this is too dangerous or don't be so reckless. Such words, when Cyan was still alive, before he died for the first time, he had heard them so many times that his ears were calloused. At that time, his staff also advised him in the same way. Cyan had never heard it once. Otherwise, I think a normal person would not do such a thing as leading his troops to the enemy's hinterland to kill the enemy's king. So, he didn't listen this time. He just said lightly that I have made up my mind, and then sat in the masterpiece of engineering arranged near the capital of Demacia. The invention of the catapult was simply great and impeccable in Cyan's eyes. If only he had such a treasure at that time, maybe there would not be so many soldiers dying every time he attacked the city. In short, he ignored everyone's advice, and the first thing he did after arriving at the front line was to find a catapult to airdrop himself into the enemy's capital. Crazy, right? But he is Cyan. On the other side, General, I just received news that General Cyan has thrown himself. Farron was rarely at a loss for words. He tried to organize his words. He threw himself into the hometown of the Damascens. What did you say? Darius looked at Farron incomprehensible. He understood the meaning of every word Farron said, but he couldn't understand it when they were put together. Farron had to repeat it again, and then Darius closed his eyes in pain. He murmured to himself, Lord Kronos, I really should have listened to your advice and kept an eye on him. You really made this place well. Shenyan and Kronos strolled on the streets of the Immortal Bastion. This was also the first time Kronos had been out on the street for so many days. In the past, due to his size, he would be surrounded by people even if he walked out of the barracks, let alone going out on the street. It's all their own efforts. Kronos did not lie. Indeed, the changes in the Immortal Bastion today are all the work of the Noxians themselves. After Darkwill's death and the reshuffle of political groups, the current position of the Imperial Emperor was vacant. Although people did not say it explicitly, they had already tacitly accepted that the leaders were Swain and Darius. As for Cyan, his existence was concealed. There was no other reason. If there was no good explanation for the resurrection of the dead and becoming more powerful, it would easily cause a religious frenzy in the country. And now, Noxus is just in a period of deep hatred for all beliefs. Although the Immortal Bastion was once magnificent, due to those bloated fortress-like buildings, it inevitably gave rise to many small underground settlements. It is often said that there is another city under the Immortal Bastion, and this is true. The location where they are is actually the original Immortal Bastion. With a little expansion and high-rise buildings, they have gradually become the lowest level. However, there are no residents there now. After the pollution came and was eliminated, the entire city could not find a trace of the former atmosphere. Not only the emperor, but also the residents disappeared. The only proof that this pollution once existed may be the living statue hanging on the outer wall of the palace tower. Thinking of her, Kronos showed a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that for those most annoying Slaanesh bastards, depriving them of the ability to feel all pleasures was undoubtedly the most appropriate end. Cyan has set off, and he is a little closer to unifying the world, Kronos said, carefully turning his body to avoid bumping into the old woman who was walking towards him. After the pollution was lifted, many people from other nearby cities also came to the Immortal Fortress. This place is now a hot land, and everything is in ruins. It is time to need manpower. Besides, who doesn't want to settle in the capital of their country? Shenyan shrugged non-committally, and reached out to take an apple from a vendor's stall and threw a gold coin into his purse. While chewing the apple, he said incoherently, I hope this day will come soon. To be honest, the other people I found have already started working. Other people? Kronos tried to organize his words. You mean? Yes, other Primarchs. New Primarchs. Shenyan turned his head and looked at him, grinning. Well, let me count. A gloomy, pouty man who looks like everyone owes him money, a great and glorious super scout, and an extremist who hates crime. The wizard said frivolously. How is it? I have a good eye for choosing people, right? Kronos showed a bitter smile on his face. In his opinion, the wizard is good in every way, but he likes to make such blasphemous jokes. He even felt more than once that this person dared to make jokes about the emperor. Why do you have that expression? I just think your description is a little inappropriate. When you meet them, you will find that everything I said is true, just a little exaggerated. Shenyan looked at the stubborn stone with surprise, and suddenly laughed. I thought your sense of humor had disappeared. Now it seems that you have a talent for telling jokes. my friend. Kronos didn't dare to tell him that he was able to have what he has today thanks to him. The wizard's mouth is not easy to describe. They continued to stroll on the street, and Shenyan suddenly said, "Oh, don't blame me for not reminding you." "What's wrong?" "You may encounter some trouble in Shurima." Shenyan touched his chin and said cautiously and conservatively, "Well, they have a localist arts there, called Ascendants. Although there are only 2 at present, you may suffer there." Kronos frowned. Very valuable information, but if they are smart, they will not choose to resist to the end. That may not be certain. Sometimes, smart people are the most stubborn. The mage took out an orange from somewhere. He seemed to be very greedy recently. "If you ask me, it's better to prepare for the best and worst. They have just escaped from the situation of national extinction and it's best not to go there this year." "Why?" "Remember the void?" Kronos's scalp tingled slightly, and he thought of those damn alien creatures again, the blasphemous purple light in their greedy eyes. A cold anger immediately filled his chest. Kronos said coldly, "Have they united with the void?" "No. You probably underestimate them too much." Shenyan smiled. "In fact, on the contrary, the shamans are busy cleaning up the mess of the world, although this matter is almost their own fault." He added, "I made an agreement with them that I will return to Shurima in a year to help them deal with those damn bugs." "But, I remember you destroyed their nest, didn't you?" Kronos said puzzledly. He still remembered how the mage destroyed a plane with a wave of his hand. Every time he recalled that kind of power, he would feel terrified. But when he thought that the mage was on their side, he would feel extremely relieved. "A centipede is not dead, Kronos," Shenyan said calmly, staring at the scene not far away. There was a group of children kicking a ball on the street. When Kronos looked back again, Shenyan had disappeared. There was only air and sunlight where the black-robed wizard had stood. A faint voice echoed in his ears, "Things will never go the way you want them to, Kronos. There is one more chapter to go. I'll go to bed after writing." Chapter 324 Ordinary Days. Things won't always go smoothly, and Thanos understood this a long time ago. However, he didn't expect that the development caused by his choice was not just as simple as not going smoothly. Looking at his current situation, you can understand why he thinks so. A bullet flew past Thanos' scalp, and he raised his submachine gun and leaned out of the bunker as if he didn't notice it. Under the pressure of vitality, the gunman who attacked him had to shrink back. Thanos calmly changed the bullet with one hand, and pulled out the python pistol from his waist, pointing it at the chandelier on the ceiling of the warehouse and firing. In his gestures, he didn't look like the Mad Titan, but a bit like a well-trained Special Forces soldier. His calmness also made the people chasing him aware of it, and the other party shouted, "Friend, we don't have to make it a life-and-death situation." "Really?" Thanos responded lightly. "You've been chasing me for the whole day, and now you're saying there's no need to fight to the death? That was just to get the job done. You killed the boss's son and his friend, and they want an explanation. As for now, my friend, I'm the only one chasing you, and I can see that you're not an ordinary person, right? Let me guess." Without waiting for Thanos to answer, he began to chatter on and on. "Navy SEALs? Or some retired agent? Your real name wouldn't be Ethan Hunt, right?" He was still chattering, not knowing that death was approaching, although Thanos actually knew that he was just stalling for time. But who isn't? Thanos has indeed become an ordinary human. That's right, but his experience and skills will not disappear. Now that the warehouse has fallen into darkness, he took off his shoes and easily touched the attacker. Without making any footsteps, he was as gentle as a cat chasing prey. The guy didn't react until a gun was pressed to his temple, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The guy was very tactful and put the gun in his hand on the ground, then said gently and submissively, "Okay, now you are the boss. What do you want to know?" "That kid, they have a brotherhood or something like that. Did you know?" The guy's body stiffened for a moment, really just a moment, but it was also captured by Thanos. He took a deep breath, and his tone already carried something else. "Okay, boss, there's not much I can tell you, but let me explain something else first." "Go ahead." "There's a pocket on the inside right side of my clothes, and there's a photo in it. After I tell you everything and you kill me, I hope you can take the photo. There's an address on the back of the photo, where there's a sum of money and another address buried. My only request is this, boss, as long as you deliver the money to the person at that address, I'll die without regrets. Why don't you go yourself? Don't joke, boss. I don't believe you won't kill me. What's more, if I tell you about this, the boss will definitely know it was me who said it. Then I'll still have to die. Thanos calmly released the muzzle of the gun that was against his temple, and he said lightly, "Tell me first, and then I'll consider another thing." "That won't do, boss." The man became firm at this time. He turned his head, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he was obviously not as fearless as he appeared. "I just want a promise, okay?" "A promise, just as long as you promise." His trembling tone made Thanos silent for a long time, and finally, he nodded. The man breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile returned to his face. "That's right, boss, that's right. But, like I said, there are not many things I can tell you. After all, I don't know much." Their brotherhood is actually just a small fight between children, killing more than a dozen people every year, with the influence of their fathers. This matter can't make a splash, but joining the Brotherhood is just the beginning. There is a club behind the Brotherhood, which is really disgusting. The children's father is a member of the club. Oh, Thanos had to admit that he really wanted to know what kind of evaluation could make this man say the word disgusting. The man said calmly, "I'm not a good guy, boss. To be honest, I've killed a lot of people, but I've never tortured or killed any innocent people. Nor have I broken into other people's homes for my own selfish desires, raped wives in front of their husbands, or killed children in front of their wives. I can't do such things." "So they can do it?" The man laughed. "Oh, you don't want to know how many times they have done it? Goddamn bastards." He shook his head. "Not only that, they actually do all kinds of crimes you can imagine." "You know a lot." "Not as little as you say." "Because I like to know, boss. I like to join in the fun." "Give me a quick death, okay?" Thanos pulled the trigger. There was only one way to end up being hit in the head by the .44 caliber bullet from the python at such a close distance. The man's body fell to the ground, and half of his head was gone. The special feeling after the killing gradually faded, and Thanos knew that he had to leave here immediately, but for some reason he didn't want to. After this thought came out of his mind, he thought of more in an instant. Why not? Let's end it tonight. With a cold light in his eyes, Thanos thought he would not feel so angry again, but he was wrong. And he was wrong in a ridiculous way. He originally thought that it was just 3 children who were bored and went out to find trouble, but he didn't expect their father to be so disgusting. How to say it? Hereditary? Thanos walked back to the place where he took off his shoes in silence, put on his boots, and let the cold feeling stay away from his feet. With the moonlight, he could see the human face reflected on the revolver in his hand, and he suddenly smiled. "Gamaro, even if you stand in front of me now, you should not recognize me." Thanos was not sure what the wizard's intention was, and what his intention was to turn himself into a weak human. But Thanos had to admit one thing, he enjoyed his ordinary life now. Once upon a time, when he was still the Mad Titan, the retirement life he had planned for himself was almost the same as now. All he had to do every day was to plant the land, working from sunrise to sunset. He had read all the books the wizard had given him. If he had known the ideas in them a few years earlier, he would have been very interested. But now, he had gone too far and could not turn back. If he turned back now, everything he had done in the first half of his life would be denied by himself, which would be equivalent to him seeing himself as a joke. He looked at the gun in his hand thoughtfully, and suddenly realized that his first half of his life had actually been denied by another person. Thanos laughed dumbly. Okay, I understand." He walked out with the gun in his hand. Chapter 325 Justice. How many crimes have been committed in your name? Monroe Austin dared to swear to the heavens that he had never seen such a war. No. Could this really be called a war? He doubted it. The elite soldiers of Demacia wore heavy armor that could resist even magic, and the weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but they were as powerless as children when facing the giant. The exquisite tactics and unyielding will of these elite soldiers who had been trained for a long time could not allow them to stand up to the giant for a second longer. Many people could not even touch him and died instantly under the giant axe. He was not even wearing armor, with his strong upper body naked, wielding 2 giant axes to kill the soldiers wantonly. No soldier's weapon or arrow could penetrate his skin and make him shed a drop of blood. Monroe Austin's lips trembled slightly, and his 2 mustaches trembled with it. He was more like an artist who went in and out of the upper class than a general leading an army to fight. Although people cannot be judged by appearance, he was indeed helpless at this time. What else can he do? He had no way. The enemy broke through the 3 layers of defense of Zhangtu in 40 minutes, and the fearless vanguard is still at the border and cannot return. In the absence of heavy cavalry, relying on infantry and archers to fight this monster, you might as well throw me up and ask that guy if he needs someone to help him draw a portrait. Perhaps I can provide you with some help, sir. Just then, a man in a black robe came over, his body hunched, and Monroe frowned. He knew this kind of person, the demon hunter. In Demacia, only they would dress like this, and even their faces were covered tightly by the hood. The demon hunter is a specialty of the kingdom of Demacia. Other countries in Runeland are eager to learn about mages, but they, who rely on the forbidden magic stone to establish their country, avoid mages and even hate them. Therefore, the demon hunter came into being. They are responsible for investigating magic phenomena and determining whether they are man-made. Once they determine that there are indeed signs of mages behind them, they will come out in full force to capture those corrupted mages, regardless of your gender, age, or status. The worst thing is that once you are imprisoned in their prison, you are no longer a Demacia. You are even worse than a slave. However, this is understandable. After all, the original prototype of Demacia was a village built by a group of people who fled here to avoid magic disasters. Their fear and dislike of magic have continued for several centuries. Until now, many Demacians are still quite afraid of magic and mages. Monroe's face is very ugly. He has always disliked dealing with demon hunters. In his opinion, demon hunters are more disgusting than mages. Moreover, this bastard must have bad intentions when he appeared at this time. He asked gloomily, "If you have anything to say, please say it quickly, demon hunter." The man bowed slightly, not caring about his attitude. "Sir, the monster may be able to resist blades and arrows, but what about magic? What do you mean?" "Yes, sir." He bowed again, his head lowered. "Not long ago, we just captured a girl with powerful magic. She may be useful." Monroe stroked his beard. His right hand was already on the hilt of the sword, and he laughed twice in a gloomy way. "Really? Then bring her here and try it." The man bowed deeply. Monroe turned his head and continued to watch his soldiers die one after another. He thought, if the mage could save the rest of the people from death, it was not impossible to let her return to freedom. Just exile her from Demacia. But when the demon hunter and his 2 companions escorted the girl over, Monroe drew his sword with a bang. "God of wings!" His voice sounded like the scream of some animal before it died, extremely harsh. "Oh my God, what did you do to her?" "It's no big deal, my lord. Every wizard must be punished. This is the atonement for their natural blasphemy," the demon hunter replied calmly, as if he completely ignored what happened. The 2 demon hunters behind him were also wearing black robes, but with long swords hanging around their waists. A thin black-haired girl was carried over by them on a stretcher. One of her hands had disappeared and was hanging on the side of the stretcher, swaying. Her 2 eyes were also wrapped with blood-stained cloth. The whole person looked dirty, smelly, and covered in blood. From time to time, she uttered painful sleep talk. Monroe's eyes twitched slightly. He forced himself not to look at the girl or listen to her painful moans. What crime has she committed? She looks like a teenager at most. The demon hunter bowed slightly, his voice still calm. "She is a mage, sir. We have always treated mages in this way. Perhaps the physical pain can make them forget that they have magic, so that they can wash away their sins and return to normal." "You damned!" Monroe was furious. He roared, "What you did is simply a shame for Demacia." "Demacia asked me to do this, sir." "I'm just doing my job," the man replied. "Why not let her try? Maybe in this way, the monster will fall. Your soldiers don't need to die anymore." Hearing this, Monroe barely calmed down. He suppressed his anger and sheathed his sword. Monroe said coldly, "You'd better pray that she succeeds." The demon hunter stopped talking. He turned around and signaled his two companions to put down the stretcher. Then he took something out of the bag at his waist, at a certain distance, and because he used his body as a blindfold, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Monroe could not see what he fed the girl. The girl screamed, and then sat up. Large chunks of blood flowed out from between her tightly closed lips and teeth, soaking her clothes. She cried at the horrifying scene, and before she could say anything, she was slapped in the face. The familiar pain seemed to remind her of something, and she soon quieted down. The demon hunter looked down at her and said coldly, "Anna Artis, you are found guilty of possessing magic. Now, you have a chance to atone for your sins. Are you willing to accept it?" The girl called Anna shrank, her shoulders shaking, and her posture reminded Monroe, who was watching all this coldly, of a wounded deer. She sobbed and said, "Sir, please be kind. I'm willing to do anything. Just please don't." "Pa." The demon hunter slapped her again, and said coldly, "Answer the question. Are you willing to accept it?" "Accept it. I accept it." The girl's cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, but she didn't even dare to touch it. She trembled and agreed. The demon hunter turned around. "Sir," she agreed. Monroe Austin felt that he had never been so cold before, not even when he was besieged by two dire wolves in Frel George 7 years ago. He felt that his blood was frozen. Winged God, what has our country become? Why did a girl of this age have to suffer such a fate? What did she do? Is it just because he is a wizard? A sense of guilt made him grit his teeth. Monroe knew that the demon hunters existed, but he didn't know that wizards would be treated like this. Is this girl an exception, or will everyone else suffer such a fate? What crime did the demon hunter say they were guilty of? At least, Monroe didn't think a child could commit any crime that deserved such treatment. At the same time, Monroe was also very clear about another thing. His guilt was useless, and the harm had already happened to this girl and more people. He was a bystander, and just a powerless bystander, but now, he seemed to be one of the perpetrators. This feeling made him almost want to vomit, and he heard himself say in a very calm voice, "Very good, take her to try." On the other side, science strictly abides by Kronos' teachings. Focus on fighting, but don't be obsessed. Although he may be strong enough to beat several Kronos with his bare hands, the other party's long combat experience can still serve as his mentor to some extent. Moreover, in his eyes, Kronos' importance is far more than that. According to him, he has served in his warband for 300 years. Such time is enough for a mortal to grow into a war machine, let alone an Astartes like Kronos. He is not only Cyan's martial arts instructor, but also the instructor of the entire Nunoxian army. Cyan was very sure that no one else was qualified except him, not even himself. Cyan was very clear about his advantages. If mortals were to use his big and bold moves, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. But Kronos was different. No matter what weapon you used, he could always come up with useful insights. This was very scary, which meant that he was proficient in all weapons. Putting aside the complicated thinking, Cyan's battle was not easy, of course, only relatively speaking. He tried his best to keep every move and every style just enough to kill these Damascens, but not to let them die too miserably. After all, what he wanted was a quick and accurate killing, not a massacre. Admittedly, he was asking for trouble by doing so, but Cyan was happy. After fully accepting his new identity, he had an inexplicable aversion to killing humans. But the Damascens could not be persuaded. They were as stubborn as their magic stone. In addition to removing their resistance as soon as possible, Cyan could not think of a better way. Just as he finished dealing with several Damasa shield guards who would rather die than retreat, he caught a glimpse of a figure that should not be on the battlefield. It was a little girl, and she was covered in wounds. Even her eyes were wrapped in bloody cloth. At this time, two men in black robes were leading them in his direction. Ropes were tied around her neck and hands. She looked more like an animal than a person. A familiar anger made Sean's breathing heavy. His face suddenly changed, and the original calmness instantly turned into a turbulent wave. The killing intent at that moment made the Damasa soldiers who blocked his way take a step back. Sean glanced at them, suppressed his rising anger, and then said coldly, "You Damascens are sending even children to die now?" The soldiers looked back, and then gradually made away for the girl because of their superior's order. Sean saw that many of them were looking at the two men in black robes with anger on their faces. The girl walked to a distance from Sean, and the black-robed men untied the ropes that bound her hands, but the rope around her neck remained in their hands. Then, she shrank and raised her hands, and a dark fireball condensed from her raised hands out of thin air, and in an instant it expanded to the size of a wash basin. Mage? Sean squinted his eyes. He wanted to see what these Damascens wanted to do with this girl. He put down his great axe and watched the situation change. The scene at this time was extremely ridiculous. He was surrounded by soldiers in the center, but no one dared to come forward and wave their weapons at him. On the contrary, a girl covered in bruises was pushed out by them to face him. As the fireball condensed, the girl's body trembled more and more, almost to the point of being shaky. She even had difficulty standing, and then, as if she had reached a certain extreme, she suddenly waved her hands down, and the fireball was thrown out by her, and she fell to the ground. As countless people stared, the fireball hit the giant in an instant, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. They watched this scene with expectation, but no one cared about the girl who fell, until an angry voice sounded in the smoke and dust. Best. As the voice fell, the earth began to tremble, and the emotion in his voice even made the air heavy. Many people were horrified to find that they could no longer move their bodies, because the giant had rushed out of the smoke and dust and came in front of them. There was still a lot of smoke wrapped around him, his eyes were red, and the hideous steel chin reflected an ominous light. A roar broke out with him as the center, and an attack that was more than 10 times more fierce than before was born under the two giant axes. Cyan no longer held back. What the Damascens did made him lose all his respect for them. Monroe Austin shook his head. At this moment, he himself did not expect that he would be so calm. He even felt that he deserved it. Monroe Austin, you have betrayed your family name by sending a girl to die on the battlefield. His inappropriate sentimentality did not last long, and the voice of the demon hunter reached his ears again. It seems that we have failed, my lord. Monroe opened his eyes suddenly, and the shaking of the ground meant that the giant had begun to charge. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something to the demon hunter despite the terrifying tremor, but the other party bowed again and then walked away silently. Monroe stared at his back as he left, and for the first time in his life, he wanted to swing his sword against his compatriots. But he didn't. Instead, he let him leave peacefully. Instead, he drew his sword and charged in the direction of Sean. After all, he was a soldier of Demacia. And end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.